In a quiet residential building, a woman stands in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. She cheerfully announces that she is ready to eat and begins chopping onions with swift, practiced movements. The sharp scent fills the air, making her blink. A few times onions always win the battle. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms, a young man stirs awake. He is Odeho, a 20-year-old, still groggy from sleep. He sits up slowly, rubbing his eyes, before reluctantly getting out of bed. The woman, still focused on her cooking, playfully warns that if they don't come quickly, she will finish everything first. At this, Deho quickly pulls on his clothes, straightens his hair with a few lazy pats, and hurries out of his room, mumbling that he is on his way. 7 years ago, tragedy struck. His parents were in a terrible car accident and passed away on the spot, leaving him orphaned. He was about to be sent to a facility when, fortunately, his late father's close friends took him in. They welcomed him into their home and encouraged him to live his life without feeling alone. Back in the present, as Deho steps out of his room, he is greeted by Mia, the eldest daughter of the family. She is 23 years old and a college student. To Deho, she is like the older sister he never had, always looking out for him, teasing him, and making sure he doesn't get into trouble. Among everyone in the house, she is the one he gets along with best. The two of them head downstairs together. Upon reaching the dining area, Deho greets his aunt and uncle, who warmly invite them to eat. His uncle, Cha Young-woo, was once his father's business partner and remains a close friend of the family. His aunt, Yune, is the pillar of the household, always working hard to keep everything running smoothly. As they settle in, Yune suddenly realizes that Sua hasn't come out yet. With a sigh, she asks Deho to go wake her up. Without hesitation, he rushes off, eager to complete the mission. Mia shakes her head, chuckling at how energetic he always is. Stopping in front of Sua's door, he knocks a few times. Sua, the youngest in the house before Deho arrived, is now 21 years old. She remains curled up in bed, refusing to budge, seeing no response. Deho clears his throat loudly, an obvious trick to wake her up. He then informs her that their aunt is calling her for breakfast from inside the room. Sua responds flatly, saying she won't eat. She reminds him, quite sternly, that he is not allowed to open her door. Realizing his mistake, he quickly apologizes and steps away. He knows that Sua prefers spending time alone, reading and writing in her dimly lit room. Even after all these years, she remains the most distant member of the household. He tries to connect with her, but she always keeps her walls up, returning to the dining area. Deho informs his aunt that Sua refuses to eat. Yune frowns, expressing concern over Sua's unhealthy routine, skipping meals, staying indoors too much, and isolating herself. She worries that this lifestyle will take a toll on Sua's health. On the other hand, Young-woo waves it off, confidently saying that Sua is smart enough to take care of herself. With that, he urges everyone to focus on their meal, and they all gather at the dining table to eat together. Later in the day, Deho sits on the grass field near his home, chatting with Han Gobong, his high school classmate and best friend. Gobong is known for sleeping through most of his classes, which Deho finds both amusing and a little pitiful. Out of habit, Deho often stays by Gobong's side, making sure he doesn't miss too much. Over time, this turned into a strong friendship. As the sun sets, the two friends part ways and head back to their homes. That night, Deho lies in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. After tossing and turning for a while, he sighs and sits up. His throat feels dry, so he decides to go downstairs for a glass of water. Moving quietly through the dimly lit house, he pours himself some water and takes a sip. The cool drink soothes his throat, but his mind still feels restless. The next morning, Deho wakes up, stretching lazily as the sunlight filters through his window. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, his Aunt Yune inspects a tomato with a thoughtful expression. After a moment, she decides it would be best to go to the market and buy fresh vegetables. After all, a good meal starts with good ingredients. Deho soon makes his way downstairs, still a bit drowsy, but ready to start the day. He greets his aunt and looks around, noticing his uncle isn't there. Curious, he asks about him. Yune casually explains that Young-woo left early for a business trip and won't be back for a few days. Accepting the news with a nod, Deho sits down for his meal, quietly eating while his aunt moves around the kitchen. Later that night, his room remains dimly lit as he lies awake, unable to drift off to sleep. Moments later, his aunt steps into his room, her voice gentle, as she mentions that she saw his light still on. She wonders if he is having trouble sleeping. Deho simply nods, confirming her guess, not wanting to leave him alone in his restlessness. Yune takes a seat beside him and asks if he wants to chat for a while. Her tone is warm, inviting, as if to say she is always there to listen. The next morning, Mia casually asks about her dad while stretching her arms, still waking up. Her mom, Yune, responds, telling her that he will be back tomorrow. Satisfied with the answer, Mia nods and goes about her morning routine. Meanwhile, Daeho comes downstairs and greets his aunt as usual. She returns the greeting, but something about her feels a little off. Her tone is normal, but there's a slight awkwardness in the air. Daeho notices it, but doesn't say anything. A few minutes later, Mia and Daeho find themselves bickering over something trivial, probably another one of their usual arguments about nonsense. Their playful banter fills the room, neither one willing to back down. Yune, used to their antics, sighs and interrupts, telling them it's time to eat. As the evening sets in, Daeho sits quietly, lost in thought. He realizes that his uncle will be back tomorrow. The afternoon passes quietly in the household. Outside, Yune busies herself spreading the laundry, carefully hanging each piece to dry under the warm sun. Meanwhile, in her room, Mia stands in front of the mirror, checking herself out in a variety of new dresses, turning left, then right, striking poses as if she's her own personal fashion critic. In another part of the house, Suha remains glued to her laptop, typing away, fully immersed in her work as if the outside world doesn't exist. Elsewhere, Daeho spends time with his best friend, Gobong. The two wander around their usual hangout spots, chatting and joking until the sun starts dipping lower in the sky. Eventually, they part ways, and Daeho heads back home. As evening settles in, Daeho and Mia find themselves in the kitchen, preparing dishes for dinner. The sound of chopping and sizzling fills the air as they move around comfortably, used to working together. Meanwhile, Yune is in the living room, dusting the furniture and tidying up. Soon, Mia calls out, letting her mom know that dinner is ready. Yune sets down her cleaning cloth and sighs, noting that Suha still isn't coming out for her meal again. Mia, used to this routine, simply shrugs and tells her mom to let Suha be. With a change of subject, she then asks about their dad's arrival, expecting him home today. Yune shakes her head and explains that he has a lot of work to take care of, so he won't be back until tomorrow. At this, Mia lets out a small groan but doesn't seem too surprised. It's just another day in their ever-busy household. The next day, Daeho's uncle, Cha Young-woo, returns home from his business trip, looking a bit tired but glad to be back. As soon as he steps inside, he barely gets the chance to ask about Mia before she swoops in like a hawk, her eyes locked onto the walnut cookies in his hand. Without hesitation, she snatches them away with a triumphant grin, leaving her dad shaking his head in amusement. Meanwhile, Yune helps her husband with his luggage, carrying some of his bags, as they make their way inside. As they pass through the house, they both spot Daeho standing nearby. He looks at them for a moment, almost as if he's expecting something, perhaps a greeting, an acknowledgement, anything. However, neither of them say a word. Instead, they simply continue walking to their room, leaving an odd silence in their wake. Yune, noticing the slight shift in Daeho's expression, wonders why he looks a little disappointed. She quickly runs through her memories of the past few days, trying to recall if she did something wrong, but nothing comes to mind. Later that evening, Mia walks down the hallway, towel drying her damp hair as she heads back to her room after a refreshing shower. As she nears her door, she notices Daeho standing there, looking like he has something on his mind. Without hesitation, he says he wants to talk to her. Mia raises an eyebrow but doesn't question it. Instead, she casually gestures toward her room, inviting him in. Come on, then. Her expression seems to say, curious about what's on his mind. In the kitchen, Yune moves around with practiced ease, her hands busy while her mind lingers on a quiet realization. Daeho hasn't been visiting her as often since her husband returned. The change is subtle but noticeable. A small part of her wonders if something is wrong, but she quickly dismisses the thought. After all, she has guided him for years, teaching him what she could. He's grown now, old enough to handle his own thoughts and struggles. Whatever it is, he will surely find a way to figure it out on his own. Later, as Young-woo settles back into the comfort of home, Yune offers him some supplements. Yune moves through the house with her usual morning energy, calling out for Daeho and Mia to come down for breakfast. Her voice carries through the halls, signaling the start of another day. Daeho steps out of his room, still half asleep, letting out a long yawn as he stretches his arms. Just as he blinks away his drowsiness, he spots Mia emerging from her room. The moment their eyes meet, something shifts in his expression, and awkward stiffness taking over. Without missing a beat, he hurriedly mutters something about heading down first and quickly turns away, clearly trying to escape whatever lingering embarrassment he's feeling. Mia, always quick to pick up on his antics, smirks at his reaction. Without hesitation, she playfully knocks him on the head. A teasing gesture that carries just enough force to make her point. With an amused tone, she announces that if he doesn't hurry, she will eat all the best food before he gets there. Then, with a victorious air, she strides past him, making her way downstairs first. Daeho stands frozen for a second, rubbing the spot where she hit him. With a sigh, he follows after her, knowing full well that she isn't bluffing when it comes to food. Later in the night, Sua leans back in her chair, stretching her arms after spending hours working on her laptop. Her body feels stiff from sitting too long, and the faint glow of the screen is the only light in her otherwise dark room. With a quiet sigh, she pushes herself up and heads out. Her footsteps light as she makes her way to the kitchen. Upon reaching the counter, she starts gathering ingredients, pulling out bread, vegetables, and other fillings as she prepares to make herself something to eat. The quiet hum of the refrigerator and the faint sound of chopping fill the kitchen as she focuses on her task. Moments later, Yune steps out, noticing Sua at the counter. Concern flickers across her face as she watches her daughter working so late. Without hesitation, she asks if Sua is just having a late-night snack. Sua, without looking up, confirms that she is making a sandwich. Her tone is casual, as if this is nothing unusual for her. However, Yune's concern lingers. She gently reminds Sua that she should try to sleep at night instead of staying up so late. Sua, already expecting this conversation, responds with a small sigh. She mentions that the semester just ended and asks if she can be left alone for a while. There's no anger in her voice, just quiet exhaustion, as if she knows her mom means well, but isn't in the mood for another discussion about her habits. The next morning, Mia steps out of her room, stretching as she makes her way downstairs. In the kitchen, Yune is already preparing breakfast, moving around with ease as the familiar aroma of food fills the space. Noticing her daughter's arrival, she casually remarks that Mia is up later than usual. In response, Mia lets out a small sigh and explains that she didn't sleep well last night. As she approaches the dining area, Mia pauses for a moment, surprised to see Sua already sitting at the table. It's unusual to see her up at this hour. Sua, of all people, an early riser. Mia raises an eyebrow, immediately wondering if she's up to something special. Sua, however, simply states that she's heading to the library today, as if it's nothing out of the ordinary. A moment later, their father enters the room, joining them at the table. Looking around, he remarks that it's been a long time since the entire family has been together in the same room like this. There's a warmth in his tone, a quiet appreciation for this rare moment of togetherness. With that, they all begin their meal, sharing breakfast as a family. Mia, however, finds herself distracted. As she eats, her eyes occasionally drift toward Daeho, watching how completely engrossed he is in his meal. A thought lingers in her mind, but she doesn't say anything. Later that morning, Sua calls out to their mom, announcing that she's heading to the library from a window in the house. Mia glances outside, watching her sister leave the residence. As she watches Sua disappear down the street, another thought crosses her mind. Her dad has also already left again for another business trip. Turning away, Mia approaches her mom, casually asking if she isn't planning to go out today. Yune looks up, slightly puzzled, asking what she means by that. Mia reminds her about the flower arrangement classes she used to attend, casually bringing it up as if it were just a passing thought. Her mom pauses, realizing that it really has been a long time since she last went. Seizing the opportunity, Mia smoothly suggests an alternative if not the class. Then why not a trip to the supermarket? Their dad will be returning from his business trip, and he deserves a good meal when he gets back. Yune, slightly surprised, asks if the side dishes at home aren't already delicious enough. Mia, quick on her feet, playfully insists that there's no meat at home, and that if her mom really wants to cheer their dad up, she should cook something special for him. Her mom seems to hesitate for a moment, but Mia can already see the idea settling in. To seal the deal, she casually adds that some ribeye would be a good choice after all. Their dad looks like he's lost a little weight lately. Finally convinced, Yune nods and decides to head out. As well, Mia, feeling victorious, watches her mom leave with a small smirk of satisfaction. Her plan has worked perfectly. Wasting no time, she rushes back to her room, quickly changing into another outfit before stepping out, only to collide directly with Daeho, who is also leaving his room at the same time. Both of them freeze for a moment, startled by the unexpected encounter. Daeho, regaining his composure first, casually mentions that he's on his way to meet a friend. Mia's excitement falters slightly, her face showing the smallest hint of disappointment. Noticing her reaction, Daeho asks if something's wrong. Mia hesitates before admitting that she was thinking they could hang out, especially since they're the only ones left at home. However, Daeho seemingly not picking up on her tone, simply repeats that he's already heading out, as if he hasn't really heard her suggestion. Left standing there alone, Mia feels a small sting of disappointment. This wasn't how she imagined things would go. Meanwhile, out on the streets, Daeho rides his bicycle, the wind rushing past him. His mind, however, isn't entirely focused on the road ahead. His thoughts drift back to Mia, replaying the brief moment when she had looked disappointed. Something about it lingers in his chest, making him slow down. A few moments pass before he stops riding altogether, gripping the handlebars tightly as an anxious feeling settles in. Back at home, Mia lies on her bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in her own thoughts. Suddenly, her door swings open, and Daeho barges in. Without hesitation, he announces that he's here to hang out with her. In the quiet comfort of the house, Mia and Daeho sit across from each other, fully focused on a simple but intense stacking game. With careful hands, they take turns removing and balancing the pieces, the tension rising with each move. As the game reaches a critical moment, it's Mia's turn. She eyes the structure, debating her next move. Taking a deep breath, she carefully pulls at a piece, but the moment she does, the entire stack wobbles dangerously before collapsing in an instant. A brief silence follows. Daeho immediately leans back with a triumphant grin, claiming victory without hesitation. Meanwhile, Mia sighs, rolling her eyes at his smug expression. Knowing she is lost, she brings up the usual rules. Since he won, he gets to make a wish. Daeho pauses, suddenly unsure. He hesitates, considering whether he should actually say what's on his mind. After a moment of silence, he finally speaks his wishes for a kiss. Mia, however, instantly refuses. Without missing a beat, she shakes her head, firmly stating that kissing family members can make things complicated later on. There's no hesitation in her voice, just a clear, playful warning, as if she's shutting down the idea before it even takes root. Not wanting to completely deny him his prize, she leans forward slightly, offering a compromise. She tells him to choose another wish, anything else, and she will listen. In the kitchen, Mia approaches her mom, casually asking if there's anything she can do to help. Yune, busy with preparations, glances at her and suggests she handle the onions. Without hesitation, Mia agrees, but quickly adds that her mom shouldn't say anything about it, likely because she knows what's coming next. As soon as she starts peeling, her prediction proves right. Within moments, her eyes start stinging, forcing her to blink rapidly. She stays quiet, determined not to complain, but Yune watches her struggle with an amused smile. Meanwhile, Daeho passes through the kitchen on his way out, mentioning that he's going to visit Gobang. As he steps outside, Yune turns to Mia, casually asking if she knew Daeho was still at home. Mia, caught off guard by the question, doesn't immediately respond, though something about it makes her pause for a brief moment. Elsewhere, Daeho arrives at Gobang's residence and stops in front of the gate. He calls out for his friend, expecting a response, but hears nothing in return. With a small frown, he wonders where Gobang might be. Curiosity getting the better of him, he pushes open the gate and steps inside. The moment he does, his eyes land on someone unexpected. A girl is lying on the balcony, completely asleep. He immediately recognizes her as Yuhi. Daeho calls out her name, and in an instant, Yuhi jolts awake. Her eyes snap open, her body stiffening for a brief second before she spots Daeho standing there. Realizing who it is, she quickly relaxes, though there's a flicker of surprise on her face. After shaking off her drowsiness, she casually asks if he came to see Gobang, to which he confirms with a nod. Yuhi, stretching lightly, mentions that Gobang had said something about needing to fix a drone. It seems like he had gone off somewhere to deal with it. A little while later, the two of them are seen sitting together, chatting idly. At one point, Yuhi leans back slightly, fanning herself before making an offhand remark about how unbearably hot the day is. She then casually suggests that a trip to the sea would be perfect in this weather. Daeho, however, doesn't respond right away. Instead, his gaze lingers on Yuhi, his expression unreadable. At the breakfast table, the entire family gathers, sharing a rare moment of togetherness. The usual morning sounds fill the space: the clinking of utensils, the faint rustle of newspaper pages, and the casual exchange of conversation. Youngwoo, in between bites, glances at Suha and comments that it's nice to see her at the table in the morning. With a slight chuckle, he suggests that she take this as an opportunity to change her sleeping habits. Suha, without looking up from her plate, responds flatly she didn't actually wake up in the morning. She had been up all night. Her father, unfazed, nods knowingly, remarking that she must have a lot going on. His tone carries no judgment, only mild curiosity. Switching topics, he then turns to his wife, informing her of his plans. He mentions that he has to head to Seoul, and if he meets with President Kim Jin-hyung in the evening, it means he will have to stay there until the next day. Since President Kim had mentioned coming over last time, this time, Young-woo figures he should be the one making the trip instead. As he speaks, Yoon-ae quietly listens, nodding occasionally. But at some point, she notices something. Dae-ho, seated across from her, is staring at her. His gaze isn't particularly intense, but it lingers just long enough for her to take note. There's something in his expression, though she isn't sure what it means. Later that day, Dae-ho spends time with Go-bong, watching as his friend skillfully steers a drone through the open sky. Go-bong grins as he introduces it as the new Vanguard 1, clearly proud of the device. Dae-ho observes the movements, impressed, and casually remarks that Go-bong is really good at controlling it. In response, Go-bong admits that it was tricky at first, but after a few tries, he managed to get the hang of it. Confidently, he tells Dae-ho that he should be able to learn it just as quickly, without hesitation. Go-bong hands the drone over, encouraging him to take it home and practice. Dae-ho's eyes light up at the offer, and with excitement in his voice, he asks if Go-bong is really lending it to him. Go-bong shrugs, saying that Dae-ho has always been good to him, so he doesn't mind. Grinning, Dae-ho thanks him, but then hesitates for a moment before adding something else. He admits that it's a bit hard to explain right now, but when the time comes, he will teach Go-bong something good in return. Curious, Go-bong immediately asked what it is. Dae-ho, however, only smirks, teasingly saying that it's something great for a man, but he'll share it later. The next morning, Yoon-ae steps into the kitchen, stretching as she lets out a quiet sigh. Fatigue lingers in her body, the weight of daily routine settling in. Still, without hesitation, she begins preparing breakfast, moving through the familiar motions with practiced ease. The soft sounds of chopping and the gentle sizzle of food fill the quiet morning air. A little while later, she sits at the dining table with Dae-ho and her two daughters, sharing a peaceful meal together. The atmosphere is calm, the kind of quiet that comes with the start of a new day. After finishing her meal, Sua is the first to get up, mentioning that she's heading to the library. Her tone is casual, as if this is nothing unusual for her. Shortly after, Mia also stands, saying that she's going out to meet a friend. Unlike Sua, her energy is a little more upbeat, already eager to leave the house. In her room, Mia scrolls idly through her phone, but her thoughts drift elsewhere. She finds herself thinking about Dae-ho, feeling somewhat surprised that he actually listened to what she told him. Knowing him, she figures it must not have been easy. His appetite, whether for food or other things, is relentless. If he really held back, then he must have struggled quite a bit. Still, she shakes off the thought. In the end, it's not her problem anymore. He can handle his own issues from now on. At the dining table, the whole family sits together for breakfast. Young-woo, having just returned from his business trip, leans back with a sigh, mentioning that he really needs a day of rest. He admits that his body just isn't what it used to be in his youth. Yoon-ae, ever attentive, tells him to take the day off and stay home. She assures him that she'll cook something delicious for him later, making sure he rests properly. Before the conversation can settle, Sua chimes in with a complaint, saying that they always eat meat and questioning if they can have something else for once, like vegetables. She insists that she doesn't want to get fat. Mia immediately looks at her sister in disbelief, claiming that she must be sick for saying something like that. To her, meat is the best, and without hesitation, she suggests to their mom that they should cook some sirloin steak instead. As expected, the conversation quickly turns into a light-hearted bickering match between Sua and Mia, both throwing playful jabs at each other. Yoon-ae, accustomed to their antics, lets out a sigh before calmly reminding them to just focus on their meal instead. Later, Dae-ho sits in his room, attempting to control the drone, but there's a dullness in his expression. His movements lack enthusiasm, and it's clear that his mind is elsewhere. After a while, he heads out to Go-bong's place only to find the door locked. He stands there for a moment, wondering where Go-bong went. Just as he's about to turn away, a familiar voice calls out to him. Looking up, he sees Yoo-hee approaching on her bicycle, seemingly coming back from somewhere. Soon, the two of them are sitting together on the residence balcony, casually chatting. Dae-ho learns that Go-bong is currently at his maternal grandmother's house, meaning he won't be back for a while. With that, Dae-ho decides that he'll just come back later when Go-bong returns. However, Yoo-hee informs him that Go-bong will actually be staying over there for a while. Hearing this, Dae-ho figures he should leave the drone behind, asking if she can pass it to Go-bong when he returns. Just as he gets up, ready to leave, Yoo-hee suddenly tells him to hold on. Her tone is casual, but there's something in the way she says it that makes him pause. In the early morning, Yune moves through the house, calling out for everyone to come down. Breakfast is ready. Her voice echoes through the hallways, signaling the start of another day. Mia steps out of her room, still adjusting to the morning light, when she spots Suwa coming out at the same time. With a teasing smirk, Mia makes a remark, noticing that Suwa seems to be eating breakfast more frequently these days compared to before. Suwa, unfazed, responds bluntly. She explains that it all depends on her appetite. It's just a cycle since it's summer vacation, and the mornings tend to be boring anyway. Eating breakfast doesn't feel as irritating as it used to. Downstairs, Yune carefully places a large portion of carp stew on the dining table. As she sets it down, she admits that she's not entirely sure if it will taste good, urging everyone to try it while it's hot. Daeho, looking at the dish, immediately comments that it looks delicious, his expression already showing anticipation. Hearing this, Yune feels relieved she had taken the time to follow a professional cooking show, hoping to get it right. Meanwhile, Mia sits at the table, seemingly lost in thought. Later that day, Mia calls out to her mom, letting her know that she's heading out to meet a friend. With that, she steps outside, casually adjusting her bag as she leaves the house. However, as soon as she steps past the gate, she comes to an abrupt stop. Standing right in front of her is a girl Yuhi who looks just as startled by the sudden encounter. For a moment, there's silence as they take in each other's presence. Mia, unfamiliar with the girl in front of her, narrows her eyes slightly and directly asks who she is. Yuhi, instead of answering, shifts the conversation toward Daeho. She asks if Mia knows him, her tone carrying a hint of curiosity. Mia, still not understanding where this is going, simply replies that she does. But then, she quickly follows up by asking why Yuhi is looking for him. At that, Yuhi finally introduces herself, stating that she is the elder sister of Daeho's best friend and that she came to see him. The moment the words register, something clicks in Mia's mind. She finally pieces it together. This girl is Gobong's older sister. Maya heads back into the house and calls out to Daeho, who rushes over and asks what's going on. Maya tells him that a pretty guest is waiting for him and that he should go see her since she's waiting. Daeho wonders what Maya means by pretty guest, to which she simply says he'll find out once he steps outside. Thanking her, Daeho heads out, curious about who it could be. Meanwhile, Yune approaches Maya and asks who came to visit Daeho. Maya dismisses her, saying she doesn't need to know and that she'll take care of Daeho herself. Startled, Yune wonders what Maya is up to. Daeho steps outside and realizes that Yuhi is waiting for him. He asks if something happened, but instead, Yuhi points in a direction and asks if he doesn't mind taking a walk with her to talk. Daeho agrees. As they walk together, Yuhi asks if he's surprised to see her, to which he replies that he is. Meanwhile, Maya glances toward the gate, wondering how something like this could happen. Yuhi learns that Daeho doesn't have a cell phone because he has already broken two. Since replacing phones isn't exactly cheap, he's been saving up to buy a new one. Seeing this, Yuhi pulls a phone out of her bag. It's one she used in the past, but it still works just fine. Without hesitation, she hands it to him, offering it as a gift. Daeho is caught off guard. His eyes widen as he processes the gesture. He hesitates for a moment, as if trying to confirm whether she's actually serious about giving him the phone. Yuhi explains that since he doesn't have a phone, it's impossible for her to stay in touch with him. Simple as that. Instead of answering whatever is running through his mind, she casually changes the topic. She gestures toward a direction, mentioning that there's a place she used to visit often when she was younger. Without much choice, Daeho follows her lead. The walk eventually brings them to an old, abandoned factory. The place looks like it hasn't been touched in years. Rusted metal, broken windows, your typical eerie setting. Yuhi then shares a story about how, at some point, a group of adults secretly used the factory as a hideout to organize illegal fights. It was her dad who told her about it, and even now, she still finds it fascinating. Daeho takes in the sight, clearly surprised. He never imagined that a place like this existed so close by. Yuhi then recalls how she once came here with Gobong when they were kids. Unlike her, though, Gobong wanted nothing to do with the place. He took one look at it, decided it was creepy, and never came back. Yuhi, on the other hand, actually finds the ruined factory quite nice in its own way. She glances at Daeho, curious. Without warning, she asks if he finds the place scary. Daeho, trying to keep his cool, shakes his head and confidently says he isn't scared. Yuhi watches him for a second, then breaks into a small smile. With an amused tone, she remarks that he looks really manly. Maya sits with her friends at a cafe, sipping her drink while absent-mindedly scrolling through her phone. Her thoughts keep drifting to Daeho, wondering if he has already gone home. But no matter how much she tries to shake it off, a nagging feeling lingers. What if he's actually out somewhere having fun with that other girl? The thought annoys her more than she wants to admit. One of her friends sitting beside her suddenly calls out her name, snapping her back to reality. Maya flinches slightly, caught off guard. She quickly looks up and mutters that she was just checking her phone for a moment. Her friend, however, doesn't seem convinced. With a teasing tone, she points out that it's been ages since they last met, so why is Maya so distracted? Then, without missing a beat, she playfully asks if Maya met someone special recently. Maya scoffs at the idea, waving it off. She insists that she has been at home since the start of the holidays, so there was no way she could have met anyone. Before her friend can pry further, she abruptly stands up, excusing herself to go to the bathroom. As she walks away, her friend watches her closely, clearly unconvinced by her vague response. Meanwhile, Yuhi and Daeho stroll casually down the street, chatting as if they've known each other forever. The atmosphere is light and relaxed until an unexpected voice interrupts them. Gobong suddenly steps off a public transit bus, spotting them immediately. His eyes widen in surprise before he calls out to them, demanding to know what they're doing together. Both Daeho and Yuhi freeze for a moment before exchanging quick glances. Well, this just got awkward. Gobong looks at Yuhi with curiosity and asks why she's with Daeho. Caught off guard, Yuhi hesitates for a moment before quickly explaining that she just happened to run into Daeho on her way back from downtown. Picking up on her flustered reaction, Daeho smoothly plays along, adding that he was actually on his way to see Gobong. Gobong grins at their explanation, nodding as if it makes perfect sense. He casually remarks that they must have run into each other by accident. Without giving them much time to react, Yuhi suddenly grabs both Gobong and Daeho by the arms and cheerfully drags them along, insisting they head home together. As they walk, Gobong turns to Yuhi and asks if she knows that Daeho doesn't have a cell phone. Yuhi nods, saying that Daeho already told her he broke his phone twice. Actually, hearing this, Gobong casually suggests that Yuhi lend Daeho one of her extra phones. Daeho, who hadn't really expected the conversation to turn in this direction, raises an eyebrow before admitting that it wouldn't be a bad idea. Later, at Gobong's house, Daeho becomes completely absorbed in controlling a drone, maneuvering it around with sharp focus. Meanwhile, Yuhi and Gobong sit nearby, enjoying slices of fresh watermelon, watching Daeho like he's some kind of overgrown kid with a new toy. Meanwhile, back at home, Maya steps inside and immediately asks her mom if Daeho has come back yet. Her mom casually replies that he's not home yet. Hearing this, Maya frowns slightly before heading straight to her room, her mind preoccupied. Something about Daeho's absence doesn't sit right with her. What is he even doing out so late? Later, that evening, the whole family gathers around the dinner table. Conversations flow naturally, but Maya stays unusually quiet. Instead, she keeps sneaking glances at Daeho, her thoughts running in circles. Maya quietly stands up from the dinner table, picking up her dish as she announces that she doesn't have an appetite tonight. Without waiting for a response, she walks away, leaving an awkward silence behind. Later that night, Maya enters Daeho's room. Finding him still awake, she raises an eyebrow and asks why he isn't asleep yet. Daeho, without looking up, tells her to come in and take a seat while he continues fiddling with his phone. Maya notices the device right away, and something about it feels off. She doesn't remember him getting a new phone. Curiously, she asks where it came from. Still distracted, Daeho casually replies that Yuhi gave it to him. Maya blinks, her mood shifting instantly. She asks if he means the same girl who came to see him earlier in the morning. Daeho nods, confirming that Yuhi had an extra phone she wasn't using anymore, so she gave it to him. His tone carries a hint of excitement, like he actually appreciates the gift. Maya, however, doesn't share the sentiment. She crosses her arms, staring at Daeho with growing irritation. Just what's so special about Yuhi? And why does he keep calling her Nuna so easily? The way he says it feels too natural, too comfortable. Her mind drifts back to when they were kids. She had always made it clear she was his only and real Nuna. Back then, Daeho was practically glued to her, following her around like a lost puppy. She had looked after him, cared for him, and for the longest time he only ever relied on her, even if other girls were around. Why does it feel like Daeho is suddenly seeing someone else in a different light? Snapping back to the present, Maya shakes off the thought. She then asks if Daeho wants to play Jenga with her. Daeho barely looks up, responding with a disinterested tone. He says it's too late to play tonight, but if Maya really wants to, they can have a few games tomorrow afternoon. He even promises to make time for her. Maya freezes, completely stunned. Did Daeho just reject her? Later, Maya sits alone in her room, staring blankly at the ceiling. No matter how hard she tries to ignore it, something about Daeho feels different. It's not just about the phone, or Yuhi, it's him. He seems more independent, more mature all of a sudden. There was a time when he wouldn't even think twice before sticking by her side. But now, it feels like he's slowly slipping away. The family sits down for breakfast, enjoying a peaceful morning, when Daeho's uncle casually announces that he'll be going on a business trip to Seoul next week. With a relaxed tone, he offers to bring back something for anyone who wants a souvenir. Sua immediately sees an opportunity and chimes in, saying she wants to go with him since there's a show she's been dying to see. Meanwhile, Maya, without much thought, tells her dad to just buy her some clothes, complaining that she has absolutely nothing to wear these days. Her dad, clearly used to this claim, raises an eyebrow before bringing up something he's asked many times before, whether his daughters will finally agree to go on a trip with him. Before anyone can answer, Daeho's aunt turns to Daeho and asks if he wants to tag along as well. Daeho, however, doesn't even hesitate before shaking his head. With his usual motion sickness, a trip that long would be nothing short of torture. Maya smirks at his response, clearly entertained. She doesn't let the moment pass without throwing in a little jab, calling him a total country bumpkin. Later, Sua heads back to her room, ready to relax until she suddenly senses someone behind her. When she turns around, she nearly jumps out of her skin, startled to see Daeho walking right behind her. She immediately scolds him for sneaking up on her like that, her expression somewhere between shock and annoyance. Daeho, on the other hand, looks completely confused, as if he has no idea what she's even talking about. Before things can get any more awkward, Maya steps in, arms crossed, amusement written all over her face. With an easygoing tone, she points out how strangely Sua is acting, wondering why she seems so nervous around Daeho. They're all part of the same family. After all, what exactly does she think he's up to? Sua's face twitches, clearly irritated by Maya's words. With an exasperated huff, she spins on her heel and storms into her room, making sure to throw out one last remark, something about Maya pretending to be so nice. Maya, however, just laughs to herself before turning to Daeho with a smile. As far as she's concerned, Sua's little outburst isn't worth another second of her time. Maya steps out of her room, stretching slightly as she heads toward the kitchen. Just as she does, Daeho also steps out of his room and immediately notices her. Curious, he asks where she's going. Without much thought, Maya casually responds that she's craving an ice pop from the fridge. Hearing this, Daeho decides to tag along, which makes Maya secretly pleased. After feeling ignored for a while, she finally has his attention again, just like before. His one and only Nuna, back in the spotlight. The two of them stand in front of the fridge, scanning the different flavors, each trying to decide which one to take. After a bit of deliberation, Maya hands Daeho one and then calls out to their mom, asking if she wants one too. Their mom, without looking up from what she's doing, agrees. As Maya watches her mom continue working despite the heat, she can't help but comment on it. She wonders out loud how her mom manages to keep working so much when the weather is so unbearably hot. Her mom, without missing a beat, replies that with everyone at home for the holidays, she doesn't really have a choice. No matter how hot it is, they still eat just as much, maybe even more. Feeding as many people isn't exactly an easy task. Before Maya can say anything, her mom smoothly changes the topic, throwing in a light-hearted complaint, especially since Maya doesn't even bother helping out. Maya immediately protests, raising an eyebrow at the regretful tone in her mom's voice. She reminds her that she did help out the other day. She even cut some onions. Clearly, that should count for something. Daeho sits at the breakfast table with his aunt and his sisters, quietly enjoying his meal. His aunt, always attentive, scoops another serving of rice into his bowl, and he accepts it without hesitation, never one to turn down extra food. Mih, meanwhile, remains lost in thought. Daeho has always shown a strong appetite, never complaining or being picky, even when faced with food he clearly doesn't like. Despite this, he eats everything put in front of him with ease. Whether it's because of his eating habits or something else, his energy never seems to run out. The moment playtime comes around, he's always the most active one. As another helping of rice lands in his bowl, something shifts in Maya's mind. A realization creeps in, one she has been unconsciously avoiding. The way she sees Daeho has changed. He is no longer just her adoptive brother. The thought alone sends a wave of embarrassment through her. Overwhelmed, she lowers her head onto the table, trying to push the feelings away. Her heartbeat feels louder than it should, and frustration lingers in her expression. Falling for someone like Daeho feels ridiculous, yet the thought refuses to leave her mind. Suah, noticing Maya's odd behavior, lets out a remark in amusement. Without lifting her head, Maya weakly claims that she has no appetite. Though the words don't sound convincing, Suah, clearly enjoying the moment, takes the opportunity to tease her, turning the scene into yet another playful bickering session. Their mother watches the two of them with an exhausted expression. Despite being well into their 20s, the way they act hasn't changed one bit. The next day, Maya stands near the door, all dressed up and ready to leave, a bright red suitcase by her side. Her mom walks past and stops at the sight of the luggage, her expression shifting slightly. With a knowing look, she points out that Maya is only going on a 2-night, 3-day trip, making such a big suitcase seem unnecessary. Maya, practically glowing with excitement, eagerly explains that the suitcase is completely empty. The whole purpose of bringing it is to fill it with new clothes she plans to buy. Suah, overhearing the conversation, doesn't let the moment pass without taking a jab. With a smirk, she mockingly remarks that it's not just the suitcase that's empty, but also the owner's brain. Maya, never one to ignore an insult, immediately turns to confront her, stepping forward with narrowed eyes. Her tone sharpens as she demands an explanation, though the irritation in her voice only seems to amuse Suah more. Suah, unfazed, simply retorts that Maya hasn't been to Seoul in ages, and yet the only thing on her mind is shopping. MIH. Crossing her arms, fires back without hesitation. Suah is just as guilty of planning to enjoy herself, only in a different way, by doing cultural activities like watching a performance or visiting a museum. Suah, unimpressed, shrugs and dismisses the argument. Performances and museums are things she can easily watch on her smartphone whenever she wants. Shopping, on the other hand, is different. Without trying on the clothes in person, there's no way to know what actually looks good. Maya, firm in her stance, refuses to let this opportunity go to waste. Some things in life just can't be experienced through a screen. Their dad calls out, letting them know that if they're ready, it's time to leave. Without hesitation, Daeho steps forward and offers to carry Maya's luggage to the car. Pleased with the gesture, Maya reaches out and pats him on the head, a satisfied smile on her face. With a teasing tone, she asks if he's going to be able to survive in her absence. Daeho, unfazed, simply nods and reassures her that he'll be fine. There's no need to worry, she should just focus on having a good trip. Suah, watching their little exchange, lets out a scoff. With an amused smirk, she mocks them, pointing out how dramatic they're acting. To her, it looks less like a short trip and more like they're heading off to a battlefield. Once they reach the car, a new battle begins, this time between Maya and Suah. Maya immediately snaps, insisting that the front passenger seat is her spot. Suah, of course, doesn't back down so easily, and the two start bickering once again, voices overlapping as their dad sighs in exhaustion. Eventually, after much arguing and reluctant compromises, they all board the car. Their father starts the engine and, before driving off, waves at Daeho. He reminds him not to forget his request and to take good care of his aunt while they're away. Daeho nods, telling his uncle not to worry. With that, the car pulls away, leaving him and his aunt standing at the entrance. Daeho then turns to his aunt, casually suggesting that since everyone's gone, they should head back inside. His aunt agrees, though there's a slight unease in her expression. The thought of being alone in the house with only Daeho lingers in her mind, but she quickly shakes it off, deciding not to dwell on it. A while later, she is seen slicing onions in the kitchen when Daeho suddenly calls out to her. The unexpected voice startles her, and she flinches slightly before turning to face him. Daeho informs her that he's heading out to meet Gobong and will be back before dinner. Though still a little flustered, his aunt nods, giving him a nervous reminder not to come home too late. With that, Daeho heads out. Some time later, he arrives at an open plain, glancing around to make sure he's at the right location. It doesn't take long before he spots Yuhi waving at him from a short distance away. He quickly makes his way toward her, greeting her as he asks if she's been waiting long. Yuhi shakes her head, saying she just arrived. Daeho then asks about Gobong, wondering what he was up to before she left. Yuhi casually explains that he was taking a nap, having gone to bed late the previous night. Daeho, now understanding why Gobong wasn't answering his messages, simply nods. With a bright expression, Yuhi suggests heading to the forest. Without any objections, Daeho agrees, and the two begin walking together. Daeho's aunt sets a cake down on the table, a warm smile on her face as she asks if he likes it. She proudly tells him that she made it herself, just for him. Daeho, caught off guard, blinks in surprise. For a moment, he looks confused, pointing out that it's not even his birthday yet. His aunt simply nods, already expecting that reaction. She calmly explains that she knows, but today marks the anniversary of the day Daeho started living with them as family. Hearing this, Daeho pauses. He hadn't realized the date, but now that he thinks about it, she's right. Back then, it was during summer when he first came to this house. A strange feeling washes over him, something between nostalgia and quiet gratitude. His aunt, keeping the mood light, cheerfully suggests that even though it's just the two of them tonight, they should still have a little celebration. Without waiting for a response, she lights the candles on the cake, the soft glow flickering between them. Gesturing toward the candles, she encourages him to close his eyes and make a wish. Daeho, however, hesitates. His expression shifts slightly as he questions whether he really has to make one. His aunt, not letting him brush it off, gently insists. During a celebration like this, making a wish is part of the tradition. She then looks at him expectantly, asking if there's really nothing he wants. After a brief silence, Daeho finally speaks. His voice is quiet, almost uncertain. Even if he does make a wish, he wonders who would actually make it come true. No one has that kind of power. The whole idea of wishing for something, knowing it won't work, feels strange to him. Daeho's aunt, noticing his hesitation, offers a suggestion. If he doesn't believe in wishes coming true, then what if she is the one granting it? The moment those words leave her mouth, Daeho's expression changes. A spark of eagerness flickers in his eyes as he leans in slightly, asking if she really means it, if she'll actually listen to anything he asks. His aunt, amused by his sudden enthusiasm, nods in agreement. Without wasting another second, Daeho blows out the candle and sits back with a satisfied look, announcing that he made his wish. His aunt, curious, asks what it was. Daeho, however, keeps his answer vague, simply saying he'll tell her later. Instead, he takes a moment to thank her, his voice carrying genuine warmth. She has always been kind to him, and he appreciates it more than she probably realizes. His aunt, touched by his words, smiles and tells him that she's truly glad he's living with them. But as she watches him, a quiet sense of pity lingers in her thoughts. No matter how cheerful he seems, there's something about him that still feels fragile. She silently decides that from now on, she'll take even better care of him. Soon after, they sit down for dinner. The table is filled with delicious homemade dishes, and Daeho, after taking a few bites, can't help but express his amazement. He even jokes that he feels a little sorry for his sisters, missing out on such a great meal while they're away. His aunt chuckles at the remark, pleased that he's enjoying the food. Later, after finishing the dishes, she stretches, feeling the strain in her arms and back. The housework for the night is finally done, and she decides it's time to rest. As she makes her way toward her room, a strange feeling settles in her chest. Maybe it's just because the others aren't home, or maybe it's because it's only her and Daeho in the house tonight. But something about the space around her feels different, larger, emptier, almost as spacious. Maya, Suwa, and their dad step out of the movie theater. The night air cool against their skin after spending hours inside. The city lights glow around them, creating a lively atmosphere. But exhaustion is starting to settle in after a long day. Later, the girls are seen lying on the bed in their hotel room, winding down for the night. Their dad soon peeks in, checking on them with a casual reminder to sleep early since they must be tired. Maya, however, narrows her eyes at him, sensing something off. With a sly tone, she remarks that he sounds like he's telling them to sleep early just so he can sneak out of the hotel. Her dad stiffens at the accusation, stuttering as he hurriedly denies it. He insists that he isn't going anywhere, but Maya remains unconvinced. Her suspicion only grows as she watches his reaction. Still, her priorities lie elsewhere. Stretching her arms lazily, she casually changes the topic, mentioning that there are so many clothes she wants to buy tomorrow. She then reminds her dad to be generous with the money. Without much choice, he sighs and reassures her, saying she doesn't need to worry, he'll just give her his credit card tomorrow. With that, he attempts to escape the conversation, telling them once again to sleep. MIH, however, isn't letting it go that easily. She smirks, stating that she plans to check his room later just to make sure he's sleeping well. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, their dad sighs deeply, rubbing his forehead. He stands there for a moment, wondering what's gotten into Maya and why she's suddenly acting like a detective. Accepting his fate, he pulls out his phone and makes a call, speaking in a quiet voice. He informs President Park that he won't be able to come tonight. Bringing his daughters along has proven to be much more of a challenge than he expected. Daeho lies on his bed, staring at the ceiling in a relaxed daze when his phone suddenly buzzes. It's a call from Gobong. Gobon, in his usual casual tone, asks if Daeho is busy before mentioning that he's currently eating fresh watermelon with his sister. Apparently, they cut open a big one, and there's way too much for just the two of them. Gobon explains that his sister suggested inviting Daeho over, wondering if he'd like to join them. For a moment, Daeho hesitates before replying that he would like to, but he doesn't think he can go today. Gobon pauses for a second before guessing the reason. With a knowing tone, he asks if it's because Daeho's uncle and sisters left. For Seoul, Daeho confirms, explaining that with them gone, he feels responsible for taking care of the house while they're away. Even if it's just for a few days, he can't leave things unattended. Maybe next time. Meanwhile, over at Gobon's place, he sits with his sister, finishing the watermelon. She lets out a small sigh, looking a little disappointed that Daeho isn't coming. A quiet thought crosses her mind. It seems like next time might finally be her chance to let Daeho hear what she's been practicing. Back in Seoul, Maya and Sua stroll down the busy streets, weaving through the crowd. Maya, holding multiple shopping bags, looks absolutely thrilled. With a bright smile, she declares that having their dad's wallet is the best. The sheer number of good things she's bought makes her feel like she's living her best life, and she has no plans of stopping just yet. However, as the weight of the bag starts getting to her, her excitement slightly wavers. Her arms begin to ache, and she lets out a small groan. A single thought crosses her mind. It really would have been nice if Daeho had come along. Daeho and his aunt sit together, enjoying a peaceful moment when, all of a sudden, the front door swings open. Maya strides in, announcing her grand return. Both Daeho and his aunt freeze in place, completely caught off guard. The sudden arrival leaves them momentarily stunned, their eyes widening as if they've just seen a ghost. Maya, unfazed by their reaction, immediately turns her attention to Daeho. With a teasing tone, she questions whether he's been keeping the house safe like he was supposed to. Without a second of hesitation, Daeho dashes toward her, excitement lighting up his face. He throws his arms around her, exclaiming that he missed her so much before eagerly asking if she had fun in Seoul. Not far behind, Sua steps inside, rolling her eyes at the overly sentimental reunion. With a smirk, she dryly comments on how weird their family must be to miss each other after just a few days apart. Maya doesn't let it slide. Crossing her arms, she fires back, calling Sua cold-hearted for not understanding anything about true family relationships. Meanwhile, Daeho's aunt, finally snapping out of her surprise, turns to Maya with a warm smile. She asks if she had fun on her trip before casually inquiring about their father. Right on cue, their dad stumbles inside, visibly struggling under the weight of multiple suitcases and shopping bags. His exhausted expression says everything. This was not part of his original plan. Daeho's aunt gasps in horror before rushing toward him. Her voice rises in shock as she demands to know why he's carrying so much luggage. Her eyes darted between the overflowing bags before immediately landing on Maya, suspicion growing. Maya, completely unfazed, brushes it off and turns back to Daeho. With a playful grin, she tells him that she brought back a delicious chocolate from Seoul just for him. Before he can react, she grabs his hand and eagerly drags him upstairs, claiming they should go enjoy it right away. As the two disappear, Daeho's aunt stands frozen, watching them leave. A deep sigh escapes her lips as disappointment settles in. Despite their cheerful return, neither of her daughters had even bothered to properly greet her. Everyone gathers around the dining table, the atmosphere relaxed as Daeho's aunt announces that, since the weather is so hot, she prepared some fried noodles for dinner. The moment the words leave her mouth, excitement spreads across the table. Fried noodles are always a win. As the meal begins, Maya turns to her father with a curious glance before casually asking why he isn't at work today. Without holding back, she jokingly questions whether the company went bankrupt, her tone dripping with playful sarcasm. Her dad, already used to her comments, sighs before replying. He reassures her that the company is perfectly fine. He only stayed home because he's waiting for Sean Bang to arrive. Maya, hearing the name, suddenly perks up. She immediately realizes that it's the uncle from Taiwan. Without missing a beat, she then asks if Unam will be coming along to. Her dad nods, confirming that Sean Bang and Unam are on vacation. They'll be staying in Korea for a short while before heading back. At this, Daeho's aunt turns to Daeho and asks if he still remembers Unam. Daeho, without hesitation, nods. A hint of nostalgia flashes across his face as he recalls their time together. They got along well back then, spending hours and hours playing video games. Unlike most people, Unam could actually keep up with him, making her one of the best gaming partners he ever had. Feeling a sense of pride, Daeho leans back and does a quick calculation in his head. Since it's been 6 years since they last met, Unum must be 19 by now. A smug look crosses his face as he declares that since she's younger, she'll have to call him older brother now. Just as he says this, voices echo from outside, signaling that the long-awaited guests have arrived. Daeho's uncle, wasting no time, urges everyone to come outside and greet their relatives. As the family begins to move, Suah suddenly mutters under her breath that she will not be letting Unum sleep in her room. Mih. Overhearing this, lets out a dramatic sigh before remarking that Suah isn't just cold-hearted, she's selfish too. Suah, completely unbothered by the comment, casually states that she's been busy with writing lately. Having someone in her space would just be inconvenient. Before their conversation can go any further, the front door swings open, and a young woman steps inside, dragging a large suitcase behind her. The moment Maya and Daeho lay eyes on her, their expressions freeze in shock. Unum has arrived, and she is not the little girl they remember. Daeho stares at Unum, his mind struggling to process what he's seen. The question slips out before he can stop himself. Is she really the same Unum who used to play with him back then? Unum, unfazed by his reaction, simply stretches out her hand and places it on his head. With a teasing smile, she notes that he hasn't changed much. He still looks the same, though he has grown a little taller than her now. Daeho, still slightly dazed, remarks that he's just surprised. Back then, Unum was practically a baby, but now, she's changed so much. Eunnim, amused by his reaction, shrugs casually. Ever since she moved to Taiwan, she's been growing like a storm, fast and unstoppable. After their short reunion, she turns to Maya and Suah, greeting them warmly. The sisters return the greeting, and Maya, now more relaxed, asks if living abroad was fun. Before Unum can answer, Maya gestures toward the house, suggesting that she should come inside and unpack first before they continue chatting. With a bright smile, Unum nods, stating that she'll be in their care for the next 5 days. Just as she finishes speaking, Suah, with her usual cool tone, announces that Maya will be sharing her bedroom with Unum. Since Maya is the one guiding her, she should take responsibility. Maya immediately snaps at her, demanding to know why Suah is the one making the decisions. Suah, unfazed as always, simply reminds her that they already discussed this. With the contest deadline approaching, she doesn't have time to waste. She needs peace and quiet to focus on her writing before Maya can argue further. Unum turns to her with an innocent expression and asks if she hates the idea of sharing a room with her. Maya, not wanting to sound rude, immediately shakes her head, insisting that it's not like that. Of course, they'll be sleeping together. Eunim's single quotes S face lights up at the response. Without warning, she throws her arms around Maya in an excited hug, completely unbothered by her protests. Meanwhile, Maya stands frozen, staring blankly ahead. 5 days might be more challenging than she thought. Unum later finds herself in Daeho's room. As she studies him with a playful smile, she tilts her head slightly before remarking that he looks more mature than she expected. Back when they were kids, she always thought he would stay a crybaby forever. Daeho, not about to let that slide, straightens his posture and firmly states that he is 20 years old now. With an air of importance, he adds that he's old enough to take responsibility for his words and actions. Eunnim, amused by his serious tone, nods thoughtfully before claiming that she can't wait to turn 22. For some reason, Daeho suddenly shifts into philosopher mode. With a dramatic sigh, he explains that age alone doesn't make someone wise. Becoming a philosopher is no simple task, it's a lonely journey, filled with countless experiences, trials, and errors. Life constantly throws obstacles in the way, and one must endure them all to grow. Unum listens for a second before abruptly changing the subject. She casually suggests that they have to go to the beach tomorrow. Daeho, completely thrown off by the sudden shift, blinks in surprise before hesitantly agreeing. Eunnim, satisfied, claps her hands together and excitedly reveals that before coming here, she had an overwhelming urge to go to the beach. Later in the evening, Daeho sits alone in his room, staring at the ceiling in deep thought. It still surprises him how much Unum has changed. Just a few years ago, she was such a little girl, but now, she's grown so much. With a sigh, he mutters to himself that girls really do grow up fast. Meanwhile, in Maya's room, Unum happily thanks her for agreeing to go to the beach with her tomorrow. She admits that if she had gone alone with Daeho, she probably would have been bored. Maya, crossing her arms, scoffs at the idea. There's no way she'd let the little kids go to the beach alone. Naturally, she has to take care of them. Unum laughs at Maya's words before casually mentioning that it would have been even more fun if Suah had decided to join them. Maya, however, doesn't even hesitate before waving off the thought. She tells Yunam to just forget about Suwa. Whatever she does in her room all day remains a mystery, and she's always so busy with something or other. It's best not to even bother. Suwa sits alone in her room, sipping from a kin drink while focused on her laptop. The soft glow of the screen reflects on her face as she types, completely absorbed in her work. The next day at the beach, the sun shines brightly, the waves rolling in with a rhythmic crash. Yunam, filled with boundless energy, dashes along the shore, laughing as the sea breeze ruffles her hair. Daeho and Maya stand nearby, watching her enthusiasm with amusement. Maya, arms crossed, casually remarks that Yunam seems way too excited, almost as if this is her first time at the beach. A small smirk plays on her lips as she considers whether they should just let loose and have fun as well. However, just as she's about to step forward, her attention shifts. She spots her mom standing at a distance, an odd expression on her face, sensing something is off. Maya walks up to her and asks what's wrong. Her mom lets out a sigh before explaining that the kids could have easily come here on their own. Being the only adult in the group makes her feel out of place. This isn't exactly an age where she should be playing at the beach. Mih, unimpressed, immediately shuts down that way of thinking. There has to be an adult responsible for them, after all. With a confident grin, she urges her mom to go change quickly so she can enjoy herself properly. Meanwhile, Daeho sits under a shaded area, leaning back slightly as he watches the waves. He starts to wonder what's taking the lady so long. Soon enough, Maya finally steps out, now dressed in a bikini. She walks toward him with her usual confidence, clearly enjoying the fresh air. Nim follows closely behind, though instead of a bikini, she's wearing a rash guard. With a teasing smirk, she casually tells Daeho that she owes him a bikini next time, as if making a mental note for future plans. Daeho doesn't even know how to react to that. Meanwhile, Maya's mom seems hesitant to come out in her own bikini. Instead, she throws on another gown over it, keeping herself covered. Maya, upon seeing this, immediately looks annoyed. With a deep sigh, she points out that there's no fun in wearing that. Her mom, however, remains firm in her decision. She settles under the shade, saying that she'll stay there and watch over their things while the rest of them go have fun. Maya, realizing she won't win this battle, decides to drop it. Instead, she turns to Daeho and asks if he wants to go buy some snacks with her. Yunam and Daeho's aunt splash around in the shallow waters, laughing as the waves crash against their legs. The sun glows warmly overhead, the salty breeze filling the air. As they continue playing, Yunam suddenly stops, looking toward the direction Daeho and Maya had disappeared to. With a small pout, she crosses her arms and remarks that the two of them are taking Wade along. The wait is starting to get boring, and she wonders if she should go look for them. Daeho's aunt, always the responsible one, steps forward before Yunam can act on the thought. She assures her that she'll go instead, it'll be safer that way. Later, Daeho's aunt walks through a quiet neighborhood, her steps slowing as she takes in her surroundings. She had clearly heard Maya say the store was close by, but now, looking around, she isn't so sure anymore. She sighs, realizing that she's already wandered much farther than expected. A small debate plays in her mind: should she turn back or go a little further? The late afternoon breeze brushes against her skin, sending a light shiver down her spine. Only now does she fully grasp the situation. If she had known she'd be walking this far, she definitely would have worn a jacket. A faint flush creeps onto her cheeks as she becomes increasingly aware of how exposed she feels. Walking around in nothing but a bikini, the idea alone is enough to make her want to shrink into herself. Just then, a low voice interrupts her thoughts. Seated on a bench nearby, a drunk man lifts his head, his gaze lazily fixing on her. He squints slightly before slurring out a question, asking where she's headed. Her instincts immediately kick in, signaling her to be cautious. Stepping back slightly, she debates whether she should respond at all. However, after a moment, she decides to ask if there's a store nearby, keeping her tone polite but distant. The man lets out a chuckle before claiming that there is a store close by. With a sluggish movement, he pushes himself off the bench and offers to take her there, insisting that it's just around the corner. As they walk, the conversation takes an unexpected turn. The man, still somewhat swaying from his drunken state, eventually learns that she's a married woman. At this, a slow grin spreads across his face as he makes a remark. He actually prefers married women. A cold chill crawls up her spine at his words. A sinking feeling settles in her chest as she wonders what exactly he meant by that. Yunam sits under the shade, her arms resting on her knees as she absent-mindedly kicks at the sand. The ocean waves roll in and out, but her mind is elsewhere. It's been quite a while now, and Daeho's aunt still hasn't returned. A small frown tugs at her lips as she wonders what's taking so long. Meanwhile, Daeho's aunt finally arrives at the convenience store, led by the drunk man. She glances around the area, scanning the surroundings with expectation only to realize that Daeho and Maya are nowhere to be found. A slight crease forms between her brows. If they aren't here, does that mean they went to another store instead? The drunk man, watching her reaction, lets out a slow chuckle before tilting his head. With a slurred voice, he asks if she's looking for her kids, then jokingly wonders if she lost them. She shakes her head quickly, brushing off his assumption. Daeho and Maya are not lost. They're both adults now, already in their 20s, and more than capable of taking care of themselves. Hearing this, the man waves his hand dismissively and tells her not to worry. He then suddenly offers to buy her an ice cream, saying it'll help her cool down from the heat. She hesitates instinctively, wanting to refuse. Something about him still makes her uneasy. However, before she can turn down the offer, he insists. His voice remains lighthearted, but there's a certain pushiness behind his words, making it difficult to refuse again. Some time later, the two are seen sitting nearby. Daeho's aunt quietly eats the ice cream, trying to focus on the cool relief it brings rather than the strange situation she's found herself in. The man, standing beside her, suddenly gestures toward a narrow alley. His expression shifts slightly as he tells her that they should head there for a moment. His store is just inside. In his words, her grip on the ice cream stick tightens slightly. A sense of unease creeps in, and she asks, her voice calm but wary, why they need to go there. Instead of answering properly, the man steps closer and grabs her wrist. His grip is firm, not painful, but strong enough that it sends a sharp jolt of alarm through her. With a strange smile, he tells her that she'll find out if she follows him. It's close by anyway. She stiffens, instinctively trying to pull away, but he doesn't let go. His grip remains steady as he tugs her toward the alley. His voice casual, as if nothing is wrong. Step by step, she finds herself being pulled along, her heart pounding as uncertainty grips her. The store, hidden within the alleyway, looms ahead. Maya and Daeho walk side by side down the street. Maya keeps looking around, scanning the area with curiosity. She recalls that her friends mentioned a convenience store nearby, though she doesn't seem entirely sure where it is. Still, she appears determined. Finding snacks is serious business. As they continue, a woman spots Maya and immediately recognizes her. Her eyes light up with familiarity, and she steps closer, clearly curious about Maya's presence in the area. Before Maya can respond, the woman's gaze drifts downward, and her expression shifts to mild shock. She takes in Maya's outfit, a bikini, completely out of place on the city streets. Surprise and disbelief flicker across her face as she questions Maya's choice of clothing. Maya, unbothered, explains that she and Daeho just came from the beach. The woman sighs, clearly unimpressed, and suggests that wearing something over the bikini might have been a good idea. Her tone carries a mix of amusement and concern, as if she isn't sure whether to scold Maya or simply accept her carefree attitude. Her attention then shifts to Daeho. She looks at him more closely, as if trying to remember something before, leaning slightly toward Maya and whispering something. A brief, knowing expression appears on her face as she quietly asks whether Daeho is her little brother. Without hesitation, Maya confirms it. Maya then turns to Daeho, encouraging him to greet the woman properly. She introduces her as one of her friends, Kang Juri. Daeho, though slightly stiff, offers a polite greeting. Juri acknowledges him with a smile and responds warmly. She observes that the last time she saw him, he was still a child, but now he has grown a lot. A slight pause follows before she curiously asks about his age. Daeho states that he is now 20. Juri takes a moment to process this, as if adjusting her memory of him to fit the person standing before her. My age. Not dwelling on the conversation for long, shifts the topic back to the convenience store. She asks Juri if she knows where it is. Juri, however, seems more focused on Maya's appearance, giving her a skeptical look, as if silently questioning whether she really intends to walk into a store dressed like that. Maya, unfazed, makes it clear that she has no issue with it. Without much more discussion, Maya and Daeho continue on their way, leaving Juri behind. Juri, still looking slightly amused and concerned, watches them go. Meanwhile, back at the beach, Yunam sits in the sand, staring out at the waves. A strange feeling settles over her, an odd sense of being left behind. Her mind races, filled with the suspicion that something is happening without her. Whether it's betrayal, abandonment, or just a little paranoia, she isn't sure, but she can't shake the feeling. Back in the streets, Maya and Daeho successfully purchase their snacks and begin heading back. Daeho's aunt sits down, settling. into the chair as a man hands her a drink. Her expression, however, remains tense as she immediately questions why they are here. Her gaze sweeps over the surroundings, and her thoughts seem to piece together a realization this man appears to be the owner of a karaoke bar. The man, seemingly expecting this reaction, takes a seat across from her. A small sigh escapes him as he acknowledges the unspoken thoughts running through her mind. He admits that the whole situation is somewhat embarrassing to explain, but decides to clear things up anyway. Before anything else, he quickly reassures her that he is not homeless, despite what she might have assumed based on their earlier encounter. There is a moment of pause, as if waiting for her to process that revelation, before he continues with an explanation that takes an unexpected turn. With a somewhat amused yet exasperated tone, he begins telling her about the bizarre circumstances surrounding his character's existence. According to him, the creator of a comic had originally designed his character quite differently. When they first met, the author had mentioned that the artist initially wanted to give his character a Hawaiian shirt to make him look cooler. However, things didn't go as planned. The artist, as it turned out, was struggling with an art block. The script wasn't making much sense to her. The deadline for publication was rapidly approaching, and the pressure to complete everything was building up. In a desperate attempt to push through the creative slump, the artist made a random decision portraying his character as a homeless man somehow. This impulsive choice helped her overcome the mental block, allowing her to complete the drawings without further struggle. Because of this unexpected turn of events, his character ended up as a disheveled man smoking cigarette stubs on the street. The whole situation had spiraled from artistic frustration into something permanent, and now he had to live with it. He admits that bringing Daeho's aunt to the karaoke bar may not have been the best decision, but in the end, he can't help but place the blame on the author for not planning the scene more carefully. At the same time, he points out that the artist is also at fault for not fully understanding the script and simply drawing something at random. The man continues speaking with a sense of pride, emphasizing that when it comes to his character, he has always been extremely particular about details. He claims that this trait has existed long before he ever became part of a webtoon series, as if meticulousness is simply part of his nature. After this declaration, he shifts his tone slightly, offering an apology to Daeho's aunt. He acknowledges the odd situation she has found herself in, and then officially introduces himself, not just as some random man in a Hawaiian shirt, but as the boss of a karaoke bar. With a hopeful expression, he asks if she now understands where he is coming from. Daeho's aunt, however, simply looks at him, her face blank with confusion. Without hesitation, she states that she has absolutely no idea what he is talking about. Rather than being discouraged, the man casually hands her a microphone with an enthusiastic tone. He insists that instead of overthinking the situation, they should focus on enjoying the moment. To prove his point, he suggests that she should sing a song for a brief moment. Daeho's aunt is completely stunned. Singing was definitely not part of what she expected from this conversation. However, after a short hesitation, she eventually gives in and sings a song. As soon as she finishes, the man immediately comments on her performance. With a mix of admiration and business-minded calculation, he declares that she has the potential to work as a companion at his karaoke bar. He explains his vision: when customers come in to sing, she could join them, providing an engaging and lively experience. He further elaborates that it wouldn't just be about singing. She would also need to dance. In his view, it would be a win-win situation. She would make a little extra money, and at the same time, she could have some fun. Daeho's aunt, however, refuses without hesitation. She explains that she doesn't have the time for something like that. Her days are already packed with chores and the responsibility of taking care of her children. Undeterred, the man pulls out a business card and hands it to her. He tells her to keep it and to call him if she ever changes her mind. He then takes a moment to explain his reasoning. His bar is currently struggling. There aren't enough good companions to entertain customers, and as a result, sales have been declining. When he saw her, he had a sudden thought that she could be the solution to this problem. Wrapping up the conversation, he informs her that she won't be able to leave through the main entrance. The door isn't open yet. Instead, she will have to exit through the back door. Maya's mother eventually spots her, her expression filled with concern as she immediately asks what happened and whether Maya is okay. Maya, looking slightly flustered but otherwise fine, reassures her that she just finished handling her emergency. Her mother, however, doesn't seem entirely convinced and questions why Maya chose this particular place. Maya, unfazed, explains that as soon as she stepped out of the store, an overwhelming need to relieve herself hit her out of nowhere. With no other options, she quickly found an alley to take care of it. Her tone is casual, as if this is the Most natural thing in the world, but her mother's expression suggests otherwise. Shifting the conversation, Maya then asked what brings her mother here. Her mother explains that she came looking for them, but ended up feeling exhausted from the heat. Seeing this, Maya teasingly asked if she came here just to chill, though her mother brushes it off, insisting that it's nothing. Instead, she urges Maya to hurry, reminding her that Unum is still waiting alone. At that moment, Daeho appears. Maya takes the opportunity to clarify to her mother that Daeho wasn't just standing around, he was actually keeping watch to make sure no one saw her in the alley. A truly noble sacrifice. Her mother, however, doesn't seem completely satisfied with the explanation and questions why it took them so long in the first place. Maya casually explains that they ran into jury, and since they ended up talking for a while, it delayed their return. With no more time to waste, the three of them finally start heading back together, leaving the strange little incident behind. When they finally return to the beach, Unum visibly relaxes, relief washing over her face as she sees them approaching. Whatever worries had been creeping into her mind earlier quickly faded now that they are back. A little while later, Maya and Unum are seen playing a lively game of volleyball. Their energy is high, and laughter fills the air as they hit the ball back and forth. Meanwhile, Daeho stands off to the side, watching them with mild interest. However, his passive observation doesn't last long. In the middle of their game, the volleyball comes flying straight at him. Before he can react, it smacks him directly in the face. The impact is loud enough to draw attention, and Maya quickly rushes over to check on him, asking if he's okay. Daeho, trying to act tough, insists that it doesn't hurt even though the slight swelling on his face suggests otherwise. Meanwhile, Daeho's aunt suddenly announces that she is going to change her clothes and will be back soon. Maya, looking confused, immediately questions why she needs to change when she hasn't even gone into the water yet. Before Daeho's aunt can answer, Maya's mother speaks up instead, explaining that she is too exhausted to swim. The day has already worn her out, and the idea of diving into the water feels more like a chore than a refreshing activity. With that, she leaves to get changed, while the rest of them continue enjoying their time at the beach. As the sun begins to set, they are seen leaving the beach, the day's activities finally winding down. As they walk, Daeho's aunt turns to Maya and tells her to change into proper clothes since they are heading home. However, Maya shrugs off the suggestion, casually stating that there's no need, since they're just taking the bus straight home. She sees no reason to go through the trouble of changing. Her mother, however, doesn't share the same opinion. With clear concern in her voice, she points out that Maya is still only wearing a bikini, questioning whether she has any sense of embarrassment. Maya, unfazed, fires back with a pointed remark reminding her mother that she was the one casually walking around the city in a bikini earlier. The irony of the situation is impossible to ignore, and for a moment, her mother has no immediate response. Still, after some back and forth, Maya eventually gives in and throws on a shirt over her swimsuit. With a slightly playful tone, she asks her mother if she's satisfied now. Just as she finishes, the public bus arrives. Without wasting any more time, they all board, exhaustion settling in from the long day. As the bus rumbles down the road, it doesn't take long for fatigue to take over. One by one, all the ladies drift off into sleep except for Daeho, who remains awake, left in silence as the others rest around him. As the bus continues its journey, Daeho unexpectedly runs into Gobang, who approaches him with curiosity. Gobang immediately asks where Daeho has been all day. Daeho, still feeling the lingering exhaustion from the beach trip, casually replies that he was at the beach and is now heading home. Hearing this, Gobang nods knowingly and remarks that it must have been a fun day. Not long after, Yuhi also makes her way over to greet Daeho, her expression bright with excitement. She mentions that she has been wanting to go to the beach herself, sounding slightly envious of Daeho's outing. It is around this time that Maya stirs awake from her nap. She blinks sleepily before noticing Yuhi, who greets her right away. Maya, still half dazed from sleep, responds with a lazy wave before sitting up properly. A moment later, Daeho's aunt also wakes up and upon noticing Gobang, greets him warmly. She doesn't waste any time before questioning why he hasn't visited lately, reminding him that she would cook something delicious for him if he came by. Gobang, caught off guard, gives a sheepish laugh but doesn't argue with the offer of home-cooked food. Maya, now more alert, suddenly remembers something and turns to Gobang. She reminds him of a promise she made in the past back when he was younger. She had told him that once he turned 20, she would teach him how to drink. However, she points out that he hasn't been coming around, delaying their important lesson. Gobang, amused by the reminder, reassures her that he will stop by soon so she can keep her word. Meanwhile, Daeho takes the chance to introduce Gobong to Yunam. Gobong, upon hearing her name, reacts with mild amusement. He jokingly claims that Daeho has always been showing off by talking about Yunam, frequently bringing up the fact that she lives in Taiwan. Yunam, surprised by the revelation, looks at Daeho, who suddenly seems a little awkward under her gaze. Before long, the bus slows down and Gobong, along with his sister, reaches their stop. He exchanges a few final words with the group before he and his sister step off the bus, parting ways with them not much later. Daeho and the others finally arrive home. The exhaustion from the long day catches up with everyone, and one by one, they retreat to their rooms. Soon, the house is filled with silence, with everyone fast asleep, everyone except Suwa, who remains awake, quietly engrossed in a book. Eventually, the time comes for Yunam to leave. The family gathers to bid her farewell, offering warm goodbyes and well wishes. As she prepares to depart, Yunam leans in close to Daeho and whispers something just for him. With a soft smile, she tells him that she will come back when she is older and reassures him that she will visit again next year. With those parting words, she turns and walks away, leaving Daeho standing there, watching as she disappears into the distance. Juri arrives at Maya's house for a visit, her usual lively energy apparent as she steps inside. As she enters, she is greeted by Maya's mother, who welcomes her warmly. There is an air of familiarity between them, suggesting that Juri is no stranger to the household. Not long after, Maya appears, her expression curious as she spots Juri holding a bag. With a playful grin, Juri proudly presents it, claiming that she brought something Maya loves the most. However, Maya, unimpressed, quickly points out that she already has alcohol at home, making Juri's gift unnecessary. Her tone is light, but teasing, as if to say, "Nice try." But she is always stocked up. Meanwhile, Daeho comes downstairs and notices Juri's presence. Without hesitation, he steps forward to greet her properly. Juri, in return, acknowledges him and casually asks how he has been as the conversation flows. Juri turns to Daeho and asks if he wants to drink with them. Before he can even respond, Maya chimes in, insisting that he should join since this would be his first time drinking. Daeho hesitates for a moment before suggesting that he could call Gobong, reminding Maya that she had promised to teach Gobong how to drink the other day. It only seems fair to include him. Juri, curious, tilts her head and asks who Gobong is. Maya casually explains that he is Daeho's friend. Hearing this, Juri immediately encourages Daeho to invite him, reasoning that it will be even more entertaining with more people involved. A little later, Daeho's aunt checks in on them, asking whether they would like to have dinner first. However, before anyone else can respond, Maya waves off the suggestion with an impatient tone. She declares that they'll be drinking all night and won't need a full meal, just some burritos to snack on. The decision is final. Meanwhile, Suwa is seen in her room, quietly occupied with her own activities. Maya suddenly informs her that things might get loud since they'll be drinking all night. Without much concern, she suggests that Suwa could just use headphones while drawing or watching a movie. Suwa, however, has her own plans. She replies that she'll be using the new telescope their dad bought her instead. Maya, unimpressed, immediately accuses her of just trying to act cool. Juri, wanting to be polite, tries to greet Suwa. However, Suwa simply gives her a cold look and bluntly asks if she even knows her. The unexpected response takes Juri by surprise, leaving her momentarily speechless. Mih, unfazed, casually tells Juri to just ignore Suwa, dismissing her attitude entirely. Without lingering on the awkward exchange, she motions for Juri to follow her inside her room so they can get started with drinking. Later that night, Suwa is outside with the telescope, flipping through its manual as she tries to understand how to use it properly. As she concentrates, she suddenly hears a knocking at the door. When she opens it, she finds a stranger standing there. She immediately asks who he is, her tone sharp and direct. The stranger introduces himself as Gobong, and the moment Suwa hears the name, she freezes, visibly stunned. Seeing her reaction, Gobong casually adds that this is the name his grandpa used to call him by, as if this is something completely normal. Inside, Juri, still curious about the unusual name, also asks Gobong if he really goes by that. Gobong takes a moment before explaining that his grandfather gave him that name because he wanted him to be on top of everyone. The explanation is simple, yet somehow makes the name sound more dramatic than before. The night unfolds with the group sitting together, drinking and chatting. At one point, Daeho takes a sip of beer and immediately winces, commenting that it tastes bitter. Maya, unfazed by his reaction, tells him that he just has to keep drinking until he gets used to it. She makes it sound like a rite of passage, something unavoidable. With that, they all raise their glasses and toast together, clinking their drinks before taking another sip. As the night drags on, the effects of alcohol settle in. Before long, everyone is completely wasted, slumped over. Sua and Maya come downstairs together. Their mother, noticing their arrival, glances around before asking about Daeho. Wondering why he isn't back yet, before anyone can answer, Daeho suddenly rushes into the house, looking visibly exhausted. His clothes are slightly disheveled, and he seems out of breath. Maya, raising an eyebrow, immediately questions where he has been and why he looks so worn out. Daeho, catching his breath, simply replies that he was out with some friends. Maya, unimpressed, gives him a skeptical look before bluntly remarking that he doesn't have any friends, except for Gobang. Her tone is teasing, but the accuracy of her statement makes it sting a little, trying to move past the conversation. Daeho thanks his aunt for the meal, and soon, everyone gathers at the table to eat together. As they settle in, Daeho's uncle turns to Sua, bringing up the telescope he bought her. He asks if she likes it, to which Sua responds with a simple yes, adding that she has already been using it and finds it really good. Her father, pleased with the answer, then brings up something else, mentioning that the summer meteor shower will be visible tonight. He asks if she plans to watch it, to which Sua immediately confirms. However, she explains that she needs to take her time setting everything up since the telescope is heavy and requires careful handling. Hearing this, her mother's expression shifts to concern. She asks if Sua really has to climb a mountain just to see the meteor shower, suggesting that she could simply watch it from their backyard instead. Sua, however, dismisses the idea without hesitation. She explains that watching from the backyard isn't an option. The visibility won't be good enough. To see it properly, she has to go to a mountain peak. There's a rare chance to witness something like this, something that only happens once in decades, and she isn't willing to miss it. Still worried, her mother asks the obvious question: how exactly is Sua planning to carry the heavy telescope all the way up the mountain, especially since her father won't be able to help because of work? Before Sua can answer, Daeho unexpectedly speaks up, offering to help. He tells her that if she's okay with it, he can carry the telescope for her. He also adds that he wants to see the meteor shower too, making it a win-win situation. Sua, after a brief pause, considers the offer and eventually agrees. The plan is set tonight. They will head to the mountain together to witness the rare meteor shower. Sua, keeping her usual indifferent attitude, states that she doesn't really care if they go together. Her only concern is that the telescope is too heavy for her to carry alone. Maya, watching the exchange, smirks and teasingly remarks that for once, Daeho is actually proving to be useful. Daeho, unfazed by the comment, simply shrugs and adds that it's not a big deal. He was planning to watch the meteor shower anyway, so it all works out. Later, Sua is seen in her room, completely focused as she works on her computer, absorbed in whatever project she is working on. The next morning, Maya prepares to leave and casually informs her mother that she's heading out of the city for the day. She reassures her that she'll be back in time for dinner before heading off. Not long after, Sua also approaches her mother and announces that she will be going to the library to look up some information. She doesn't specify what it's for, but mentions that she'll return later in the day. Shortly after, Daeho is seen rushing out of the house. He quickly calls out to his aunt, letting her know that he's going over to Gobang's place. His aunt barely has time to respond before he disappears out the door, standing alone in the now empty house. Daeho's aunt takes a moment to look around before realizing that everyone has left. With a satisfied nod, she decides that this is the perfect opportunity to clean the house without any interruptions. Meanwhile, Daeho meets up with Gobang, and as they talk, Gobang learns about Daeho's plans for the meteor shower. He listens with interest, especially when Daeho mentions that Sua will be watching with her telescope. Gobang nods in understanding, then asks if he can come along too. He even offers to carry the telescope for Daeho, hoping that would make things easier. However, Daeho hesitates before answering. He explains that the original plan was for him to go with Sua, and since it's not really his decision to make, he isn't sure if Gobang can come along. Gobang, hearing this, looks down, for a moment, his enthusiasm dimming. Without pressing the issue further, he simply says that he hopes Daeho enjoys watching the meteor shower, then turns and leaves. Daeho watches him go, sensing a hint of disappointment in his friend's voice, but unsure of what else to say. As the time approaches for their trip, Sua and Daeho are seen preparing to leave for the mountain. Just before they head out, Daeho's aunt takes notice of the bag he's carrying and asks what's inside. With a hint of concern, she hopes it isn't too heavy for him, especially since he already has the added task of carrying Sua's telescope. Daeho, adjusting the weight on his shoulders, admits that the bag is a bit heavy but insists that it's necessary if they want to properly watch the meteor shower. Curious about what he packed, Maya peeks inside and immediately scoffs upon discovering sleeping bags. With a smirk, she comments that no normal person would think to bring a sleeping bag in the middle of summer. To her, it's obvious that Daeho only thought of it because of all those survival shows he watches. Daeho, unbothered by the teasing, confidently declares that he's super strong, so carrying everything won't be a problem. With that, the conversation ends, and he and Sua set off toward the mountain. As they begin their climb through the forest, the heat quickly makes itself known. Sua, wiping a bit of sweat from her forehead, remarks that it really feels like the peak of summer. There's no breeze, no escape from the warmth that's exhausting. Daeho, equally affected by the heat, agrees but points out that they're lucky to have some cloud cover. If the sun were fully blazing down on them, the hike would have been even more unbearable. Sua, however, isn't convinced. To her, whether there are clouds or not, climbing a mountain in this heat is still difficult. With or without shade, it's a struggle, and she makes sure to let Daeho know that she isn't enjoying it one bit. After a long and exhausting climb, they finally reach the top of the mountain. Taking a moment to catch their breath, they both look around, taking in the stunning view of the landscape, the open sky, the stretching horizon. It's the perfect spot for stargazing. However, before Daeho can fully appreciate the scenery, he suddenly plops down on the ground, completely worn out. With a deep sigh, he sprawls out, feeling the weight of his overpacked bag finally catching up to him. Sua, still standing, looks down at him with an unimpressed expression. Without missing a beat, she begins nagging at him, questioning why he insisted on bringing so much unnecessary stuff. If he knew the climb would be this difficult, she points out that he always has a habit of overcomplicating things. And this is just another example of that. Daeho, too exhausted to argue, simply waves a hand in the air and tells her that he'll recover after a short rest. Just as he closes his eyes to relax, Sua suddenly notices something unsettling. The sky is changing. The once bright and clear clouds are now turning dark, a heavy shade of gray creeping in above them. Her eyes narrow with concern as she realizes that if it starts to rain, the entire trip will be ruined. The telescope will be useless, and there will be no way to see the meteor shower. Worried, she quickly voices her concern to Daeho. However, Daeho, still lying on the ground, assures her that it will be fine. He reasons that it's just a single cloud, and reminds her that the weather forecast had predicted clear skies for the night. But before he can finish his sentence, a sudden drop of water lands on his face, then another, and another. Within moments, the light drizzle turns into full-blown rain, completely catching them off guard. As the heavy downpour continues, Daeho quickly realizes that the rain might not stop anytime soon. Looking around at the darkening sky and the relentless sheets of water falling around them, he sighs and tells Sua that they need to descend. If they don't get down in time, things could get worse. Sua, however, stands still, frustration clear on her face. The meteor shower, the one event she had been looking forward to for so long, has now been completely ruined. Irritated, she mutters about how much she had waited for this night, only for the rain to ruin everything in an instant. Daeho, sensing her disappointment, tries to reason with her. He explains that there's just no way for them to stay up here. If the rain gets any worse, they could get sick, and climbing down in bad weather could be dangerous. As much as it sucks, they don't have a choice. As they begin their descent, Daeho suddenly spots something in the distance, a cave, partially hidden by some trees. His eyes widen with relief, and he immediately points it out to Sua. Unlike before, his voice is now filled with excitement. Finally, they have a place to take cover until the storm passes. Wasting no time, they hurry toward the cave and step inside, escaping the cold rain. The sound of raindrops echoes outside, but inside, it's dry and safe. Daeho quickly takes out a lantern from his bag and turns it on, casting a soft glow inside the cave. As the warm light flickers against the stone walls, he rummages through his things and pulls out a sleeping bag. With a small smile, he spreads it out on the ground and tells Sua that she can use it to warm up. Sua, still slightly annoyed by the situation, crosses her arms and skeptically asks if the sleeping bag isn't wet from all the rain. Daeho, proud of his earlier preparation, confidently tells her that it's waterproof. He pats it lightly, as if to prove his point. Sua stares at him for a moment, then at the sleeping bag before reluctantly sighing, though she's still upset. At least they're not stuck out in the rain. As soon as the rain finally stops and the clouds begin to clear, Sua and Daeho waste no time. Without hesitation, They rush out of the cave and make their way back up to the top of the mountain, determined not to miss whatever is left of the meteor shower. The climb is still tiring, especially after all the walking they've already done, but neither of them complains. The excitement of possibly still seeing the meteors pushes them forward. When they finally reach the peak again, Suwa looks up and the sight before her takes her breath away. The sky, now clear of clouds, stretches endlessly above them, filled with a sea of shimmering stars. It's even more beautiful than she had imagined. For a moment, she stands still, completely mesmerized by the view. Daeho, standing beside her, also gazes up in awe. The stars twinkle brightly against the deep night sky, making all the trouble they went through feel worth it. As they stand under the vast night sky, Daeho glances at Suwa and notices that she hasn't started using the telescope yet. Curious, he asks why she isn't looking through it already. Suwa, still gazing up at the stars, replies that she'll get to it soon. For now, she just wants to take in the view with her own eyes before focusing on the telescope. A moment of quiet passes between them, before Suwa suddenly shifts the conversation in a different direction. With a casual tone, she asks what kind of girl Daeho is into. Caught off guard, Daeho hesitates before giving a simple answer: he prefers being alone for now. He doesn't seem interested in the topic, brushing it off like it doesn't matter to him. Suwa, however, isn't convinced. She points out that she saw him with Juri in the city the other day, making her wonder if he really meant what he said. Daeho, keeping his expression neutral, responds that he can't say anything about that. It's his own privacy. After all, he neither confirms nor denies anything, making it clear that he doesn't feel the need to explain himself. Suwa, sensing that he won't give her a real answer, simply shrugs. She tells him she was just curious. Next day, Daeho and Suwa return home, visibly tired from their trip. As they step inside, they are immediately greeted by Daeho's aunt, who smiles warmly and comments on how hard it must have been for him to carry all the luggage. Suwa, barely able to keep her eyes open, turns to her mother and drowsily announces that she is feeling incredibly sleepy. Without hesitation, she requests to be woken up in the evening, clearly planning to get as much rest as possible. Her mother, understanding how exhausted she must be, gently tells her to take a good rest and reassures her that she will prepare something delicious for them later. Before Suwa can retreat to her room, Maya playfully teases her, accusing her of secretly taking her earphones again. However, Suwa, too tired to argue, simply mutters that she doesn't know anything about that and that they can talk later. With that, she drags herself away, completely done with the conversation. Daeho, looking just as exhausted, barely manages to walk past Maya, his body feeling heavy from all the fatigue. With a sluggish voice, he tells her that he also needs to sleep and will talk to her later. Watching both of them disappear into their rooms like zombies, Maya crosses her arms and wonders if watching the stars really takes that much energy. By the evening, the house is filled with the rich aroma of home-cooked food. Daeho's aunt has gone all out, preparing a feast that surprises everyone at the table. The variety of dishes laid out makes it clear that she put in extra effort. As they all sit down, Daeho's uncle looks at Suwa and Daeho, amused by how exhausted they had been earlier. With a knowing smile, he asks if they enjoyed the view of the sky, commenting that they must have been completely drained from the trip. Daeho, having regained some energy, shrugs and says that he was just a little tired, but he feels much better now after getting some rest. Maya, however, smirks and immediately interjects, pointing out that he must have been exhausted from carrying so much unnecessary luggage. Suwa, hearing this, unexpectedly speaks up in Daeho's defense. She explains that it was actually Daeho's luggage that ended up saving them during the night. It had rained, but thanks to the sleeping bags he brought, they were able to stay warm and dry inside the cave. Maya raises an eyebrow at this revelation, seemingly surprised that Daeho's survival instincts actually paid off. Later that night, Daeho is seen in his room, lying on his bed while casually chatting with Yuhi on his phone. Their conversation seems relaxed, though it's unclear what they're talking about. Not long after, there's a soft knock on his door. Turning his head, he sees Suwa standing there. Her expression calm, she hesitates for a moment before asking if he minds talking for a few minutes. Suwa steps into Daeho's room, her expression unreadable as she stands near the doorway. Without any hesitation, she gets straight to the point. She tells him that she just wanted to make sure there are no misunderstandings between them. What happened in the mountain, the time they spent together, the way things played out was a special occasion, something that only happened because of the circumstances. Now that they are back home, things will return to normal, and she makes it clear that nothing like that will happen again. On top of that, she firmly states that she needs him to forget everything. She doesn't want him bringing it up or acting differently because of it. Most importantly, she doesn't want him talking to her in front of other people. It's not a request, it's an expectation. Daeho, seeing that she's completely serious about this, simply acknowledges her words with a nod. With that out of the way, Suwa picks up her phone and does something unexpected. She tells him that once he sees the light, he will forget everything. Then, without warning, she suddenly flashes her phone's flashlight directly into his face. Caught off guard, Daeho immediately squeezes his eyes shut, groaning at the sudden brightness. He complains that its weight is shiny, rubbing his eyes to get rid of the afterimage. Meanwhile, Suwa mutters special erase, as if this ridiculous act somehow just wiped his memory. Without waiting for a reaction, she turns around and walks out of his room. Satisfied with her dramatic conclusion to the conversation, left alone, Daeho blinks a few times, still seeing white spots in his vision. After a brief silence, he sighs and mutters to himself about how dumb that whole thing was. Later, Daeho is seen meeting up with Yuhi and Gobang. However, something feels off. Gobang seems unusually quiet, withdrawn in a way that Daeho immediately notices. Unlike his usual self, he barely interacts with Daeho, keeping his responses short and distant. Sensing the tension, Daeho decides to try and break the ice. He suddenly asks Gobang if he wants to come with him to watch the next meteor shower. This time, he'll get to see it properly through the telescope. Gobang, still looking a little detached, raises an eyebrow and asks if it was really that amazing. Daeho, trying to get him interested, assures him that it's worth it. Not only will he be able to see every single meteor, but the telescope also allows for an up-close view of the moon, letting him see every crater clearly. For a moment, Gobang remains silent, as if considering it. Daeho, Gobang, and Yuhi arrive at a small restaurant, settling into their seats as the warm aroma of food fills the air. Almost immediately, Daeho and Gobang become completely engrossed in their conversation, animatedly discussing something with full enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Yuhi sits across from them, silently watching the exchange with mild amusement. As she observes the way they interact, a thought crosses her mind. They look just like a couple of little kids, completely lost in their own world. Elsewhere, Juri is walking down the street, casually looking around as she moves through the busy area. Just as she passes by a restaurant, something catches her eye through the window. She slows her steps, taking a closer look, and notices Daeho sitting inside. At that moment, he appears to be talking to Yuhi, the two of them engaged in what seems like a conversation. For a brief moment, Juri stands there, watching the scene unfold from a distance. There's a flicker of curiosity in her expression. Suwa is seen in her room, fully focused on her computer screen, as her fingers move across the keyboard. A satisfied expression crosses her face. Now that everything has settled down, she feels like she can finally continue working on her book without any distractions. The flow of ideas comes naturally again, making it easy to pick up from where she left off. The next morning, the family gathers around the table for breakfast. As they eat, Daeho's aunt brings up something to her husband she needs to visit. Her aunt today. Hearing this, her husband looks at her with slight concern and asks if everything is okay. Daeho's aunt explains that she had called her aunt the other day just to say hello. But during the conversation, she found out that her aunt has been bedridden due to hip pain. Since she's alone, Daeho's aunt feels it's only right to go check on her, help out with some chores, and cook her a proper meal. Daeho, listening to the conversation, immediately offers to go with her. However, his aunt quickly dismisses the idea, telling him that it's not necessary, he must have his own things to do. Daeho, unfazed, simply tells her that he actually has nothing planned for the day. If she has a lot of things to carry, he can help with them. Maya, never missing a chance to tease, chimes in with a smirk, adding that Daeho is very good at carrying things, emphasizing the point just enough to make it sound like a joke. Despite their offers, Daeho's aunt still feels like she doesn't need the extra help. However, her husband interrupts, firmly stating that Daeho should go with her. Since they'll have to take two buses to get there, it's better to have someone help with the travel and any heavy lifting. After a brief moment of hesitation, Daeho's aunt finally agrees. As the bus arrives, Daeho and his aunt bid farewell to the family before boarding. Settling into their seats, his aunt turns to him with a warning he shouldn't fall asleep on the bus, or they might miss their stop. Daeho, feeling alert and slightly amused, reassures her that he doubts he'll be able to sleep with the emotions of this unexpected trip. The thought of traveling somewhere unfamiliar, even for a simple reason, keeps him wide awake. Soon, they reach their stop and step off the bus. His aunt informs him that they have just one more bus to take, and fortunately, the next ride won't be as long. Not long after, the second bus arrives, and they board, finding their seats once again. However, as the gentle motion of the bus pulls them into relaxation, The exhaustion from the journey catches up to both of them. Without even realizing it, they both fall asleep. Some time later, they are woken up by the bus slowing to a stop. Jolting awake, they quickly gather their things and step off. Finally arriving at their destination, Daeho's aunt calls out for her elderly aunt as they enter the compound, expecting her to be resting inside. However, after a few moments of silence, there's no response. Frowning, she decides to call her aunt instead. When the call connects, she is met with unexpected news. Her aunt isn't home. Instead, she is in the thermal waters. Over the phone, her aunt explains that her hip pain worsened, and after talking to some friends, they suggested she visit the thermal waters for relief. Deciding to take their advice, she went along with them. Daeho's aunt is caught completely off guard. She had been told that her aunt was bedridden and unable to do anything, but now she's suddenly enjoying a soak in the thermal waters with friends. The contradiction leaves her momentarily speechless. Still on the call, her aunt casually informs her that she won't be back until the day after tomorrow. If Daeho's aunt wants to stay, she will have to wait. To make things easier, she assures her that there are plenty of vegetables at home, so she can cook something for herself in the meantime. After ending the call, Daeho's aunt lets out a frustrated sigh. She turns to Daeho and informs him that they will be alone here until her aunt returns. With no one else around, it will just be the two of them in the house. Shaking her head, she mutters about how all their effort coming here ended up being a waste. She had rushed to check on her aunt, only to find out she wasn't even home. Daeho, however, remains calm. He reassures her that it's fine, there's no need to stress about it. Since they've already come all this way, they might as well stay the 2 days and wait for her. He adds that it's not like he had anything important to do if he had stayed home anyway. His casual attitude toward the situation helps ease her frustration slightly. Letting out another sigh, she accepts that they have no choice but to make the most of it. As the evening settles in, Daeho's aunt finishes preparing their meal, plating the fresh vegetables she had cooked. Setting the food on the table, she tells Daeho that this will be their dinner for tonight. Tomorrow morning, she'll head to the hen house to collect some eggs for breakfast. Daeho, already eager to eat, grins as he takes a bite, immediately praising how countryside vegetables taste better than anything else. With exaggerated excitement, he declares that they are the best in the world. His aunt chuckles at his enthusiasm and tells him to just focus on eating, instead of making a big deal out of it. Later, she is seen outside, taking in the cool, refreshing night air. She breathes deeply, enjoying the quiet atmosphere around her. Looking up at the sky, she takes a moment to reflect. It suddenly occurs to her that she can't even remember the last time she had a peaceful moment like this. Life had been nonstop, raising a family, managing the household, taking care of the kids. Now, all of them are in college, growing into their own lives. And she realizes that in the midst of all that, she completely forgot to take care of herself. For the first time in decades, it feels like she's on a real vacation. However, just as she begins to relax, a sudden noise startles her. Her body tenses as she glances around, trying to figure out what it is. Her mind immediately jumps to the worst possibility: wild animals. The realization sends a chill down her spine. Being deep in the countryside, the mountains can be dangerous at night. If anything were to appear, she'd have no way to defend herself. Not willing to take any risks, she quickly decides to hurry back inside. As she walks briskly toward the house, she silently thanks fate that she didn't come here alone. If she had been by herself, she has no idea how she would have survived staying in a place like this. Once inside, she directs Daeho to the room he'll be sleeping in, making sure he's settled before heading to her own room. Finally, she can get some rest. However, just as she begins to relax, a long, eerie howl suddenly echoes through the night. Her entire body freezes. The unmistakable sound of a wolf howling in the distance makes her heart race. For a moment, she sits completely still, listening carefully. The night feels darker, the quiet more unsettling. Fear creeps up her spine, and before she knows it, she finds herself moving toward Daeho's room. She hesitates at the door for only a second before quietly stepping inside. Daeho, already fast asleep, stirs slightly as she enters. As she gently shakes his shoulder, he blinks groggily, trying to register her presence. She quietly admits that she can't sleep alone. She's scared. Still half asleep, Daeho reassures her in a calm voice. She doesn't need to worry. He's here. Early at dawn, Daeho's aunt is seen outside, standing near the henhouse with a freshly collected egg in her hand. She lifts it slightly and takes a sniff, noticing how the scent of the countryside is so distinct, natural, earthy, and completely different from anything in the city. As she breathes in the fresh morning air, she finds herself appreciating the peacefulness of this place. The quiet, the simplicity. It feels like an ideal place to live. That is, If only there weren't any wolves. The thought makes her shudder slightly, but she brushes it aside as she heads back inside. Later, Daeho sits at the table as his aunt serves him a plate of freshly fried eggs. As she sets it down in front of him, she casually mentions that there weren't many eggs, but she thinks this should be enough for breakfast. Daeho, looking at the golden, crispy edges of the eggs, immediately compliments how delicious it looks. As he eagerly digs in, his aunt watches him with mild amusement, seeing how heartily he eats. She remarks that she can easily guess where his strength comes from. It must be because he always eats so well. Daeho, too busy stuffing his face, simply grins at the comment. Later in the morning, Daeho's aunt heads outside to the field, preparing to do some farm work. She takes a moment to scan the land, mentally going over what needs to be done. Daeho, noticing her preparations, approaches and asks if there's anything he can help with. His aunt thinks for a moment before telling him that since her own aunt has been struggling with back pain, the wild grass in the field has grown too much. If he wants to help, he can cut down the overgrown grass. To make it easier, she does a quick demonstration, showing him how to properly dig up the grass from its roots and throw it away. Daeho watches attentively before cracking his knuckles. With a playful smirk, he flexes his arm though his bicep is barely noticeable. Amused by his own antics, he remarks that this should be fun. His aunt, shaking her head with a small laugh, warns him not to push himself too hard under the blazing sun. After spending the morning working under the sun, Daeho and his aunt finally leave the field. As they arrive back home, his aunt heads inside first, checking on the condition of the house after their day out. When she reaches the bathroom, she pauses, her eyes settling on the bathtub. It looks dry and dusty, the surface slightly discolored from neglect. The sight alone tells her that it has been a long time since anyone last used it. Letting out a small sigh, she turns to Daeho and tells him to wait for a bit while she cleans it and fills it up with fresh water. A warm bath would be refreshing after all the work they just did. As she scrubs the bathtub, her mind begins to drift. It has only been one night since she arrived, yet she feels as if she has traveled far from the routine of her normal life. Almost like a woman who left her home to start fresh in an unfamiliar place. The quiet, the change of scenery, the solitude, it all feels strangely distant from what she's used to. And in that moment, she finds herself reflecting on something deeper. For the first time in a while, she wonders about herself. What do other people really think of her? Has she changed over the years? Does she seem different from the person she used to be? Feeling a sudden need for reassurance, she dries her hands, picks up her phone, and dials a number. After a few rings, her sister picks up. Without wasting time, Daeho's aunt tells her where she is, that she's at their aunt's place, and that, surprisingly, the woman isn't even home. But after briefly explaining the situation, she hesitates for a moment before finally voicing the real reason for her call. She asks her sister to tell her honestly what kind of person. Does she see her as her sister? Sensing the unusual tone in Yooni's voice, pauses for a moment before asking if being at their aunt's place has suddenly made her feel sentimental. There's a light teasing in her words, but underneath it, there's genuine curiosity. Without waiting for an answer, her sister continues, saying that there's no way to properly describe Yooni's kindness. She has always been a good person, always putting others before herself when thinking about anything. There's a brief pause before her sister adds something else, something more honest. She admits that, sometimes, it frustrates her to see Yooni like this. She always gives so much to others that it feels like she never keeps anything for herself. Hearing this, Yooni quietly listens, absorbing her sister's words. After a moment, she simply ends the call. Daeho's aunt calls out to him, letting him know that she made his favorite kimchi pancakes. Hearing this, Daeho eagerly settles down at the table, the delicious aroma making his mouth water. As he takes his first bite, his aunt sits across from him and mentions that most of the house was already cleaned up yesterday. Now, the only thing left to do is wash the dishes. Daeho nods in agreement, adding that since their grandma is coming back soon, it's good that everything is in order. Yooni sits inside the house with her aunt, listening quietly as the older woman speaks. With a tired but gentle voice, her aunt reflects on her life, telling Yooni that ever since her husband passed away, she has lived alone in the mountains for decades. She describes herself as nothing more than a lonely old woman who wasted her life in solitude. However, shifting her gaze to Yooni, she offers different advice. Unlike herself, Yooni is still young and beautiful. She still has time to experience life. Her aunt encourages her to enjoy it, to find what truly makes her happy. If she does that, she won't have to look back one day with regrets. Yooni listens, the words settling deep in her mind. Later, Daeho and his aunt prepare to leave. Standing at the doorstep, they bid farewell to the elderly woman, thanking her Before setting off on their trip back home. As soon as they arrive, Maya is the first to react, her excitement obvious the moment she spots Daeho, practically bouncing toward him. She teases him about finally returning, as if he had been gone for months instead of just a couple of days. Meanwhile, Yune wastes no time and heads straight to the kitchen, preparing a meal for everyone. Despite just returning from the trip, she effortlessly slips back into her usual role, ensuring the household is taken care of. As the family gathers, Daeho's uncle speaks up, informing them that he will be leaving for a business trip to Seoul. The trip will last for 3 days, starting tomorrow. Turning to his wife, he asks her to pack his things for him tonight, so that he'll be ready to go in the morning. The next morning, Daeho's uncle prepares to leave for his business trip. Before stepping out the door, he turns to Daeho, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. With a serious yet encouraging tone, he reminds him to listen to his aunt and take care of the house. While he's gone after all, Daeho is the only man in the house now. Daeho nods, acknowledging the responsibility, though he doesn't think much of it at the moment. Later in the day, Juri arrives at Maya's house for another visit, carrying her usual bag filled with beers. Mih, seeing this, immediately rolls her eyes and reminds Juri again that she already has plenty of beer at home. At this point, it's almost a running joke. As the two banter, Maya's mother notices Juri's arrival and sighs, turning to her daughter. She remarks that Maya should have at least told her in advance that her friend was coming over. Maya, without missing a beat, casually responds that she did tell her, though whether that's actually true or not is debatable. Before her mother can say anything else, Maya quickly adds that since Juri is here, her mom should prepare some food for them. Maya's mother gives her an exasperated look, but doesn't argue. Before heading to the kitchen, she pauses and asks if Daeho will be drinking with them again. Maya nods without hesitation, confirming that Daeho will be joining. She then declares that she plans to drink all night, so her mom shouldn't bother looking for her. Hearing this, Maya's mom lets out a small sigh, a hint of concern creeping into her expression. For a moment, she wonders if she's been too lax when it comes to raising her daughter. The casual way Maya talks about drinking all night is a little worrying. On top of that, she also can't help but feel uneasy about Daeho drinking at such a young age. But knowing how stubborn Maya is, she decides not to push the issue for now. As the night progresses, Daeho, Juri, and Maya sit together, clinking their beer cans as they enjoy their usual drinking session. Surprisingly, Daeho has already gotten much better at handling alcohol. He even takes a sip and confidently remarks that beer tastes better than raspberry juice. Now a statement that would have been unthinkable for him just a little while ago. Their drinking continues, the atmosphere lively as they go through one can after another. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Suha happens to pass by. The distant sounds of laughter and chatter from the room reach her ears, but she pays it no mind. As usual, she stays in her own world, minding her business as she walks past.
Daeho is seen as he took a look at Mia and Yuri, who were fast asleep, wondering which he should work out with. And after a while, he chose Mia with the thought that she is a heavy sleeper, so it should be fine. As he proceeds working out with her, after a while he took a look at Yuri and eventually decided to work out with her. However, Yuri eventually woke up and was surprised to see Daeho. She wonders what's happening. Then she asks him about if Mia sees them, but Daeho assures her that Mia is totally asleep and won't be waking up soon because she is drunk. But Yuri is still worried, to which Daeho told her to just enjoy herself, that Mia won't be waking up soon. But it turns out that Mia is actually awake but pretending to be asleep. After the workout, Yuri said she will go take a shower. And after she left, Mia sits up and confronts Daeho about what he just did, and asks about when he started working out with Yuri, to which he replied that it was during the last time they had drinks together. Mia then told him to finish what he started with her earlier. Sua is seen with her headphones on and working on the PC, to which she wonders what could Daeho and others be doing during this nighttime. And while Yuri is having her bath, Mia convinces Daeho to work out with her, claiming that Yuri will take a longer time to bathe. After a while, Yuri is on her way back from the bathroom and eventually finds both Daeho and Mia working out together, and she is shocked. Yuri was surprised, claiming they weren't supposed to be like this. After working out, Mia told Yuri to keep it a secret, to which Daeho also asks Yuri not to tell anyone. Then, Yuri claims she was the one who took Daeho's first time, to which Mia claims it was her. But they begin to bicker and eventually ask Daeho who was the one. Daeho then said it's Mia. Yuri then confronts Mia, claiming that she and Daeho are not supposed to work out together since they are family, but Mia claims it doesn't mean since they are not blood related. The two ladies continue to argue, to which Daeho stops them, claiming he likes both of them, so they should try and get along together, and even propose that they should work out together, which the ladies eventually agree. Daeho is seen as he proceeds to work out with the two ladies. As Daeho proceeds to work out with Yuri first, Yuni suddenly sits up as she hears a noise. Meanwhile, Yuni is seen as she heads towards upstairs, as that's from where she heard the noise. She wonders if everyone is asleep or if they are still up as she looks into a room. Ani hears a sudden noise from Daeho's room and, being the responsible adult of the house, walks over to check on him. But when she opens the door, there's no one there. The room is empty. She sighs and thinks maybe he's still over at Mia's room, probably passed out after their little drinking session from the night before. So, with a sense of both curiosity and duty, and maybe just a pinch of irritation, she heads over to Mia's room to investigate. As she steps inside, she's met with a sight that makes her raise an eyebrow. The room looks like a human pileup. Everyone seems to have crashed together like a group of tired puppies. Bottles scattered here and there, the floors taken over by people sleeping like logs. It's the kind of scene you see after a college reunion, minus the graduation. A heavy smell suddenly hits her, one of those very specific kinds of smells. A strong scent of chestnut flowers wafts right into her nose, and let's just say it doesn't exactly remind her of springtime picnics. Her eyes land on Daeho, who is lying flat on the floor like someone who lost a battle with gravity. She walks over, leans down, and gives him a little shake, not too gentle, not too aggressive. With a mixture of motherly concern and slight disapproval, she reminds him that they're all grown-ups now and shouldn't be treating each other's rooms like public parks. Daeho, with the reflexes of a sloth and a face redder than a tomato, gets up, scratching the back of his head and mumbling an apology. He says he got too drunk and just forgot where he was supposed to sleep. Classic move. They walk out of the room, and Auntie, still half serious, warns him that if he keeps sleeping in places he shouldn't, he might start having those kinds of dreams. She even offers help if he ever finds himself lost in dreamland and needs a hand navigating out. Daeho, now fully embarrassed and looking like he wants to disappear into the nearest wall, assures her that there were no weird dreams and nothing to worry about. Auntie nods, accepts the answer, and sends him off with a simple good night. The next morning, or more accurately, early afternoon, since the sun has already had lunch, Auntie calls everyone for breakfast. Her tone makes it clear this is less of a meal and more of a roll call. One by one, the sleepyheads make their way down, rubbing their eyes and clutching their stomachs like hungover zombies. They all mumble about how much they drank and how their stomachs now demand justice. As they gather around the table, Auntie doesn't hold back. She scolds them for waking up so late and reminds them that just because their father isn't around doesn't mean they can act like they're starring in a teen drama. Mia, clearly not in the mood for more lectures, casually tells her mom to bear with them for a few days while she enjoys her dissolute lifestyle in her dad's absence. Auntie freezes mid-chew. Dissolute? She stares at her daughter like she just said a curse word. With a frown, she tells Mia that surely she could have chosen a better word. Before things escalate, Mia's friend steps in like a peace ambassador. She gives a polite bow and apologizes on Mia's behalf, saying that as her friend, it's her responsibility to keep her in check when she says something questionable. Auntie, somewhat pacified but still ready with another round of advice, prepares to continue her interrogation, but the doorbell rings, stopping her in her tracks. She wonders who on earth could be visiting at this hour. Before anyone else moves, Daeho stands up and offers to check the door. He walks over and opens it to find Kobong, his friend, standing there with his usual cheerful energy. Kobong greets everyone loudly like he owns the place. Mia, not exactly thrilled, reacts with a flat, "Oh God, it's Kobong" expression. Kobong even acknowledges Yuri with a wave and says he came to hang out with Daeho. Mia raises an eyebrow but then smirks, saying it's been a while, and casually suggests they all play together. Hospitality level, polite but suspicious. Just then, Yuhi bursts into the scene like she's entering a drama set. "Hello everyone," she says with a smile, completely shifting the mood. Mia, caught off guard, stares at both Kobong and Yuhi and can't help but note, silently and maybe a little judgmentally, that while they're both friends, their looks are worlds apart. Yuri, ever the cheerful observer, tilts her head and flashes a bright smile, commenting that Yuhi is incredibly pretty, like fairy tale level pretty. Auntie is still in the kitchen, busy preparing food with practiced hands, when she hears a sudden burst of noise from the front of the house. It sounds like the living room has come alive. She wipes her hands on her apron and heads over, her curiosity waking up faster than her legs. When she reaches the living room, she sees the kids chatting excitedly. To her surprise, Kobong has joined the gathering. He greets her warmly and says it's been a while, tossing in a cheeky compliment about her still looking lovely. Auntie lets out a small laugh and tells him not to flatter her too much, but her smile sticks around longer than she planned. Yuhi steps up to greet her too. Auntie immediately recognizes her from a brief meeting at a bus stop and says she's such a lovely girl. She throws a few more compliments in for good measure, clearly impressed. Off to the side, Yuri watches silently, her smile polite but her thoughts not so peaceful. She admits Yuhi is pretty, but in her mind, the mirror still says she's the main character. Suddenly, heavy footsteps stomp down the stairs. It's Sua and she's not in a good mood. She grumbles about the noise and squints at the living room like it's some kind of invasion. Seeing the small crowd, she wonders aloud why so many people are hanging out in the house today. Her mom, Auntie, tells her she probably stayed up too late again and should just sit down for a proper meal before complaining. Behind her, Kobong can't hold back a laugh. He playfully suggests she join them to hang out. Sua turns around, looks him up and down like he's a stranger trying to sell her something weird and snaps back, clearly unimpressed. She then huffs toward her mom and demands the food be ready soon as if she's been starved for days. Auntie sighs, the kind of sigh that only moms have mastered, and says it would be nice if everyone just woke up earlier and ate together like civilized people. She reminds them again that late mornings don't magically make food appear faster. Daeho, seeing the energy shift, quickly steps in and tells everyone to move up to the second floor to hang out and play. Crisis narrowly avoided for now. Meanwhile, across the city, Uncle sits comfortably in a restaurant with his business partner. The table is full and so is his calendar. He lets out a laugh, saying work always finds a way to chase him down every time he steps into Seoul. The partner agrees, nodding while chewing, and mentions they still have one last client to meet the next day. Despite the workload, the mood stays light. The partner says 2 days is plenty, more than enough time for both business and a little fun. Last time, Uncle brought the whole family, which made relaxing nearly impossible. This time, he comes solo and it shows on his face. Freedom tastes like grilled beef and cold beer. The partner grins and says he'll be having dinner with his wife tonight, but will find a clever excuse to escape and join Uncle and CEO Cha later. Uncle chuckles, clearly familiar with this type of marital math. The partner adds that his wife gave him full approval this time, even handing him a few bonus points like coupons to use. They both laugh. Ani types away on her keyboard, trying to focus as the sky darkens. She's waiting for nighttime when she can finally spend some quiet time with Daeho. But her energy fades fast. Writing during the day just isn't her thing. The constant noise outside makes it worse, like every car and bird in the world is auditioning for a loudness contest. Meanwhile, inside, Yuhi slumps back with a groan. She feels like this round of their card game is trying to end her career in fun. She looks at Daeho and asks about the tortuosa tree in his yard, eyes hopeful. Daeho smiles, remembering the promise he once made to show her that special tree anytime she visited. He stands ready to make good on it. Mia watches them get up and teases that the two of them are now officially expelled from the game. Yuri just shrugs, saying the game's still fine with 3 players. Kobong laughs, claiming he's too important to the game to ever leave anyway, basically calling himself the main character of Uno. Daeho tells the group to keep playing and promises to be back soon. Mia, still unimpressed, mutters that she doesn't get what's so fascinating about some tree. Outside, Daeho leads Yuhi to the tortuosa tree. Her eyes widen as she sees it again, and she can't help but gush over how beautiful it looks. She marvels at how this kind of beauty exists right in someone's backyard. She talks about the first time she came here, how even then she thought the tree was impressive, but now it's clearly grown, taller and fuller. Her words drift into admiration for Daeho's uncle, Yonggu. She says he must be a great man to build a home like this, where everything feels peaceful and warm. A place where people want to stay. Then she turns to Daeho and asks, almost shyly, if she could ever build a family like this someday. Daeho looks at her, a little surprised by the question. He tells her that she's older, beautiful, and absolutely capable of creating something even more special. That answer hits her just right. Yuhi smiles and then, suddenly, she kisses him. Then they begin to work out. Mia's friend wins the round, flipping her last card down with the kind of flair that says, "I've done this before." Mia throws her hands up in defeat but laughs, admitting the girl's pretty amazing at this game. She squints suspiciously and asks how someone gets that good at cards. Kobong, as usual, beams with joy and claps proudly, calling her by name Juri, right? He acts like she just won an Olympic medal. Meanwhile, Yuhi turns to Daeho with a raised brow and brings up something he said earlier. Something about there being 5 women in the house. Daeho, ever the philosopher when it's least expected, shrugs and says something vague like, "A woman is a woman." Whatever that means, he delivers it like it's the answer to life's biggest mystery. Juri excuses herself and says she's heading to the restroom for a bit. Kobong waves like she's going on a grand voyage and cheerfully tells her not to rush. Now, it's just Kobong and Mia sitting there. Kobong turns to her with his usual puppy-like grin and says they should have fun together. Mia buries her face in the pillow like it's the only thing that understands her and groans, wondering how the room got so empty so fast. Somehow, she and Kobong ended up as the last two standing, and it feels less like a card game now and more like a survival show. Daeho and Yoo-hee return from their little tree adventure looking way too peaceful for Mia's taste. She throws them a look and complains that they took forever long enough for the fun in the room to die out. Yoo-hee, trying to be calm, says they were just admiring the trees in detail. Mia's friend chimes in with a cheeky grin, saying of course it takes time, you gotta touch, rub, and really feel those trees. Kobong, ever the clown, giggles and says maybe he'll try that next time, he's open to becoming a tree guy now. As the energy starts winding down, Mia's friend thanks everyone for the fun and says it's time for her to head home. She's played long enough and her fun meter seems full. The group wraps it up, agreeing that today was fun, and everyone heads off in different directions like it's the end of a school trip. Meanwhile, across town, Uncle is led by his business partner into a fancy hotel room. Uncle protests at first, saying the place is way too pricey, but the partner waves it off. His wife, Seol Hssi, is already waiting inside. When they enter, Seol Hssi greets Uncle with a polite smile, calling him CEO Cha, just like his partner does. Uncle, clearly caught off guard by her elegance, fumbles out a compliment about how she's even prettier than the last time. Seol Hssi laughs it off, telling him not to flatter her too much. Still, Uncle doubles down, shamelessly calling her mature and beautiful like he's applying for a spot in a romance drama. She smiles politely and brings up his wife, Ae, saying she's beautiful too. Uncle chuckles and responds half-jokingly that Ae's getting old, definitely not in Seol He's league. Bold words, CEO Cha. Back at home, evening settles in, and Auntie calls everyone down for dinner. She tells Mia to go to bed early this time since she stayed up way too late last night. Mia nods, barely holding her eyes open, saying she's about to pass out right after dinner anyway. Sleep deprivation has finally won. Auntie then turns to Sua, reminding her she also didn't sleep early. She tells her to fix her schedule before Dad gets home, or it's game over. Sua groans that it's not entirely her fault but gives in, saying she'll sleep early too. Probably. Lastly, Auntie beams at Daeho and tells him to eat as much as he wants if he likes the food. Daeho nods with a smile, saying it's delicious, he's living the good life tonight. Mia sits at the dining table with a small frown on her face. She can't help but notice that Daeho gets to enjoy a full bowl of rice topped with shiny grilled eel while the rest of them are stuck with plain white rice. It doesn't seem fair, and it makes her pout even more. Her mother, busy serving soup, casually reminds Mia that she had once said she didn't like eel because of its strong smell. Thinking she still feels the same way, Auntie didn't bother making any for her. She gently tells Mia to stop overthinking it and focus on finishing her meal before it gets cold. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, CEO Cha and his business partners step out with smiles on their faces. They've just had a hearty meal and feel pleasantly full. CEO Cha turns back to thank his partner and his wife, Seol Hssi, for treating them. It's been a while since they've all had a chance to sit down and enjoy something together. Looking at Seol Hssi, CEO Cha warmly invites her to visit their seaside home sometime soon. He mentions that she might enjoy seeing the ocean again after so long. It's peaceful with a view that always clears the mind. Seol Hssi smiles and says she'd love to visit, especially since it's been ages since she's seen Ae too. She says she'll talk it over with her husband first. The business partner laughs, puts a friendly hand on CEO Cha's shoulder, and offers to walk a bit and chat. Seol Hssi waves them off and says she'll catch a taxi home. She's used to navigating the city anyway, no big deal. Back at the house, morning arrives and Daeho wakes up feeling a little off. Ani sees Daeho looking a bit troubled and calls him over. She narrows her eyes slightly, concerned, and tells him to come closer so she can speak to him properly. With a calm but firm voice, she reminds him that sometimes things can happen in his sleep that he doesn't fully understand. If he had been around his older cousins or friends, his nunas, while dreaming something strange, it could have been awkward or even embarrassing. She gives him a gentle scolding, more out of worry than anger. These kinds of situations, she says, can be risky if he's not careful. Daeho listens quietly and quickly reassures her that nothing weird happened when he was with them. The next morning at Zeus Club, Uncle and his business partner were unwinding after their night out. They had enjoyed their time but agreed it was time to call it a night as they still had the day ahead of them. The girls waved them off with smiles and Uncle told them to take care and rest. Uncle, clearly still in high spirits, commented on how wonderful Seoul was for men. He felt that if someone spent too much time out in the countryside, they might go a bit crazy with the quiet. His partner, however, disagreed, joking that if he stayed too long in the city, he'd lose his mind. He envied Uncle's peaceful, quiet home back in the countryside. As they walked out, the conversation shifted to Daeho. His partner, curious, asked how Daeho was doing and how old he must be by now. Uncle smiled, telling him Daeho was now 20, a young adult by age, but still seemed like a kid at times. He laughed and described Daeho's hair as a bit of a mess, always looking like a bird's nest. His partner was surprised by the image, especially since Daeho was from Chief Osa's family, a tough lineage. He added that the name Daeho seemed to suit him, but the boy's appearance made him seem more like a puppy than a tiger. Uncle laughed at that and agreed, saying Daeho was more of a guard dog than a fierce tiger. It made things easier for him as there was no need for caution or worry. They both chuckled, agreeing that Daeho wouldn't dare talk back, always obedient and respectful. Meanwhile, Daeho told his aunt that he would be back the next night, despite it getting late. His aunt reminded him to be careful on his way upstairs so as not to wake anyone. The next morning, Sua woke up feeling refreshed, finally getting a good night's sleep. She stepped out onto the balcony to enjoy some fresh air and saw Daeho exercising in the yard. Daeho noticed her and waved cheerfully, asking how her sleep had been. Sua, a little startled, shyly asked what he was doing up so early. Daeho, without missing a beat, muttered something about birds waking early to catch worms. Sua, confused, rolled her eyes and muttered that it wasn't even a real proverb. She quickly retreated inside, feeling awkward. Sua came downstairs for breakfast, still feeling a little strange. She couldn't quite explain why, but there was something about the way her body felt this morning, especially after Daeho's stare earlier. It was like she was more aware of herself, even noticing things like her skin feeling unusually sensitive. It felt odd, almost as if she were a child on a trip, excited and jittery for no reason she could pinpoint. Just as she was lost in thought, Daeho walked out of the bathroom, still in his shorts. He greeted her with a smile and casually suggested they go have breakfast. Sua, still feeling a little flustered from their earlier encounter, wanted to say something about it but found herself at a loss for words. As she sat down, an unpleasant smell suddenly filled the air. She wrinkled her nose and immediately accused Daeho of not showering after his workout. The smell was strong and it hit her like a wave. Daeho, unfazed, told her that he would shower after breakfast. His words didn't help much. She could still smell it, a mix of sweat and something else she couldn't quite place. It reminded her of animals in the heat, and it made her feel strangely irritated that she'd have to endure it. Auntie, ever the peacekeeper, came to his defense, explaining that since it was summer, Daeho probably sweated more than usual. She assured Sua that there was no need to make a big deal out of it. Sua, however, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. It seemed like her mom always defended Daeho, which only made him more spoiled in her eyes. Meanwhile, Daeho, still chewing his food, promised to hurry through his meal so he could take a bath. But as she sat there, Sua found herself still thinking about the strange smell. It was more than just sweat, there was something almost addictive about it. Her heart raced a little and she felt a strange urge to be near him, to breathe in the scent. It was confusing and she couldn't quite understand why it was affecting her so much. After breakfast, Auntie asked her to go wake Mia up. Sua agreed, but her thoughts were still tangled with the odd feelings she was having. She climbed the stairs, trying to shake it off, but something in her body was still reacting to the lingering memory of Daeho's presence. On her way to the bathroom, she suddenly felt the urge to brush her teeth, maybe to clear her head. She turned the knob, only to find Daeho in the bathroom, apparently just finishing up his shower. He jumped in surprise and shouted, asking what she was doing. Sua froze, her face turning bright red as she realized her mistake. She stammered an apology, flustered, and immediately tried to step back, but her eyes couldn't help but linger on him. Still standing outside the bathroom, Sua was lost in thought, her mind racing after her awkward encounter with Daeho. She could still feel the heat in her cheeks as she stood frozen, unable to fully shake off the feeling of embarrassment. Suddenly, Daeho's voice broke through her thoughts, reminding her that he needed her to close the door so he could finish his shower. Flustered, Sua quickly closed the door with a soft apology, telling herself she was overreacting. She couldn't help but feel like she was going a little crazy. Her heart was still pounding ever since she'd seen him in the bathroom, and it was making her feel restless. Just as she was processing everything, Mia walked up to her with a curious look. "Move, I need to use the bathroom," she said, unaware of the situation. Sua stammered, trying to explain that Daeho was in there. Mia raised an eyebrow. "What? Daeho? He doesn't usually take morning baths," she said, surprised. Mia then asked, somewhat teasingly, why Sua was standing by the door like she was guarding it. Sua, still flustered, quickly dismissed her and told her to stop saying things like that. Mia didn't seem to understand what the big deal was, and Sua couldn't quite explain why she was feeling this way either. Once she managed to make her way back to her room, Sua felt frustrated. She had never experienced anything like this before, and it was throwing her off. Her thoughts kept drifting back to Dae-ho, making her feel more and more confused. Trying to make sense of it all, she sat down at her laptop and started researching. She read an article about how hormones could affect feelings of desire, especially during ovulation, and how women's bodies could respond to shifts in estrogen and testosterone. Blushing intensely, Sua quickly closed the article, feeling embarrassed that she was thinking about it so much. She didn't want to involve Dae-ho in any of her feelings. After all, they were just family. Still, she couldn't help but wonder if her body was reacting to the fact that it had been a while since she'd been around him so much. It was like a part of her was reminding her of things she hadn't even realized. Dae-ho, meanwhile, was outside in the garden happily flying a drone his best friend, Kobong, had given him. He was having a great time until, suddenly, the drone clipped a window pane and crashed to the ground. Dae-ho immediately felt worried. He didn't want Kobong to be disappointed that his gift had broken, and he started rushing to inspect it. Then, without much thought, Dae-ho wandered into Sua's room. Dae-ho, determined to retrieve the drone that had fallen onto the building, tried climbing a tree nearby. As he made his way up, he suddenly overheard soft murmurs coming from inside the room. Curious, he paused for a moment and peeked through the branches to see what was happening. Looking through the window, he saw Sua sitting in her room, looking troubled and lost in thought. Dae-ho felt a sense of concern, realizing that something was clearly bothering her. While Sua tried to brush him off the next morning, Mia's mother is in the kitchen looking at the nearly empty shelves with a slight frown. She notices that there's not much food left and decides that a trip to the supermarket will be necessary. As she stands there, she thinks about Dae-ho, who isn't picky when it comes to food. He can eat just about anything, and that thought makes her smile. It's one of those little things she appreciates about him, how easy it is to feed him. It's always nice when someone's happy with whatever's on their plate, unlike the typical picky eater who turns their nose up at everything. At the time, Dae-ho was working out with Sua. They discuss some stuff to which Dae-ho claims he will help her about what's wrong with her. After all the workouts, Dae-ho is lying on his bed in his room, feeling the weight of his tired body after the wrestling earlier. His muscles ache a little, reminding him of the intense workout, but it's the kind of exhaustion that feels oddly satisfying. As he tries to relax, his mind drifts to thoughts of his uncle who's away on a business trip. Then he starts thinking about his aunt, Uni, and his two sisters. It's quiet in his room and he's about to drift off to sleep, the exhaustion pulling him closer to rest. But just as he's about to close his eyes, the door creaks open. His aunt Uni steps into the room looking like she has something to talk about. It turns out that Uni seems to want to work out with Dae-ho and tries to cheer him up, but Dae-ho came up with an excuse that the weather is hot and he doesn't have energy. Uni was surprised as she claims that this has never happened before. Dae-ho then assures her that he will get better soon, so she shouldn't worry. The next morning, Dae-ho's uncle is back home, having returned from his business trip. He tells his wife that the doctor, along with his wife Seol-hee, will be visiting them soon. Uni, listening from the kitchen, smiles and says it's been a while since she last saw Seol-hee and it would be nice to catch up. Curious, she asks when exactly they're coming over. Her husband, always the considerate one, says that if she doesn't mind, he can invite them right away. Uni gives a nod, happy to hear the news. Meanwhile, Mia and Sua are busy bickering around their father, who's trying to remain calm but clearly amused by their playful squabble. Dae-ho, not wanting to miss a chance to greet his uncle, steps forward with a warm smile. His uncle, always a bit teasing, asks if he's been taking care of the house in his absence. Dae-ho straightens up and assures him with a grin that everything is perfectly fine. After all, he's the only man in the house, so it's his job to keep things in order. Later that evening, Uni proudly serves dinner, having made meal for the family. She mentions with a smile that it wasn't too difficult to prepare, just a little trimming and cutting, nothing too fancy. As she places a plate in front of Dae-ho, she remembers that he mentioned before how much he liked eel tails. With a playful grin, she cuts off the tail part and serves it to him, along with the other delicacies she made. Her husband, seeing the generous serving, raises an eyebrow and jokingly asks if there's really enough eel for everyone, to which Uni responds with a laugh, assuring him it's just right. Then, to Dae-ho's surprise, she hands him a glass of raspberry wine, claiming it's because he's an adult now. Dae-ho hesitates for a moment, unsure of how to react, but his uncle, with a knowing smile, raises his own cup and requests a drink from Dae-ho, who politely pours it for him. Uni, not missing a beat, then offers Dae-ho some of her own drink, adding that it's fine since he's grown up now. Daeho, taken aback by how much he's being given, wonders if he can actually drink that much. Yuni chuckles and replies that maybe it's because he's still young, but at least he's a good drinker for his age. Meanwhile, Mia and Sua are outside happily grilling some meat. Their laughter fills the air as they enjoy their own cooking session. Later, as the night settles in, Daeho makes his way to Mia's room. As it turns out that he is feeling energized and needs to be relieved. As he is with Mia, she didn't wake up throughout the session. The next morning, Mia wakes up feeling more refreshed than usual. As she walks out of her room, she bumps into Daeho, who casually asks if she slept well. She smiles and, with a sigh of contentment, tells him that it's been a long time since she had such a good sleep. It seems like the peaceful atmosphere in the house had worked wonders on her rest. Later, Daeho is seen on a video call with his friend Yunim, who's currently in Taiwan. He teases her, asking if it's as hot there as he's heard, and she confirms that it is indeed sweltering. She sighs, adding that she's hoping the year will pass by quickly so she can return home. Daeho, ever the optimist, reassures her to hang in there. Time passes quickly and they'll have fun when she visits next year. After a few more words of encouragement, they end the call, both smiling despite the distance. Soon after, the doctor and his wife, Seolhee, arrive at Daeho's house. Seolhee looks around, taking in the view, and remarks on how beautiful the house is. Every time she visits, she thinks it's well built, and today is no different. As they approach the entrance, she notices that the door is unlocked. She chuckles and comments that maybe it's just the countryside way of life, so peaceful and carefree. She adds with a smile that a summer trip to such a peaceful countryside place would definitely be worth looking forward to. In the living room, Daeho's uncle and aunt are chatting with the doctor and his wife, Seolhee. His uncle, always the friendly host, remarks that it's been such a long time since their last visit and invites them to make themselves comfortable. He adds that it's summer vacation, so they can relax and enjoy their time together. Seolhee smiles and thanks them for the kind invitation, feeling the warmth of their hospitality. Daeho's uncle, never one to let a moment go by without suggesting something fun, suggests they all go to the beach together. It's not far, and it would be a nice way to enjoy the summer. Seolhee, however, looks a bit flustered and hesitates. She laughs nervously, mentioning that, for her age, going to the beach feels a little too much. Her husband, sensing an opportunity to tease, remarks with a sly grin that it's funny because she brought her bikini along. He then jokes about whether she's shy in front of Daeho's uncle. Seolhee, clearly a little embarrassed, nervously claims that she brought it just for an emergency, not really planning to use it. Yuni, hearing this, reassures her that there's nothing wrong with wearing a bikini, as she had gone to the beach recently herself. Seolhee, still a little defensive, comments that Yuni is just pretty, so she can pull it off. She adds that whenever she wears a bikini, the youngsters tease her, which makes her uncomfortable. Daeho's uncle, however, interrupts the conversation with a bold statement. He claims that if every man had a wife as pretty as Seolhee, the divorce rate in the country would be 0. Seolhee, a bit surprised, feels a slight sense of victory, knowing that her sophisticated and youthful appearance is still being noticed, especially compared to Yuni. As the conversation continues, Seolhee feels a sense of superiority. She can't help but compare herself to Yuni, noting that while Yuni is undoubtedly pretty, her style is more laid back and doesn't reflect the level of sophistication Seolhee prides herself on. Yuni's simpler, older style of dressing feels like it shows the difference between their lives, and Seolhee takes comfort in the fact that she still seems younger and more polished in comparison. Just then, Daeho enters the room, and his uncle, eager to introduce him, calls him over. Daeho's uncle introduces him to the doctor and his wife, who both greet him warmly. The doctor remarks that they had met Daeho when he was just a kid and that he used to be a friend of Daeho's father, Chief Osa. Daeho is stunned by the revelation. As everyone settles into the evening, Seolhee steals a glance at Daeho, studying him closely. She can't help but think that he looks like a foolish bumpkin, though a small smile tugs at her lips as she reluctantly admits to herself that he's grown into a cute, brave young man. Daeho, unaware of the thoughts running through her head, politely thanks her for the compliment and takes his leave. Seolhee, however, isn't so easily convinced. She watches him walk away, reasoning that while he may have grown in stature, there's still something about him that seems immature. Despite being an adult, he lacks the charm and attraction of a true man, at least in her eyes. Later, they're all gathered around the dinner table. The doctor compliments Yuni's cooking, calling it excellent. Yuni, glowing with pride, thanks him warmly, mentioning that they must be exhausted from their travels and offering them a chance to rest. She informs them that she has already prepared a room for them on the second floor and they are welcome to retire there. Seolhee stands up, announcing that she'll go unpack their things first. Daeho's uncle, eager to unwind, suggests that the doctor, President Park, should join him for some drinks and asks Daeho to help Seolhee with her things. Daeho, though surprised by the request, agrees and walks with Seolhee to the room. As they walk, Daeho, in his usual straightforward manner, suddenly comments on Seolhee's appearance, complimenting her body. Seolhee, taken aback by his bluntness, frowns and considers it rude. She quickly snaps that it must be because Daeho is an orphan, suggesting that his lack of proper social upbringing is the reason for his lack of tact. Later that night, Seolhee tosses and turns in bed, unable to sleep. She feels restless, likely due to eating too much at dinner, and finds herself constantly thirsty. Finally, unable to ignore it any longer, she wakes her husband, nudging him gently. He groggily responds, mumbling that he can't get up because he's too drunk, and promises to fetch water for her tomorrow. Frustrated, Seolhee mutters under her breath that this is exactly why living in a 2-floor house isn't ideal, everything is too far away. Grumbling to herself, she decides to go downstairs on her own to get the water, already feeling the inconvenience of the long climb ahead. But as she passed Mia's room, she heard some sound that seemed compromising, so she peeked into the little opening and saw Mia and Daeho working out. Seolhee was totally stunned at what she just saw. Meanwhile, Daeho and Mia are unaware that Seolhee saw them as they are busy engrossed in the workout session. She heads downstairs and has a glass of water, to which she heads upstairs and sees that Mia and Daeho are still together. Seolhee, still feeling a bit off, heads downstairs early the next morning to join Yoonhee and Daeho for breakfast. The two men, having gone off on vacation together, are busy discussing their business, leaving the women to enjoy a quieter meal. Mia and Sua are also already out early, leaving just the three of them at the table. Seolhee, feeling somewhat out of place, admits that she got some sleep but doesn't seem entirely at ease. Daeho, ever the optimist, casually remarks that it's good she woke up a bit late so she didn't have to eat alone. He continues, excited about the beautiful weather, suggesting that it's the perfect day to head to the beach. With a smile, he asks if Seolhee would like to go and he'll happily guide her. Seolhee, caught off guard, feels flustered, unsure of how to respond. Yoonhee, who's always quick to encourage a little fun, chimes in, agreeing that it's the perfect day for the beach and asking when they would go, especially since Seolhee brought a bikini. Seolhee, clearly hesitant, nervously claims that she can't go to the beach alone and wear a bikini at her age. Daeho, however, is resolute, reassuring her that Yoonhee will join them and there's no room for discussion. He firmly tells them to get ready, making it clear that the plan is set ashort, while later they are all on the beach, the sand warm underfoot and the sun shining brightly. Seolhee feels self-conscious, glancing down at the bikini she's wearing. It's the first time she's worn one in years and she can't shake the feeling of embarrassment. However, as she looks over at Yoonhee, she notices that, for her age, Yoonhee doesn't look bad at all in her bikini. Seolhee feels a slight sense of competition bubble up, but she quickly brushes it off. As they settle into the beach scene, the men around them seem to take notice of Seolhee, which doesn't escape her attention. She can't help but feel a little self-conscious about the attention, but tries to act nonchalant. Yoonhee, sensing her discomfort, offers a solution, saying she'll go rent a parasol and be back shortly. She asks Daeho to stay with Seolhee while she's gone. Seolhee, feeling the heat of the sun on her skin and the eyes of the people around them, can't help but notice that Daeho is looking at her intently. His gaze, without a hint of shame or hesitation, makes her uncomfortable and she shifts awkwardly. Her expression tightens and a sense of self-consciousness washes over her. Then, to her surprise, Daeho opens his mouth and casually remarks that Seolhee actually looks pretty in the bikini. He even goes as far as to say she has a perfect body. Seolhee, still feeling a bit unsettled, turns to Daeho and tells him that it doesn't seem quite right for him to be so forward with his compliment. Daeho, realizing his bluntness, quickly apologizes and explains that he meant it as a compliment. He adds that he simply wanted to let a woman know how beautiful she is, thinking it might make her feel good. Seolhee, though still slightly taken aback, can't help but find his reasoning oddly logical. She even starts to think that despite Daeho's stupid face, his somewhat awkward, unrefined way of carrying himself, he can sometimes say things that make sense in an unexpected way. As she stands there, her thoughts wander. Ever since arriving at the beach, she's found herself preoccupied with what the men around her think of her. The stares, the attention, they weigh on her more than she'd like to admit. She feels somewhat reassured by Daeho's words despite their rude nature. After all, his compliment, though a bit blunt, isn't exactly untrue. And strangely, his gaze on her, though direct and without apology, makes her feel strangely pleased. The fact that someone like him, so young and full of life, sees her that way makes her feel a little younger, perhaps, or at least admired. Before she can dwell too long on her thoughts, Yoonhee returns, bringing Seolhee out of her head. She tells them she's already found a place to rent a parasol, and they make their way over to settle in. Seol-hee watches as Dae-ho runs off to enjoy the beach, his carefree energy filling the space around him. It's a strange sight to see someone so young and full of life without a care in the world. Seol-hee turns to Yoonhee and remarks that it's amazing to her how Dae-ho, despite being orphaned at such a young age, is still so bright and energetic. She comments that it's a testament to how well Yoonhee must have raised him. Yoonhee, with a smile that doesn't quite hide her pride, nods. She responds that Dae-ho is naturally energetic, he doesn't need constant attention. All she can do is offer him comfort when necessary. Dae-ho walks over to Seol-hee with a bright, eager expression, inviting her to join him in the sea. But Seol-hee politely refuses, not quite feeling up to it. Yoonhee, sensing the change in the mood, suggests she'll go buy some drinks since the heat is becoming unbearable. Dae-ho, ever attentive, asks if she wants him to accompany her, remembering how she struggled to find a store the last time they were out. Yoonhee, with a reassuring smile, declines his offer. She confidently says she knows where to shop now, so it won't be a problem. She then adds that Dae-ho should stay and look after Seol-hee, implying that Seol-hee might get bored if left alone. Dae-ho nods in agreement, assuring Yoonhee that nothing will happen while he's there with Seol-hee and that she'll be safe and entertained. As Yoonhee walks off, Dae-ho turns to Seol-hee with an almost casual tone, asking if she'd like him to apply some sunscreen or oil on her. Seol-hee, caught off guard, feels a flush of heat rise to her cheeks. His directness makes her flustered and she quickly protests, worried that people might start staring or think things are inappropriate. Dae-ho, completely unfazed, suggests they find a secluded spot where no one can see them, giving Seol-hee a sense of privacy. With a mix of hesitation and curiosity, Seol-hee agrees, though she can't help but wonder if she's making the right decision. Soon, they are in a small, secluded tent, away from prying eyes. Seol-hee lies on her chest, feeling a little awkward but also oddly comforted by the privacy. Dae-ho, with his usual straightforwardness, begins to apply the oil, focusing on the task with care. Seol-hee was thoroughly enjoying herself from the oily massage Dae-ho was giving her, but tries to control herself, asking when will he be done with it. But he claims that he has to apply the oil evenly on her body to make it right. And then he proceeds to apply the oil on her front as well. He adds that if he doesn't apply it properly, then there will be marks. Soon, Dae-ho proceeds to become passionate about the massage. Yoonhee is seen trying to find the store. She remembers she has been here last time, but now she has already forgotten the directions. She is not certain of which direction to choose. At the time, Dae-ho and Seol-hee are seen as they begin their workout session. Yoonhee returned to the parasol with the drinks she had bought. Dae-ho, noticing her delay, casually remarked that she was late again and asked if something had happened. Yoonhee laughed a little, brushing off the concern. She explained that the convenience store had been more difficult to navigate than she expected, but at least the drinks were still cool, which made the effort worthwhile. She handed one of the drinks to Seol-hee, who gladly accepted it, feeling parched after the intense oil massage. As she took a sip, she felt an unexpected sense of relief and peace settle over her. The refreshing coldness of the drink contrasted with the warm, almost calming sensation of the massage she had just received. There was a quiet happiness within her, something simple yet satisfying in that moment. It was as if the sea breeze, the cooling drink, and the carefree atmosphere of the beach had all come together to offer a brief escape from the underlying tensions she had been carrying. Seol-hee couldn't help but smile to herself, savoring the rare moment of peace. As they enjoyed their drinks, Yoonhee chuckled, commenting on how difficult it was to get the drinks but how totally worth it had been. Dae-ho, always ready to offer help, quickly suggested that next time he could accompany her. He followed up with a thought, remarking that the good thing about living so close to the beach was that they could visit and enjoy the view whenever they wanted. It was simple, but it felt like a small luxury to him. Later, the two families were seen gathered at a restaurant, with President Park, visibly drunk, insisting that he would treat everyone and that they should eat as much as they wanted. Dae-ho's uncle, ever the gracious host, hesitated and insisted it wasn't right for their guests to pay for the meal, but President Park insisted with a smile, saying that it was his way of thanking them for the warm welcome and the delicious dinner they had shared earlier. Dae-ho, his usual enthusiastic self, excitedly thanked them for the meal. Mia, ever the caring figure, patted his head with a soft chuckle, reminding him to enjoy the meal slowly. Dae-ho responded with a wide grin, saying that it had been such a long time since they'd been to a restaurant and they shouldn't waste time, they should simply enjoy the food. Later, Seol-hee was seen heading toward the restroom. As she walked, she was startled when Dae-ho suddenly appeared beside her. His bluntness took her off guard as he casually mentioned that when her husband was sleeping soundly, she should come to his room. She retorted, asking why she would ever do such a thing. But Dae-ho, without missing a beat, told her again to make sure she came to his room after her husband fell asleep and not to be late. Later that night, the quiet of the house was broken as Seol-hee was seen making her way to Daeho's room. Seol-hee came to his room, claiming that she hopes Daeho doesn't tell others about their session. But Daeho doesn't care and even told her that she will obey his orders henceforth, to which they proceed to another round of workout session. After some break, Daeho then claims that her husband must have only been able to do a session. He then makes his move and they commence another session. Afterwards, Daeho told her that it will be dawn soon, so her husband may ruin their fun, so he asks her to go back to her room while Seol-hee claims that her husband sleeps a lot. But Daeho insists, and adds that there is still plenty of time for her to stay with him as his slave. The next morning, Seol-hee and her husband stepped out of their room, looking a bit bleary-eyed but starting their day. As they walked down the hall, Daeho also emerged from his room. The moment was casual, yet President Park greeted Daeho warmly and Daeho politely responded, his tone respectful as always. The group then proceeded downstairs together for breakfast. As they were making their way to the dining area, Daeho, ever the one to speak his mind, turned to Seol-hee and asked if she had a wonderful night. Seol-hee, perhaps still feeling a bit off from the previous night's encounter, replied with a formal tone, using honorifics. President Park, who had been quietly observing, raised an eyebrow and asked with curiosity why Seol-hee was speaking to Daeho so formally when, in the past, she had spoken to him in a more comfortable, informal way. Seol-hee, slightly flustered by the attention, quickly responded that she simply hadn't gotten used to it yet, trying to brush off the question. Daeho, clearly enjoying the awkwardness of the moment, added with a playful smirk, "Don't worry, we'll get closer to each other as time passes." As President Park greets Yoonhee and her husband, he mentions that he thinks Seol-hee is right behind him. Yoonhee, slightly puzzled, asks about Seol-hee's whereabouts. President Park replies that he believes she will come down soon as he had seen Daeho on his way down. However, the situation upstairs is different. Daeho and Seol-hee are wrestling and after a while, Yoonhee begins to grow concerned about the delay. Wondering what's taking so long, she asks Sua to go check on Seol-hee. President Park offers to go himself, but Yoonhee tells him not to, snapping at Sua to go instead, knowing that Sua doesn't have much of an appetite and can use the excuse to take a break. Although Sua hates talking to adults, she heads upstairs to find Seol-hee. When she arrives on the second floor, she informs Seol-hee that Yoonhee wants her to come down for breakfast. Seol-hee, clearly not feeling well, claims she's not feeling well at the moment. Sua, noticing the odd situation, sees that Daeho is also upstairs and hears him say that he's just helping Seol-hee out. As she heads back downstairs, Sua can't shake the feeling that something is off. A sense of unease settles in her stomach as she wonders whether Daeho might be doing something inappropriate with Seol-hee. Shortly after, Seol-hee enters the dining room, apologizing for her late arrival, explaining that she had been suffering from a terrible stomachache. Not long after, Daeho enters as well, casually asking for his breakfast. The day eventually arrives for Seol-hee and her husband to leave, marking the last day of their stay. Later, in her room, Sua continues to dwell on the strange interaction she witnessed earlier between Seol-hee and Daeho. Feeling uneasy, she decides to confront Daeho and find out what exactly is going on. However, as she approaches his room, she is shocked by what she sees just before she enters. The next day, Seol-hee and her husband are seen preparing to leave. As they're getting ready to head out, Seol-hee thanks Daeho's family, expressing how much she enjoyed the visit. She claims it was the best summer vacation she's ever had, her tone warm but slightly formal. She even promises Yoonhee that she'll see her again soon, which doesn't exactly brighten Sua's mood. In fact, Sua privately hopes Seol-hee won't make a return trip anytime soon. Meanwhile, Daeho's uncle, who's always a bit curious, turns to his wife and asks what exactly she did that made Seol-hee so eager to visit them again. Yoonhee, with a small smile, casually replies that she just took her to the beach once and that's it. Simple, but clearly enough to leave an impression. As Daeho is heading to his room, he spots Sua sitting quietly. He asks her how she's doing, noticing that she looks a bit more rested than usual. He jokingly mentions how tough it must have been for her to sleep on the sofa. Sua, trying to brush it off with a small grin, admits that it was uncomfortable but that she finally managed to get some decent sleep. Daeho, in his usual straightforward way, suggests they go grab some breakfast together. Yoonhee, meanwhile, is getting ready to head out for groceries. Mia, noticing the moment, says she's going swimming with her friend Yuri. But as she's about to leave, she spots Daeho and Sua sitting together on the sofa. A bit puzzled, she asks what's going on, clearly surprised. Daeho, completely unfazed, casually explains that they're just watching TV together. Mia raises an eyebrow at this since she knows Sua has never been one to watch TV before. To this, Sua quickly explains that she's just interested in watching the part where the cheetahs run. Of course, Mia, not wanting to press the issue, leaves with a smile, saying it's good to see them both getting along so well. Yuni is seen at the market carrying a basket filled with fresh foodstuffs. As she strolls through the aisles, an elderly man approaches her, offering a polite greeting. It turns out he's Yuri's father. Yuni, smiling warmly, introduces herself as Mia's mother and casually mentions that Yuri has been coming over to their house often these days. Yuri's father, a bit concerned, asks if Yuri is causing any trouble. Yuni reassures him with a gentle laugh, saying that Yuri is Mia's best friend and has been a great companion for her. She adds that Yuri is never a bother, and the two girls often spend their time together at the swimming pool. Meanwhile, at the pool, Yuri and Mia are seen enjoying their time. Yuri suddenly suggests that they should have brought Daeho along, a statement that catches Mia off guard. Mia, slightly confused, asks what she means since they're here for a swimming lesson. Yuri, with a mischievous smile, explains that she just wanted to make it feel like the old days when the three of them would hang out. She adds that it's just not as fun without Daeho. Mia, now more serious, confronts Yuri, teasing her lightly for trying to chase after someone else's brother. Yuri, looking slightly embarrassed but accepting the teasing, agrees with Mia. She then suggests that they should go to Mia's house later for a cool drink, and Mia, with a laugh, agrees. They both dive into the pool, the cool water offering a brief break from their playful banter. Meanwhile, Yuri's father is seen helping Yuni carry some of her bags. They are almost at her house, and the walk feels lighthearted with casual conversation between them. Yuri's father seems friendly and easygoing, clearly wanting to make sure Yuni is comfortable with the groceries. The moment feels simple yet pleasant as they continue walking together toward her home. Sua is left alone in her room, her thoughts wandering as she reflects on how she and Daeho ended up becoming close. In the past, she always saw him as childish and annoying, someone who would constantly get on her nerves. Back then, she wasn't quite mature herself, and it made it even harder to deal with him. Even though they often shared the same schedule and went home together, they never really spoke to each other in a friendly or warm way. It was more out of necessity than genuine connection, and Sua can't help but wonder how things changed so much between them. Outside the house, Yuri and Mia meet up with their parents. Yuri, surprised to see her father there, raises an eyebrow and asks what he's doing at Mia's place. Her father, with a friendly grin, explains that he ran into Mia's mom at the market and decided to help her with the groceries. Yuri soon figures out what happened, and they all head inside. Yuni greets them with a warm smile, offering Yuri's father some water, which he accepts gratefully. They all settle around the table, and the atmosphere feels comfortable and casual, the kind of vibe that makes it easy to chat. As they sip their drinks, Yuri's father, with a playful grin, teases Yuni, claiming that the water tastes exceptionally good. He then adds that he's heard from a few people that Yuni is an excellent cook. The two girls, Mia and Yuri, exchange amused glances, quickly realizing that Yuri's father is acting this way to flatter Yuni. It's clear that he's trying to charm her with compliments, which only makes the situation a bit more amusing to the girls. Yuni, feeling a bit guilty about letting Yuri's father leave without offering something more, kindly suggests that he have some fruit before he goes. Yuri's father is about to agree, but when he sees the look his daughter gives him, he immediately backs out, claiming that the water was enough. However, Yuni insists, and with a sigh, he gives in and agrees to stay for the fruit. With a thoughtful expression, Yuni suggests that since it's summer, Oriental melon would be perfect. She heads to the kitchen to prepare it, and the whole scene feels warm and welcoming, the kind of hospitality that makes anyone feel at home. After enjoying the refreshing melon, Yuri's father, feeling both satisfied and appreciative, thanks Yuni for treating him so well. Yuni, always polite, smiles and tells him that next time she'll be sure to invite him properly, making it sound like a promise for an even better visit. Just as they're finishing up, Sua, who had been lost in her music, comes down the stairs. Yuri immediately asks about Daeho, but Sua, still a bit distant, answers coldly, claiming that she's been listening to music the entire time and, therefore, has no idea where he is. Yuri raises an eyebrow at this, but doesn't push the matter further. Meanwhile, Yuri's father, sitting quietly, glances over at Yuni and her daughters. He silently admires how beautiful they all are. Later in the day, Daeho finally steps out of his room and is greeted by Yuri, who lights up the moment she sees him. She rushes over with her usual energy, eager to know what he's been up to. Daeho, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, admits that he had just taken a quick nap, nothing too exciting. Yuri then takes the chance to introduce her father to Daeho, trying to hide the hint of pride in her voice. Yuri's father offers a polite nod and, with a half-smile, mentions that he heard from Yuni that Daeho is preparing for the college entrance exam again. Daeho responds a bit awkwardly, saying that he's not exactly the brightest when it comes to studying and that there are times he feels like giving up on college altogether and just finding a job already. He doesn't sugarcoat it, it's just how he feels. Yuri's father listens, pretending to be thoughtful, but deep down, he's cooking up a strange little idea. To him, Daeho might be the perfect excuse to keep visiting this house and maybe get closer to Yuni and her daughters. He pulls out his business card like a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat and offers it to Daeho. He tells him to come visit the school sometime, that it might be easier if he hears advice from someone in the field, whether it's about college or job hunting. It's then that Daeho realizes Yuri's dad isn't just a random parent, he's actually a university professor. That changes the vibe a little. Yuni, who had been quietly listening nearby, thanks Yuri's father sincerely for his kind gesture. He waves it off with a smile, saying he's just doing what he can to help, especially since Daeho is still trying to figure things out. In his mind, though, Yuri's father is already celebrating a minor victory. To him, this is just step one, an opening. He's convinced he's halfway through his plan, having now created a genuine reason to stay in touch with Mia's mom. Later in the evening, Yuni and her husband are seen enjoying dinner quietly, just the two of them. Her husband glances at the empty seats and wonders why none of the kids are eating. Yuni explains with a small laugh that they all claimed they were full after drinking earlier and didn't feel like eating anymore. As they eat, she brings up the topic of Yuri's father offering to give Daeho some guidance about his future. Her tone is casual, but there's a hint of gratitude behind her words. After all, good advice is hard to come by, and who would turn down a little extra support for someone still trying to find his path in Mia's room? The night carries a soft buzz as Mia, Yuri, and Daeho spend time together, the air filled with the warmth of casual company. Mia finds herself quietly amused at the image of Yuri's father, thinking he doesn't quite match the serious role of a university professor. She remembers how he acted earlier and can't help but laugh, thinking he looked more like someone pretending to be smart for a costume party. Yuri, however, doesn't take kindly to the teasing. She insists that her dad is serious about education and constantly talks about studying, even during dinner, like it's his personal mission in life. Daeho listens, a little intrigued, and admits that visiting the university might not be a bad idea. There's a part of him that wonders if seeing it up close could help him get his thoughts straight about the future. Yuri picks up on the shift in his tone and lightly teases him, as if he suddenly turned scholarly just because her dad handed him a business card. The mood stays playful, a typical summer evening among friends, until the hallway gets involved. Outside, Sua lingers like a neighborhood watch committee that no one asked for. Her eyes narrow with suspicion as she notices Yuri showing up more frequently these days, especially when drinks are involved. Something doesn't sit right with her, so she makes a silent decision to intervene before things get weird. Marching into the room like an authority figure on patrol, she delivers a sharp reminder that this isn't a playground and that quiet is expected for the night. Mia throws back a casual remark, clearly not interested in being bossed around, while Yuri tries to lighten the moment by pointing out that she hardly visits that often. But Sua's focus is already locked on Daeho. She doesn't say it with warmth, but rather with the efficiency of a drill sergeant. If he's done drinking, he needs to get to his room and sleep, because she's planning to bring their father around for a surprise inspection. Mia and Yuri try to defend him, but Sua leaves before they can finish, her footsteps practically echoing with judgment. Some time passes and the house grows quiet. Yuri wakes up, her sense of time nudging her that the so-called checkup visit from her dad is long overdue. She tries to wake Mia, but her friend is deep in sleep, unmoving, as if determined to dream through a hurricane. With no response, Yuri gets up and moves to Daeho's room. There, she finds him just waking up. He admits that during the check earlier, he meant to only fake sleep but ended up dozing off completely. With the house calm and the night still young, Yuri proposes they pass the time together until Mia wakes. Daeho, already wide awake, agrees. The next morning arrives with the usual calm, the sunlight streaming softly through the windows. Yuri is already at the door, getting ready to head out. She says her farewells and Mia follows close behind, letting their mom know they're off to the cafe together. It feels like a regular morning on the surface, but a quiet tension lingers just beneath it. Elsewhere in the house, Daeho comes across Sua unexpectedly. The moment he sees her, there's a flicker of unease in his expression. He wasn't expecting to face her so soon. But it's too late to avoid the encounter. Sua doesn't hesitate. She tells him to follow her, leading him away from where others might hear. It's clear from her tone that she has something serious to say. Once alone, she lays it all out. Her words aren't angry, more disappointed, laced with a kind of protective concern. She saw everything that happened the night before. From her perspective, it wasn't just casual, especially not when Mia, who always looked out for Daeho like a younger sibling, was involved. To Sua, it crossed a line, one that shouldn't be blurred. The sense of betrayal was clear in her voice, not just for Mia's sake but for what it all represented. But rather than respond with apology or reflection, Daeho shifts the tone completely. There's no remorse in him. Instead, he takes a bold step forward, both literally and emotionally, implying that if Sua feels this strongly, then perhaps it's because she's personally invested in some way. He brushes aside the confrontation with the claim that he can help her come to terms with what's happening. Mia is seen pacing around the cafe, clearly irritated. Her plans with Yuri had fallen through without notice, and now the boredom was getting to her. With a sigh, she decides there's no point staying out and begins making her way back home, her mind already wandering. Naturally, her thoughts drift to Daeho. She wonders what he's up to, probably wasting time as usual, maybe still in bed. Back at the house, she walks straight to Daeho's room, expecting to find him either asleep or glued to his phone. But when she opens the door, the room is empty. That's strange. A quiet kind of suspicion starts creeping in. It doesn't seem like he's anywhere in the house. She mentally ticks off the places he might be, but none make sense at the moment. And then, like an annoying pop-up ad she can't close, a strange thought plants itself in her mind. Her eyes slowly shift toward Sua's room. The possibility seems absurd at first, but her gut won't let it go. What if Daeho and Sua are in there together? She stands frozen outside the door, her hand hovering in midair. She's not sure if she should knock, call out. Later that day, the entire household finds themselves gathered at the dining table with bowls of food and clinking utensils filling the otherwise quiet air. Normally, this scene would be filled with laughter, casual banter, or at the very least, someone slurping too loudly. But today it's oddly silent, so quiet, in fact, that even Uni, who's usually focused on making sure everyone gets enough to eat, looks up and takes notice. Her eyes scan the table as she comments on the unusually subdued atmosphere, clearly sensing that something is off. It doesn't take long for the truth to float up like steam from the rice bowls. Earlier, Mia had barged in on what looked suspiciously like a wrestling match between Sua and Daeho, though calling it wrestling was probably her generous attempt to keep from flipping the whole table over. The awkward energy from that discovery hadn't quite left the room, and it showed in every glance and bite of food. Later on, the emotional leftovers of that moment are still present as the siblings find themselves back in the room. The air is heavy with tension, less like a family gathering and more like an accidental soap opera. Mia, trying to process the entire situation, ends up blaming herself, claiming she started this whole mess. But Sua isn't having it. She points out that Mia, being the oldest, should have known better, especially considering what she had been doing wasn't entirely innocent either. Mia defends herself with the explanation that she was only trying to help Daeho, but Sua isn't buying that. According to her, Mia's version of helping went a bit too far, especially when she could have just taught Daeho once and left it at that. And then there was Yuri, yes, Yuri, who somehow managed to insert herself into the chaos, making the situation even messier than a spilled soup pot. The two sisters go back and forth, voices rising like heat in a summer kitchen as their words spill over faster than they can clean them up. But then unexpectedly, Daeho steps in. He cuts through the noise, not by picking a side, but by owning up to his part. He tells them it's not their fault, not really. With an expression that's more serious than anyone's used to seeing from him, he confesses that he truly likes both of them. He confidently declares, with the pride of a rooster in a henhouse, that he wouldn't mind being with both girls at the same time. As expected, both girls snap at him instantly like synchronized emotional ninjas, leaving him stunned and gloomy. Feeling emotionally defeated, he walks away with the dramatic sadness of someone in a soap opera, murmuring about how they are both special and precious to him, as if that somehow makes it less awkward. Later that night, while the air is quiet and emotions start to settle, Sua lies in her bed, tossing and turning, unable to shake off what Daeho said earlier. She wonders if there was any truth behind his ridiculous but oddly sincere words. Even Mia, who tries to act like she's above it all, finds herself bothered, questioning her own thoughts as she stares at the ceiling like it holds answers. By morning, Mia decides she can't take the overthinking anymore. She marches to Daeho's room and knocks firmly, mentally prepared to demand some clarity. But when he opens the door, he's already dressed like someone heading to a business meeting rather than a guilt-filled apology session. With a casual tone that only adds to the confusion, he mentions he's got somewhere to be. Specifically, he's off to meet Yuri's father. Because, of course, nothing screams normal day like visiting your crush's father after accidentally starting a love triangle. To make things more curious, Uni is also all dressed up, ready to go. They head out together, walking through the streets like two people on a professional mission or a very awkward date. When they arrive at the university, Daeho looks around in awe and blurts out that the place is bigger and fancier than Mia's university. Yuni chuckles and explains that Mia goes to an all-women's university, so naturally it's smaller. She then adds with a hopeful note that it would be nice if Daeho could study at a place like this someday. Daeho scratches his head and admits he's not sure if he's smart enough because apparently self-doubt likes to tag along on university tours. Yuni, ever the encouraging one, tells him that all he really needs to do is study hard from now on. Easier said than done, especially when your brain is still recovering from emotional whiplash. Eventually, they arrive at Yuri's father's office. The man greets them warmly with the kind of charm that feels just a little too smooth. He offers them some snacks and casually mentions that he's just wrapped up a big project, so he has time to relax and chat and even grab dinner later. Daeho, meanwhile, is probably just happy to have food involved. Yuri's father, while all smiles on the surface, quietly sees Yuni's visit as a personal win, almost like catching a rare Pokemon. In his mind, it's the beginning of a long game where he plans to break her down, piece by piece. Which sounds more villainous than hospitable, but here we are. Pretending to be the perfect host, he says he doesn't have any drinks available and asks Daeho to make a quick run to the cafe for iced coffee. Daeho agrees without protest, possibly happy to escape the subtle tension in the room, and asks if he can grab orange juice for himself instead. Yuri's father, still in his smooth talker mode, agrees and even tells Daeho to take his time, maybe grab a snack too. With that, Daeho takes his leave. Yuri's father suddenly asks Yuni to stand up, saying there's something he wants to show her because nothing says casual office visit like a mysterious request mid-snack. Curious, Yuni stands and follows his gaze toward the bookshelf lining the wall. He gestures for her to take a closer look, his tone proud but casual, like a magician preparing for the reveal. She steps closer, her eyes scanning the neat rows of academic-looking titles when he casually drops the fact that he wrote all of them himself. Yuni's eyes widen, impressed. She knew he was respected, but this? A whole shelf of his own books? That's next-level overachiever behavior. Her respect for him grows, and she even feels a bit grateful that someone this accomplished is taking time to give Daeho guidance. It's not every day someone who writes textbooks is also giving your friend or whatever Daeho is supposed to be life advice. Just as he's about to show her something else, maybe the rare edition of How to Intimidate with a Smile, his phone rings. The screen flashes the name of the principal. Judging by the slight twitch in his eye, it's not a call he can ignore. He sighs in that polite but irritated way, picks it up, and after a short conversation announces that the principal needs to see him right away. He's clearly not thrilled about it, probably wishing he could clone himself just to avoid interruptions. He turns to Yuni with a diplomatic smile, telling her there's an urgent matter he has to attend to but promises to be back soon. Yuni, always considerate, offers to come back another time. But he waves the idea off, insisting she stay and wait. With a polite nod, she agrees and cheerfully says she'll read one of his books in the meantime because what else do you do when left alone in a professor's office besides become an impromptu literature critic? Some time passes and Daeho finally returns holding a drink in one hand and a snack in the other like a man who just conquered a cafe. Yuni greets him and quickly fills him in on the situation, explaining that Yuri's father had to step out for an urgent meeting with the principal. So they'll have to wait a bit. To fill the time, she shows Daeho the books on the shelf, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She tells him that being a professor must be a really great job, impressive, respectable, and clearly impactful. Then, in her usual gentle tone, she adds that she hopes he'll study hard too. She wishes for him to grow into someone just as amazing someday. Yuri's father rushes back toward his office, his footsteps quick and purposeful like a man chasing after a closing door of opportunity. He keeps glancing at his phone, the screen lit up with notifications he's ignoring. In his mind, he's already rehearsing how he'll send Daeho off again, probably with another coffee run or some other errand just long enough to get a few uninterrupted minutes with Yuni. There's a gleam in his eye, the kind of look someone has right before they make a move in chess or something much creepier. But when he reaches the office and opens the door, his hopeful smirk vanishes faster than a snack at a student party. Daeho is back. Not only back, but cheerfully holding the coffee he went out to get like an innocent puppy proud of bringing a stick. Yuri's father manages to keep his disappointment in check, masking it with a practiced smile as he thanks him. With a quick mental reset, he decides to shift gears and act like nothing happened. Calmly, he invites Yuni to take a seat so they can finally begin the consultation, putting on his professional voice, the one that sounds wise and trustworthy. But Yuni, ever observant and far from naive, politely declines. She explains that since it looks like he's already busy and dealing with other things, it might be better for them to come back another time. Before he can say anything else, she and Daeho stand up and begin to leave. Yuri's father watches them go, silently screaming inside like a villain whose evil monologue got interrupted by a fire drill. His plan had collapsed before it even had the chance to start, leaving him in the ruins of his own imagination. Outside, as they walk away from the building, Daeho turns to Yuni with a puzzled expression. He asks why they left so suddenly. It's not like they were being kicked out. Yuni responds calmly, saying that she needs to clean up. Whether it's herself, her thoughts, or just the uncomfortable feeling left behind, she doesn't say, but Daeho nods anyway, respecting her space. Wanting her to have somewhere comfortable, he offers to take her to a hotel so she can freshen up properly. Yuni, slightly flustered but composed, steps inside the room and mentions, almost shyly, that this is her first time coming to a place like this. The air hangs still for a moment. Daeho blinks, caught off guard. With the reflexes of someone who wasn't ready for emotional trivia, he blurts out a question. Hadn't she been to a place like this when she was dating his uncle? By the time they got home in the evening, the familiar hum of routine settled in. Yuni, already thinking ahead, mentioned that it was time for dinner. Daeho, glancing at the clock, agreed and said he would go upstairs to change. Yuni, ever efficient, responded that she would do the same and start preparing dinner right away. It was like a well-rehearsed dance in the house, the unwritten rule that when evening came, food and comfort followed. However, as Daeho reached the second floor, he bumped into an angry Mia, her arms crossed and face set in a scowl. She wasted no time asking if he had a good talk with Yuri's father. Daeho, nonchalant as always, replied that Yuri's father had been busy so they would meet next time. He tried to sidestep the confrontation by heading toward his room, but Mia wasn't having any of it. Her voice rang out as she yelled after him, demanding to know when he thought he could avoid her. Daeho, trying to remain calm, turned and told her plainly that he wasn't going to do anything unless she made up with Sua first. With that, he turned and entered his room, knowing full well that Mia wasn't one to let things slide easily. Meanwhile, in a cozy restaurant, Seolhee and her husband were enjoying their dinner. Seolhee brought up how well Yuni had treated them when they visited last time. She suggested that it might be nice to invite Yuni and Daeho to the city this time as a way of showing appreciation. Her husband agreed, though he raised a concern about whether Daeho's uncle would be able to come. Seolhee, ever the planner, shrugged it off and explained that since Daeho's uncle had already visited, this time she was thinking of inviting just Yuni with Daeho accompanying her. After all, she'd heard that Daeho hadn't been to the city much, so it would be a good opportunity for him too. Her husband, seeing the logic in her idea, agreed. Seolhee wasted no time and called Yuni, who was receptive to the idea, and said she'd talk to her husband about it. The plan was in motion. Back home, Daeho's uncle overheard the conversation and asked what was going on. Yuni explained that Seolhee had invited her and Daeho to the city as a gesture of thanks for the previous visit. Sua, who had been listening intently, found it strange and wondered aloud why Seolhee was inviting Daeho as well. Daeho's uncle, ever the optimist, assured everyone that it would be fun, but Mia, not one to hide her frustration, pointed out that Daeho had always claimed that going to the city just brought headaches. Now he was suddenly all for it. Daeho's uncle chuckled and agreed, reminding Daeho to take good care of his aunt while they were there. The next scene found them on a luxury train heading toward the city. Daeho, unable to hide his excitement, grinned and said how much he was looking forward to the trip. He remarked that it had been so long since Yuni had been to the city, she was feeling a little nervous. It was nice to see Daeho so animated, his usual calm demeanor replaced with something like youthful enthusiasm. When they arrived at the station, they finally met up with Seolhee, who greeted them warmly. She told Daeho that she would be showing him around the city, eager to make sure he had a memorable experience. While they waited for Yuni to return from the restroom, Seolhee noticed that Daeho seemed a little hungry and offered to buy him something delicious to eat. Yuni stepped out of the restroom, feeling a little better, and Daeho, ever the caring one, asked if she was feeling well now. Seolhee, always proactive, suggested they head over to the hotel and get unpacked. The excitement of the city and the promise of a comfortable stay had already set the tone for the evening. Once they arrived at the hotel, Seolhee had already made arrangements. She had booked 2 rooms, explaining that it would be more comfortable for them to sleep separately. Yuni, ever the thoughtful one, worried about the cost, but Seolhee waved off her concerns, reassuring her that it was fine. She added with a wink that since Daeho was an adult, it would feel a bit strange for them to share a room. Daeho, never one to shy away from defending his independence, chimed in, saying that there was nothing wrong with sharing a room with his aunt since she had been raising him for so long. Seolhee, however, insisted with a laugh that there would be no refunds, so they might as well use the rooms they'd paid for. With the room situation settled, Seol-hee led Yoonhee to her room and encouraged her to unpack and get some rest. She promised to go get some coffee before returning to check on them. It was a nice, relaxing moment amid the hustle and bustle of their trip. As Dae-ho entered his own room, his eyes widened in at the stunning view of the city through the window. The sight of the twinkling lights and the sprawling skyline took his breath away. Seol-hee, noticing his reaction, casually mentioned that she had specifically chosen this room for its great view of the city. She seemed pleased to see him so impressed, and Dae-ho, genuinely appreciative, thanked her for the thoughtful gesture. As Seol-hee prepared to take her leave, she assured them that she would meet them at the lobby later. With that, the two women and Dae-ho continued their sightseeing walk through the city. Dae-ho's amazement was clear. He was genuinely impressed by everything around him. As they strolled, Yoonhee casually asked if he had ever considered living here. Seol-hee, chiming in, said it would be nice since Dae-ho was already an adult and this city offered so much. But Dae-ho, always with a hint of sentimentality, insisted that his hometown was still the best. He sighed, adding that it felt suffocating to be away from the smell of the ocean, a reminder of his roots. As Dae-ho continued to admire the city's charm, the two women shared a knowing glance. They spoke softly about how Dae-ho still looked so innocent and young. They couldn't help but notice how much he had grown, yet how much of his youthful energy remained. At a nearby clothing store, Seol-hee bought him some new clothes, and when Yoonhee mentioned she could have done that, Seol-hee waved it off with a smile, saying she just wanted to give him a special gift. It wasn't about the clothes, it was about showing her care for him. Later, they found themselves in a cozy coffee shop. Yoonhee, grateful for the invitation to the city, expressed her thanks to Seol-hee for taking care of them. She also appreciated the generous gift, feeling touched by the thoughtful gesture. Seol-hee, with her usual cool demeanor, brushed it off, saying this was just the beginning, leaving Yoonhee intrigued about what more she might have planned. The day's adventures continued as they made their way back to the hotel. Seol-hee, noticing how tired they might be, suggested they get some rest. She said her goodbyes for the night, but not before letting Yoonhee know she'd meet with Dae-ho later. There was a certain mystery behind her plans, but for now rest was needed. In the quiet of the hotel, Yoonhee turned to Dae-ho and asked if he was going back to his room. Dae-ho, with a mischievous grin, asked her to follow him instead. It turns out that Dae-ho wants to have some sessions with Yoonhee. Seol-hee is later seen having a call with her husband, explaining that she will probably talk with Yoonhee all night, to which her husband replies that it must be hard taking care of Dae-ho as well, claiming he is too busy today to see them. So, he promised to go see them the next day, while Seol-hee proposed that they could have lunch together. As she ends the call, she reasons that she can now stay the night away from the house and just need to wait until Yoonhee falls asleep. However, Yoonhee is quite busy with Dae-ho. Seol-hee is seen sitting on a bench as she hears some guys discussing binoculars, which she grabs, claiming she will buy the binoculars at twice the price. Seol-hee was surprised by the scene she saw with the binoculars. So, she came to check the room, and Dae-ho seemed pissed off by the fact that she intruded. He grabs her hair, claiming that he will have to punish her harshly. Yoonhee was totally stunned, wondering what's going on and why is Seol-hee calling Dae-ho master. She is even more surprised by the fact that Seol-hee is actually obeying Dae-ho's orders. He then asks Seol-hee to watch as he and Yoonhee engage in another round of session. After a while, Seol-hee eventually joins in as well. After the end of the session, Dae-ho told Yoonhee to go wash up first while he deals with Seol-hee. Later, Seol-hee is seen in her car thinking about the fact she had been stressed lately, but now she feels so much better. She made up her mind not to lose her master no matter what happens. Dae-ho is later seen in the bathroom as he thought of his parents, hoping they are watching over him as he plans on commencing his revenge. Dae-ho is seen waking up the next morning feeling so hyped about having breakfast in the hotel, as he had never done that before. The scene shifts to the hotel cafeteria, where Yoonhee's eyes widen in surprise at the mountain of food Dae-ho has piled on his plate. He grins, explaining that if he wants to have a good day, he has to eat this much. After all, they were in a hotel and it was a buffet-style breakfast, why not indulge a little? Yoonhee, still processing the impressive spread before her, can't help but laugh, realizing that Dae-ho's appetite might be a bit more than she anticipated. They enjoy the meal together, the laughter and light conversation adding to the comfort of the moment. Once they've had their fill, they head towards the elevator. As the doors close and the elevator begins its ascent, Dae-ho decides it's the perfect time for a little playful teasing. He turns to his aunt with a mischievous glint in his eyes, clearly ready to stir the pot just a bit. As the elevator doors opened, Seol-hee appeared, clearly having just arrived from somewhere else. Her gaze fell on Dae-ho and Yoonhee, both still caught in the light-hearted moment of their playful banter. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Seolhee's eyes narrowed and her face flushed with a mix of frustration and anger as she witnessed their behavior. She had been worried about how things were unfolding, and now her concerns seemed to be more than valid. Later, back in their hotel room, Seolhee let her irritation spill over as she addressed the situation. She spoke firmly, her voice laced with a rare sternness. She was worried about Yoonhee, about how their behavior could easily be misunderstood by others. The last thing she wanted was for anyone to find out about the dynamic between Daeho and Yoonhee and the potential consequences it might bring. Seolhee stressed that they needed to restrain themselves, making it clear that they couldn't afford to act so freely, at least not in public. Yoonhee, feeling embarrassed, quickly apologized to Seolhee for exposing her to that side of her, especially in front of Daeho. She lowered her gaze, genuinely feeling guilty for the situation. Seolhee, however, wasn't one to linger on such matters for too long. With a dismissive wave, she urged Yoonhee to hurry up and get dressed. They had a busy day ahead and the city was waiting for them. But just as Yoonhee moved toward her things, Daeho interjected, offering an unexpected suggestion. Instead of heading out to explore the city, he proposed they spend the whole day relaxing in the hotel room. The next day, Daeho is lounging on the bed, stretching out lazily. He grins and comments that he ate way too much for breakfast again. Yoonhee, looking at him with a small smile, reassures him, telling him it's fine. He'll burn it all off before he even notices it and maybe even get hungrier. Daeho, however, seems more focused on the present than his stomach. He suggests they go swimming, mentioning that he's heard the pool is really nice. Yoonhee looks at him for a moment before nodding, agreeing that it sounds like a good idea. Soon enough, they're by the poolside with Daeho already in the water. He beams at Yoonhee, saying he's really glad they decided to come. It would have been such a waste if they hadn't, and he jokes that they might not have fully experienced the trip. He also mentions that he told Seolhee to come to the pool too, so she should be around anytime soon. Yoonhee sighs softly, realizing this is the last day of their trip. Tomorrow, they'll have to head back home. A tinge of sadness lingers in her thoughts, but she pushes it aside as she watches Daeho dive into the pool with a cheerful splash. He calls back to her that they should make the most of today and have lots of fun. Her face brightens as she smiles at his energy. It's nice to see him so full of life. She follows him into the pool the next day. Daeho and Yoonhee return home, greeted by the familiar surroundings of their house. Mia, already there, remarks that it feels like they've been away for a long time. Yoonhee, feeling the weight of the journey, decides she should go prepare dinner, but Mia insists she rest instead. Since they've just come back from the trip, Mia suggests they order something for the night, and Yoonhee agrees, grateful for the chance to take it easy. Later that night, the house settles into quiet, but Mia has other plans. She sneaks quietly to Daeho's room, determined to make a move. She wakes him up from his sleep, expressing her intentions in a way that catches Daeho completely off guard. He, still half asleep, is left confused and unsure of what she meant, unable to grasp the situation as his mind struggles to wake up fully. The following morning, Sua prepares to head out, and as she walks through the living room, Daeho, who is seated there, notices her and asks where she's going. She casually replies that she plans to read a book at the cafe. He suggests it's too hot outside and that it might be better to read at home, but Sua, clearly irritated, snaps at him to be quiet before leaving in a huff. At the cafe, Sua sits down with her book, but her mind isn't focused on the pages in front of her. Her thoughts wander, weighed down by the tension in the house with Daeho. She came out here for some space, trying to escape the awkwardness she feels when she's around him. Meanwhile, Daeho meets up with his friend, Kobong, who's curious about Daeho's recent trip to the city. Daeho eagerly shares his experiences, recounting the events of the trip with enthusiasm. Their conversation is lighthearted, and just as they're chatting, Yoonhee arrives to greet Daeho, adding to the cheerful atmosphere. Later, as Sua walks back home, she notices Daeho sitting with Kobong and Yoonhee at a cafe, laughing and chatting with them. The sight of him looking so happy while spending time with another girl annoys her. Daeho is later seen having fun with Yoonhee. Daeho is seen with Yoonhee as they are having their workout session. At the time, a man is seen on the stairway having a call but doesn't seem to see them, so Daeho took her to the rooftop, to which they both admire the view, and that doesn't stop Daeho from continuing the session. He eventually asks her if she is really interested in seeing him having a session with another person. Yuri is seen at the beach, dressed in a bikini, looking slightly puzzled as she walks over. She had come because Daeho called for her, but she wonders what's going on. If he wanted to come to the beach, she thinks he should have given her a heads up earlier. Now here she is, wondering if he's just trying to pull her into a spontaneous beach day. Daeho waves at her, calling out with his usual carefree smile. He says the weather is perfect, and it seemed like a good day to be at the beach, so he thought he'd invite her along. Not only that, he mentions he brought Kobong and Yoonhee with him too. A little extra company never hurt, right? The scene shifts to them playing beach ball, the sun shining brightly as they take turns. Kobong, as expected, isn't exactly the beach volleyball champion of the group. He misses the ball one too many times, and Daeho, in his usual teasing manner, tells him to go fetch some drinks from the store. Kobong trudges off with a frown, muttering something about losing his dignity, though he's secretly just happy he doesn't have to play anymore. Meanwhile, Yuhee, noticing her cue to escape the group, suddenly remembers that she has something private to take care of. Daeho, ever the unpredictable one, takes a bold step towards Yuri, making his move with his usual confident grin. The moment doesn't go unnoticed. People nearby pause their beach activities, casting curious glances in their direction. Whispers ripple through the crowd like waves in the sea. Daeho, oblivious to the attention or simply enjoying it, casually suggests that they find a quieter spot away from the prying eyes. A secret hideaway to escape the public gaze, or perhaps just to see how things unfold. Meanwhile, Kobong, who had been sent on his errand to fetch drinks, arrives at the location Daeho had mentioned. But as he stands there, looking around, a realization hits him like a ton of bricks. There's no store in sight. Just sand, sea, and more sand. He squints, hoping for some miraculous convenience store to appear out of nowhere, but no luck. The place is far from the beach, and with no drinks in hand, he can't help but feel a little defeated. Kobong finally spots a convenience store on the horizon. His relief is palpable as he rushes in to grab a couple of drinks. As he approaches the counter to pay, his mind starts racing, thinking about how everyone must be waiting for him to return with the drinks. Hopefully, they haven't had too much fun without him. Maybe they even forgot he was gone. But he shakes off the thoughts and focuses on getting back to the beach. When Kobong finally returns to the beach, the familiar sounds of the waves and laughter fill the air, but something catches his eye, a woman sitting alone on the sand, quietly crying. Concern flashes across his face, and he walks over, his curiosity piqued. He asks her what's wrong, his voice gentle. The lady looks up, startled by his sudden appearance. She blinks a few times as if trying to figure out who he is. Kobong, however, is completely captivated by how cute she looks even while crying. He introduces himself with a sheepish smile, hoping to come off as friendly rather than intrusive. The woman, still a little wary, asks what he wants. Kobong, not missing a beat, mentions that he saw her crying and offers her a drink. She hesitates for a moment but eventually accepts it, thanking him quietly. He's happy to see her calm down a little. Then she confesses what's troubling her. She tells him that she's lost a ring, a precious family heirloom passed down from her grandmother. It's more than just a piece of jewelry to her, it's a treasure. Kobong's face softens as he listens. He can't stand the thought of someone losing something so meaningful. Without hesitation, he starts scanning the area around them, determined to help. He tells her she can't lose something so important. As he looks around, he recalls his own memory, a story he hasn't thought about in years. He shares with her that his grandmother had once bought him a watch, something that kids at school made fun of because it wasn't expensive. They called it cheap, but to him, it was priceless. He wore it until it stopped working. Kobong, after what felt like hours of searching, finally spots the ring nestled in the sand, catching the light just right. His heart leaps as he picks it up, and when he hands it back to Sohyun, her face lights up with sheer joy. She looks at him, wide-eyed and nearly breathless, as she clutches the ring to her chest. Emotion wells up in her, and she thanks him repeatedly, her voice quivering with gratitude. Kobong, feeling a sense of accomplishment and warmth from helping her, smiles back and tells her that he's just as happy to have met her. After all, they're the same age, and he's glad to have made a new friend today. Sohyun, wiping a few tears from her eyes, asks if he came to the beach with his friends. Kobong casually waves the thought away, telling her it's no big deal and that he'll catch up with them now. But then he hesitates for a second before asking her if she'd like to come with him. He thinks it would be nice to introduce her to his friend Daeho, thinking she might enjoy meeting someone new. After a short walk, Kobong and Sohyun rejoin Daeho and the others. He hands out the drinks, and Yuri immediately spits hers out in disgust, complaining that it's not cold enough. Kobong winces and apologizes, explaining that he'd met Sohyun on the way back and had introduced her to everyone. This catches the attention of Daeho and Yuhee, both of whom stare in surprise. Even Yuri raises an eyebrow, stating that it's a bit unexpected to see Kobong bringing a stranger into their circle. Daeho, still a little taken aback, asks Kobong what happened. With a grin, Kobong replies that he'd told Sohyun a lot about Daeho, which seems to only pique their curiosity further. Daeho, trying to be polite, introduces himself, making Sohyun feel more at ease in the group. Later, as the group discusses what to do next, the ladies suggest they should have a little party, and everyone agrees it sounds like fun. However, the plans take an unexpected turn when only Daeho, Kobong, and Sohyun are left to head to a spicy food shop, the ladies having excused themselves for other plans. Sohyun, with a bright smile, claims that she actually enjoys spicy food, much to Kobong's delight. After a satisfying meal, Sohyun expresses her thanks to Kobong, telling him that she had such a great time today. She mentions it's getting late and that she should head home now. Kobong, always the gentleman, offers to walk her home, his face lighting up with the prospect of spending a little more time with her. Daeho, ever the thoughtful one, chimes in, suggesting that the three of them could walk together. It's safer that way after all. Kobong, with a grin, reminds Daeho that his house is in the opposite direction. He insists that it would be tough for Daeho to make it home on time if he goes along. So, with a nod, Kobong takes Sohyun's arm and they begin to leave. As they walk off, Kobong even mentions grabbing a snack afterward, much to Daeho's silent dismay. Daeho watches them leave, his gaze lingering on the two, feeling a mix of confusion and quiet frustration. Back at home, Daeho tries to approach his Aunt Mia, hoping to create a more intimate atmosphere. However, Mia quickly brushes him off, stating that she needs to attend to his uncle. She makes her way out of the room, leaving Daeho feeling abandoned and more than a little disheartened. Alone, he plops down on his bed, staring at his phone. His thumb scrolls absent-mindedly through his messages, only to find that there is still no reply from Kobong. He wonders if his friend is still with Sohyun, perhaps enjoying the night together. The thought lingers in his mind as he sighs, unsure of what to do next. Just then, Mia walks in, casually mentioning that she heard from Yuri that Daeho went to the beach today. Mia then reveals her consent about her and Sua being with him, to which Daeho agrees to her request. While Daeho and Mia are engrossed in their workout session, Sua is seen in her room, unable to focus, wondering if it's because she saw him looking so happy earlier today. She also wonders if there is something going on between Daeho and Yuhee. Then she heard a sound and headed over to Daeho's room, to which she saw the two. She glares as she asks Daeho if he isn't keeping his word. Daeho replies that Mia has agreed that they can all have fun together, to which he asks Sua about her opinion on it. The next day, Daeho finds himself on the phone with Kobong, suggesting they head out to play with the drone. However, Kobong tells him that he can't make it because he's not at home, he's out with Sohyun at a cafe. Daeho, feeling a little left out, asks for the location, hoping to join them, but Kobong assures him that it's fine. He's taking Sohyun somewhere else afterward and promises to meet Daeho next time. As the call ends, Daeho is left staring at his phone, surprised by the sudden dismissal. Meanwhile, Kobong, ever the charmer, suggests to Sohyun that they should grab some chicken later. Sohyun agrees, telling him that she'll treat him today since he paid for their snacks last time. Back at home, Daeho is fuming. He's upset that Kobong chose to hang out with a girl instead of him. His frustration grows as he thinks about who he can vent to. His mind wanders to Mia, who had mentioned going shopping, and his uncle, who is out at work. That means his aunt should be around. Daeho, desperate for some attention, heads to find her, hoping she'll distract him from his irritation. However, when he sees her, his excitement quickly fades. She barely acknowledges him and says she's off to get groceries, complaining that the fridge is totally empty. She'll be back soon, she adds, before leaving him alone again. Daeho can't shake the feeling that everyone is ignoring him lately, and as frustration boils over, he decides to head to Sua's room. After all, if anyone needs to hear him vent, it's her. As he vents his frustration on Sua, he tries to convince her to agree to his decision. Then he later met with Mia in the evening so that the three of them can now have fun together. Sua is seen as she attests to what Daeho said. Mia was surprised that Sua actually agreed, but then she still proposed that they should rethink the whole thing. However, Daeho proposed that Sua can watch while he work out with Mia, and later on, Sua eventually wants to join in the fun. Sua and Mia are seen as they both had a session with Daeho. And when the session ended, Mia and Sua are both seen as they glance at each other awkwardly. Mia and Sua make their way downstairs for breakfast, but there's an awkward tension between them, both acting nervous around each other. As they enter the dining area, Daeho joins them, his usual cheerful demeanor adding a bit of energy to the room. Just as they settle in, Yooni's voice calls out from the kitchen, urging them to hurry up and come down for breakfast. Later, after the meal, Yooni is seen humming a soft tune as she washes the dishes. The rhythm of the water and her humming fill the space with a calm, peaceful vibe. Daeho, however, sneaks up behind her, his footsteps light as he approaches. With a mischievous grin, he whispers that after his uncle falls asleep tonight, she should send him a message. Yooni, momentarily startled, turns to him with a raised eyebrow, wondering what exactly he's up to. While he is having a session with his aunt, his uncle, who is deep asleep, eventually opens his eyes, to which Daeho and Yooni are both shocked. At that moment, Daeho had already hid under the duvet while his uncle told his wife that he kept hearing a strange noise while he was asleep, to which Yuni claims that he must have had a weird dream and told him to go back to sleep, that they still have a few hours until morning. He agrees and apologizes for waking her up. Yuni then whispers to Daeho to wait until his uncle falls asleep before leaving. The next morning, Yuni is seen on her way to the kitchen still feeling sore from last night's session, and yet Daeho approaches her claiming they should have another one, and that no one comes down before breakfast, to which Yuni eventually agrees. As soon as Daeho and Yuni complete the session, they were about to clean up, to which they heard the footsteps of someone approaching. Mia walks into the kitchen early in the morning, and Daeho, who's already there, looks up and asks what she's doing up so early. Mia casually says she came to have some water and returns the question to him, to which Daeho answers with a simple, thirsty. As Mia stands near the counter, she suddenly raises an eyebrow, sensing something off about the atmosphere in the kitchen. She comments that it feels unusually hot, moist, and sticky, prompting Yuni to casually explain that it's because she's cooking. But Mia isn't fully convinced. She narrows her eyes, sniffing the air, and remarks that she smells a very familiar, unpleasant odor, one that makes her suspicious. Daeho, caught off guard, nervously takes a drink of water, trying to play it cool while glancing around, hoping Mia doesn't figure it out. Mia, clearly enjoying the moment, teases Yuni by saying that a married woman should look a little more put together, and then grabs the water bottle from Daeho to take a drink herself. With a smirk, Mia informs Sua that Yuri is coming over later. They're going to have beer and plenty of food, a little get-together. Sua, clearly unimpressed, snaps back that she'll be out at a friend's place or an internet cafe instead. Mia, unbothered by Sua's attitude, simply shrugs and tells her to do whatever she wants, reminding her that she was just letting her know. Sua, not wanting to engage, coldly asks if Mia brought it up because she wants her to join in, but Mia responds without any real expectation from her. She casually explains that it's all happening because of Daeho, as he's somehow involved with both of them. Later, Sua is in her room quietly stewing over the situation. She can't help but feel like Daeho is going to have a lot of fun tonight. Daeho is taken aback when Yuri, Yuhee, Kobong, and Sohyun all show up at his house. He's not expecting such a crowd, and it leaves him a bit surprised. Yuhee, always one to tease, can't help but make a playful comment, calling out Daeho as if he's got a girlfriend now. Sohyun, blushing slightly, meekly responds that she's not his girlfriend yet, which only adds fuel to Yuhee's teasing. Mia, overhearing this, decides to join in, saying that they should celebrate, especially since it's the first time Kobong has brought a friend other than Daeho. The group heads into the living room, drinks in hand, ready to enjoy their time together. They settle in and start chatting, laughing, and catching up. At some point, Yuri excuses herself and heads to the restroom, taking a moment to step away from the lively scene. Mia can't help but laugh a little, marveling at the fact that Kobong, of all people, has a female friend while Daeho still doesn't seem to have one. It's a bit surprising to her, considering Daeho's lively personality. Sohyun, who's been quietly listening to the conversation, is also taken aback. She thought, with Daeho being so energetic and outgoing, that he would have no shortage of friends, especially girls. Kobong, ever the jokester, pipes up and explains that Daeho is so close to his sisters that he never really had the chance to form friendships with other girls. Mia, not one to let a teasing moment slip by, chimes in, reminding Kobong that it's not entirely Daeho's fault. After all, he's always hanging out with Kobong instead of meeting new people. Sohyun, feeling a little awkward after the conversation, stands up to head to the restroom. Mia, noticing the moment, quickly suggests that she'll take her downstairs to the bathroom, and Kobong, always trying to be helpful, offers to join them. But Mia brushes him off, telling him there's no need. She leads Sohyun down the stairs, both of them heading toward the bathroom, but as they walk, Mia starts thinking about something. When they reach the restroom, Mia gestures for Sohyun to make herself comfortable while she heads back upstairs. It's not long before Yuni, having just come out of her room, spots Sohyun in the hallway. Sohyun, ever polite, greets her warmly and introduces herself. Mia steps in and mentions that Sohyun is a friend of Kobong's, which catches Yuni by surprise. She seems a bit taken aback by this new development but quickly recovers and tells Sohyun that Kobong and Daeho are best friends and she hopes Sohyun will get along well with Daeho. Little does Sohyun know, her simple introduction to Yuni will soon lead to situations and encounters that will affect both of them in ways she never imagined. Meanwhile, Mia heads upstairs, making her way toward the second floor. She's looking for Daeho and Yuri, and since there's only one bathroom upstairs, the fact that both of them are missing can only mean one thing. Kobong is sitting in the room, sipping his drink as his mind drifts back to a few days ago when his sister came over to play a game with him. To her surprise, instead of just having fun, she found him sitting there, writing a love letter. It startled him, especially since it was so unexpected. Even though it was a bit embarrassing that his sister knew about his feelings, Kobong can't shake the idea of finally telling Sohyun how he feels. He imagines the perfect moment when he can officially ask her to be his girlfriend, picturing all the places they could go together, the adventures they might share. It's a bit of a dream right now, but he's hopeful. Meanwhile, Sohyun walks in on Daeho and Yuri, who seem to be playing around in the bathroom, with Mia casually watching them. She's a little surprised by the sight, unsure of what exactly is going on between the two of them. Mia, ever the protective figure, pulls Sohyun aside and takes her into her room to have a private conversation. She quickly explains that Daeho and Yuri are really close friends, and what Sohyun saw wasn't something to read too much into. Mia urges her not to spread any rumors about it, especially not to her mom or Kobong, and Sohyun agrees to keep quiet about it. As the conversation continues, Sohyun can't help but bring up something that's been on her mind. She's fascinated by the fact that Mia has played with Daeho before. Sohyun admits that she's never done anything like that, and even though Kobong isn't really her type, she knows he has no experience in that area. At this, Daeho excitedly chimes in, agreeing with Sohyun's assessment. Sohyun, a bit taken aback but curious, asks if Daeho can help her with something. Daeho eagerly agrees, promising they can keep it a secret and no one, especially Kobong, will ever find out. Mia, feeling a bit perplexed by the turn the conversation has taken, wonders aloud why they're having such a serious discussion when they're supposed to be celebrating Kobong's night. The mood shifts slightly when the rest of the group comes back into the room. Yuri, with a mischievous grin, tells Kobong that he'll be spending the night in Daeho's room while the girls will sleep in Mia's room. Daeho, noticing that Kobong has begun to nod off from the alcohol, encourages him to drink more, trying to keep the fun going. But as soon as Kobong finally falls asleep, Daeho sneaks out of the room, making his way to Mia's room with a purpose in mind. Kobong heads towards Sohyun, looking around for Daeho. He asks her if she's seen him, but Sohyun looks back at him, a little confused, and shakes her head, saying she doesn't know. Kobong, scratching his head, recalls how they had slept in the same room the night before, but when he woke up, Daeho was nowhere to be found. That's why he thought everyone might be gathering in Mia's room. Sohyun, still sitting there, looks a bit flustered. Kobong notices her sweat and with a concerned look, he asks her what's wrong. Sohyun quickly tries to brush it off, claiming that it's just a bit hot in the room, but Kobong isn't fully convinced. He takes note of the tension before he leaves, still a bit puzzled by the situation. As soon as he steps out, Daeho is in the middle of getting dressed quickly, muttering to himself that he can't let Kobong catch him. He leaps out of the window, making sure not to be seen walking through the hallway. Daeho, in his hurry, tries to keep things under control, hoping he won't be spotted. Meanwhile, Kobong, unaware of Daeho's escape plan, is downstairs, wondering if Daeho might have gone to the kitchen to get some water. He grabs a glass of water for himself, thinking that maybe Daeho had just been thirsty. As Kobong stands in the kitchen, Yuni comes over, causing him to quickly apologize for disturbing her. He tells her that he was looking for Daeho, but since he didn't find him upstairs, he came downstairs and he ended up grabbing something to drink. Yuni, with a hint of curiosity, asks if Daeho is on the second floor. Kobong nods and tells her that he's already checked the entire second floor but still couldn't find him. He suggests that maybe Daeho couldn't sleep and went out for a walk. With that, Kobong takes his leave, heading back up to the second floor to continue his search. Meanwhile, Yuni steps outside the house, her worry growing as she looks around for Daeho. After a moment, she spots him lying on the ground, looking unwell. A sense of urgency hits her as she rushes over to him, asking what happened. The concern in her voice is clear as she kneels beside him, trying to understand why he's out here and what's wrong. Mia, lying in bed between Yuri and Sohyun, stares at the ceiling, her face showing signs of frustration. She can't shake the annoyance she feels about Daeho, who left her alone after all the planning they had done. Yuri, ever the optimist, tries to lighten the mood. She casually remarks that Mia shouldn't be too upset since she sees Daeho every day anyway. Mia, still a little irritated, mumbles something in agreement but doesn't seem fully convinced. On the other side of the house, Kobong is in Daeho's room long after. Mia comes into Daeho's room looking for Daeho but was surprised immediately
to see Kobong.
tries to compose himself.
He immediately tries to compose
himself as
he apologizes to her.
Daeho is with his aunt busy working
Daeho
out.
is with his
Mia,
aunt busy
seeing how
working
ignorant Kobong is, offers to help him out. Mia, with a knowing look in her eyes, tells Kobong she's going to help him get closer to Sohyun. Kobong, practically bouncing with excitement, couldn't contain his enthusiasm. He jokingly promises that if it all works out, Mia can treat him like a slave for the rest of his life. The light-hearted banter shows just how eager Kobong is for things to move forward, a spark of hope flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Daeho, still a little groggy, comes strolling back into the house, his stomach growling. He heads straight for the kitchen, hoping to find something to munch on. It's then that Kobong, who had already been down a while, claims that he didn't see Daeho when he went downstairs earlier. Daeho raises an eyebrow, curious. He asks what Mia is doing in his room with Kobong. With a playful shrug, Mia explains that she came to check on him since Kobong was looking for him. It's all casual, but there's a hint of something else in the air, something unspoken. After their brief exchange, the trio of Yuri, Kobong, and Sohyun heads out for the day, leaving the house behind. Mia, however, isn't done yet. She confronts Daeho in a way that's anything but subtle. Grabbing him by the collar, she pulls him close, her voice low but firm as she tells him they have some unfinished business to attend to. With a smirk, she adds that he's going to be punished for leaving her out last night. Daeho's eyes widen, caught off guard by her sudden move, unsure of what exactly she has planned for him next. Sua is seen at the beach when she notices that the beach is full of tourists. She glances at her phone while thinking that everyone is back home by now, to which two men tries to approach and invite her for a drink, to which she coldly remarks that she is not a tourist and that they should go find another girl. But they want to insist that she snaps at them, claiming she is not interested. But then the men are still mesmerized by her beauty, even remarking that she could be the prettiest girl in the whole city. Sua is later seen as she got home and saw Daeho and Mia together, to which she felt annoyed. Sua was taken aback when she learned that Daeho had made a move on Sohyun. Her disbelief was palpable, and without missing a beat, she confronted Daeho. Her question was sharp, cutting through the tension as she asked if he didn't feel bad betraying his best friend, Kobong. Daeho, clearly caught off guard, remained silent for a moment, trying to figure out how to respond. Mia, sensing the rising storm, quickly jumped in to defuse the situation. She calmly explained that it wasn't entirely Daeho's fault, as it was actually Sohyun who had proposed the idea first. She tried to justify the situation, hoping to ease Sua's frustrations. But Sua, her arms crossed in disapproval, wasn't having any of it. She shot back that if Kobong were a real friend, he should have stopped Daeho instead of encouraging him. Mia, a bit defensive but determined, shrugged and explained her intentions. She revealed that she was trying to fix things by helping Kobong and Sohyun grow closer and become more intimate. Daeho was surprised when he heard what Mia said and claims that Sohyun had her first time with him, to which Sua tries to explain to him that doesn't mean he can claim Sohyun as his. But Daeho decides to prove Sua wrong by making a move on her. Mia is determined to set things straight, so she meets up with Sohyun to have a serious conversation. She tries to convince Sohyun to focus on Kobong, reminding her that he is her boyfriend now, not Daeho. Sohyun, however, is a little caught off guard and admits that she hasn't really thought about it that way. She acknowledges that Kobong is a nice guy and does have feelings for her. But at the same time, she is aware of the strong bond between Daeho and Kobong and doesn't want to do anything that might hurt their friendship. Mia, sensing an opportunity to settle things, immediately calls Kobong to arrange a meeting. She hopes that by getting everyone together, the situation will be resolved quickly. When Kobong arrives, Mia expects him to be alone. But to her surprise, he comes with Daeho in tow. Kobong explains that he and Daeho are together when Mia calls. Since Mia is apparently treating him to dessert, Kobong figures he can't leave Daeho hanging. Daeho, ever the tease, points out that it's a bit odd that Mia only calls Kobong and not him. Mia, unfazed, responds smoothly, saying she calls Kobong because he is Sohyun's boyfriend. She casually adds that she runs into Sohyun while shopping, giving a nonchalant shrug as she says it. Daeho, though, doesn't seem entirely convinced and gives her a sharp, lingering stare, his expression hard to read. Once they settle in, they are served iced desserts, and the tension seems to ease as they all dig in and enjoy the refreshing treat. Sohyun, however, still feels uncomfortable with the situation. It's hard for her to be between Daeho and Kobong, and she doesn't want to make things even more awkward. After a few moments, she decides to excuse herself. She gets up, saying she needs to use the restroom. Deep down, she just needs a moment to clear her head and escape the awkward atmosphere surrounding the two best friends. Kobong, completely absorbed in his dessert, doesn't stop until he's finished every last bit. In fact, he's so into it that he orders another one. The attendant, wide-eyed and a bit taken aback, tells him that ordering like that isn't really allowed. Meanwhile, Mia, determined to handle things her way, gets up and tells the boys that she needs to go somewhere with Sohyun. She leaves them behind, not giving them much of an explanation, but the boys are too preoccupied with their own thoughts to question it. It doesn't take long before Mia and Sohyun end up at a motel. Sohyun, a little hesitant and clearly out of her element, nervously mentions that she's never been to a place like this before. Mia, with her usual confidence, reassures her that this is exactly where they need to be. She explains that Sohyun needs to spend more time with Kobong and less with Daeho. Mia has already contacted Kobong, and before long, he arrives looking a bit confused but excited about what's to come. Mia, with a knowing smile, excuses herself, telling them to have fun while she leaves them to their own devices, not sticking around to see how things play out. Daeho, expecting to be heading home, is instead quietly watching from a distance, hidden in the shadows. His eyes narrow as he sees Mia emerge from the motel, the same one that Kobong had gone into just a short while ago. Confusion fills his mind as he processes the sight. He remembers Kobong telling him he was heading home, so why is he now here, in the same motel with Sohyun? Daeho's thoughts race. He takes out his phone, quickly dialing Sohyun's number, but it goes straight to voicemail. He tries again, growing more anxious with each unanswered call. His mind starts to spiral with all sorts of possibilities. What's really going on? Why won't she pick up? Just as Daeho is about to give up, he sees them, Kobong and Sohyun, walking out of the motel together. They're not just walking side by side. There's an undeniable closeness between them now, something different from before. Daeho storms into Mia's room, clearly frustrated and trying to contain his anger. He's seething, his eyes blazing as he stares at her, demanding an explanation. Mia, however, remains calm, almost detached, as she leisurely flips through her comic book, unconcerned by his presence or the tension in the air. It's obvious from his demeanor that Daeho feels betrayed. He's convinced that Mia somehow orchestrated the situation between Kobong and Sohyun, pushing them together in a way that doesn't sit right with him. He's hurt, confused, and angry, but Mia doesn't share his urgency or discomfort. Instead, she simply points out that Kobong and Sohyun are now officially a couple, and there's nothing wrong with that. She even suggests that if Daeho truly cared about his friendship with Kobong, he would have helped rather than trying to hold on to his own feelings. As dawn breaks, Daeho is seen on a call with Seolhee, inquiring whether she has successfully copied the keys to the old safe. Seolhee confirms the task is completed, though she mentions that finding the keys had been difficult due to the age of the safe. Daeho then asks when the office will be empty, as he plans to examine the safe himself. Seolhee informs him that her husband will be away on a business trip for 3 days, which provides the perfect window for their plan. She tells Daeho that she will pick up her husband from the station when he returns. Daeho acknowledges this and confirms that he will meet her later that evening. Later, Daeho walks through the city, still focused on the task ahead. He is soon joined by Seolhee, who suggests going out for dinner. However, Daeho declines, expressing that he is not hungry and that the safe is their priority for the moment. They decide to go to her husband's company first, with dinner postponed for later. When they arrive at the company, Daeho, with a plan in mind, tells Seolhee that she needs to wear a costume. Seolhee is caught off guard, unsure of why it's necessary, but Daeho assures her that it is ideal for their mission, disguising them as they sneak into the office at night. Seolhee hesitates at the thought of wearing something unfamiliar, but Daeho insists that it's essential for their success. With a mix of reluctance and resolve, Seolhee agrees, knowing they cannot afford to be caught. As they step into the company building, Daeho takes note of the eerie silence and remarks that it feels unusually quiet. He turns to Seolhee, asking if she's certain that no one else is around. Seolhee confidently reassures him, explaining that all the lights are off and there's rarely anyone working at this late hour. With a slight nod, she motions for Daeho to follow her as she leads him toward her husband's office. As Daeho and Seolhee approach the safe, they manage to open it, revealing a vast collection of documents inside. Daeho is taken aback by the sheer number of papers and files, his eyes scanning the piles before he turns to Seolhee. She calmly explains that her husband has stored all the important documents in the safe, spanning from the early days of his company until now. Daeho nods, already mentally sorting through the records. He tells her that he's only interested in a specific time frame, particularly the period surrounding his father's death. He reassures her that it won't take long to sift through the relevant files. As Daeho starts flipping through the papers, his expression shifts. There are too many irregularities, too many questionable details that don't seem to add up. He mutters that there are a lot of suspicious things in the records from that time. Seolhee, sensing his growing frustration, asks what exactly he's looking for. Daeho pulls out a document titled Black Wind Company and points to a particular transaction. The paper details a large payment made to this company, but there are no records of any trades or services rendered in return. Daeho's tone is sharp as he turns to Seolhee and asks her about it. Seolhee tries to brush it off, suggesting that such things aren't uncommon in business. Maybe the company provided some sort of service that wasn't properly documented, she reasons. But Daeho isn't convinced. He leans in closer to another document, noting that right before the payment was made to Black Wind Company, his uncle had also sent a similar sum of money to Seelhee's husband. Seelhee tries to explain it away, suggesting that perhaps they've been longtime business partners. But Daeho's suspicion grows as he points out something even more troubling: the amounts sent by both his uncle and her husband are identical down to the last cent. This, he insists, is no coincidence. Something isn't right. Daeho's focus sharpens when he notices a phone number on one of the documents, the digits standing out to him like a key to unlock more answers. Without hesitation, he grabs the phone and dials the number. As the phone rings, he turns to Seelhee and calmly instructs her to pick up the call and inquire about the nature of the Black Wind Company. Seelhee's face darkens, a sense of unease creeping over her as she feels something ominous looming. She hesitates, expressing her discomfort at making a call so late at night, suggesting that the company would likely be closed by now. Daeho, however, remains adamant, his voice steady but insistent. He argues that now is actually the perfect time to reach out. Seelhee is still reluctant, but Daeho convinces her that most shady dealings, especially those tied to criminal activity, often occur under the cover of night. Reluctantly, she picks up the phone, dialing the number. When the call connects, Seelhee's voice is cautious as she asks if she's speaking to Black Wind Company. The response is an unexpected, chilling laugh on the other end. The voice on the line sounds almost amused, saying that it's been a long time since anyone mentioned the name Black Wind. Seelhee, trying to stay calm, mentions her husband's company, Myrung Corporation, and claims that they've worked together in the past. The tone on the other end shifts abruptly, a strange recognition in the caller's voice as he acknowledges their past dealings. But what comes next leaves Seelhee stunned. He asks, almost casually, who she wants him to kill this time. Seelhee, after hanging up the phone, plays along with the situation, setting up the meeting with the caller as smoothly as possible. Once she ends the call, Daeho offers a word of praise for how well she handled the situation, noting how she managed to secure an appointment. Seelhee, still feeling a bit unsettled, turns to Daeho and asks why it's so important to meet the caller, especially given how dangerous it seems. Daeho calmly explains that this meeting is essential for him to gather more information. He assures her that understanding the full extent of what's going on is the only way to get closer to uncovering the truth. Seelhee, however, can't shake the fear that something might go wrong, and she voices her concerns, but Daeho remains focused on the goal, trying to convince her that it's the only way forward. Meanwhile, Seelhee calls Uni, requesting that she meet up with her in the city. Uni is curious about the urgency of the request, but Seelhee keeps it vague, assuring her that it has something important to do with her as well. She promises to explain everything in person once they meet. After the call, Seelhee informs Daeho that Uni will be arriving later that night and they should go pick her up. That evening, Seelhee meets Uni at the station and the two of them head to the hotel. There, Seelhee reveals the situation to Uni, explaining what's been going on and Daeho's ongoing investigation. Uni listens carefully, but after hearing about the Black Wind Company and the possible involvement of powerful people, she remains skeptical. She admits that they don't have enough evidence to prove anything yet. Daeho agrees with her, explaining that he doesn't want to make accusations based on mere speculation. He reassures her that tonight's meeting with the caller might provide crucial insights into the hidden truths they've been chasing. For now, he believes that, based on his investigation, it's highly likely that Mr. Cha and Mr. Park are the ones responsible for his parents' deaths and everything that followed. Both Seelhee and Uni are shocked by this revelation, struggling to process the implications of such a connection. Uni tries to explain to Daeho that it was her husband who took him in and raised him until now, so he shouldn't say terrible things about his uncle. Daeho simply remarks that it's just one of the possibilities, that there is a chance he could be wrong about it. He told Uni not to worry, that he is also hoping his uncle doesn't have anything to do with his parents' death. He then proceeds to kiss her in order to comfort her. Seelhee waits anxiously in the junkyard, her nerves growing as the time to meet the caller draws near. She glances at her phone, checking the time, and wonders about the person who will soon arrive. Though she's unsure of what to expect, she finds some comfort knowing that Daeho and Uni are nearby, keeping watch. Even though she feels a little safer with them around, she wonders if they'll actually be able to intervene if things take a dangerous turn. Soon, a car approaches, and Seelhee watches it carefully, a mix of curiosity and apprehension filling her. As the car stops and the door opens, a man steps out, someone she immediately senses is not someone to be trifled with. The man wastes no time and immediately gets to the point, bypassing any formalities. His tone is blunt, almost cold, as he demands to know how Seelhee knows Mr. Park. Seelhee stands her ground, though her heart is racing. She calmly replies that she is Mr. Park's wife and she has come to ask about what the contract killer did for him in the past. Her voice remains steady despite the tension in the air. The contract killer seems unsurprised, confirming he had expected as much. He acknowledges their earlier conversation on the phone, implying that Seol-hee's real question is about who he was hired to kill for Mr. Park. Seol-hee stands firm, trying to control the panic rising within her as the contract killer laughs at her proposal. His laughter is harsh, mocking the idea that she would be able to get the information she wants without paying a steep price. The situation grows increasingly tense, and Seol-hee realizes that her plan may not unfold as she had hoped. Meanwhile, from their hidden vantage point, Dae-ho and Yoonhee continue to watch the exchange. Yoonhee, unable to mask her anxiety, expresses her fear, but Dae-ho remains calm, knowing that they don't yet understand the full scope of the situation. His gaze never wavers, focused on Seol-hee's confrontation with the killer. They have no choice but to wait and see how this will play out. The contract killer's voice suddenly drops into a more sinister tone, claiming that even if Seol-hee is right, there's no way he would divulge such secrets without something significant in return. His words send a chill down Seol-hee's spine. When she questions his reasoning for showing up, he reveals that he had believed she called him for a much darker purpose, to eliminate Mr. Park and perhaps take his place. The thought sends a wave of dread through Seol-hee, but she refuses to back down. She makes it clear that she doesn't want her husband dead, only to understand the deal her husband made with him. The contract killer seems to take amusement in her naivety, scoffing at her request. He calls her foolish for expecting him to reveal confidential information without some form of compensation. Seol-hee, desperate but resolute, tries to appeal to him. She assures him that she's not here to harm anyone or to put anyone in danger. All she wants is the truth, and she's willing to pay for it. She's prepared to offer whatever she can, but when she mentions she knows the kind of money he was paid before, the killer dismisses her offer as insignificant. Just when it seems like the meeting might end with no result, Seol-hee tries one last time to stop him, calling out as he begins to leave. She insists she will do anything to get the information. The killer turns back, and his words are chilling. He demands something far more personal than money. He wants her own body, as payment to reveal the secrets she seeks. Seol-hee listens carefully, her heart sinking as the contract killer details the grim reality. He tells her that Mr. Park had made a request for him to eliminate a couple running a business, a couple with a young son in elementary school. The killer reveals that the death was made to look like a car accident, and no evidence remains to prove otherwise. The case has already been closed with no chance for it to be reopened. He goes on to warn Seol-hee that if this information causes any trouble for him, he will take care of her as well. His cold, threatening tone sends a shiver down her spine. As he speaks, Seol-hee's mind begins to piece together the horrifying details. The couple he killed had a son, and the boy ended up living with one of Mr. Park's associates. Despite the associate's reputation as a bad person, the true horror lies with Mr. Park's brutality. The contract killer's words imply a much darker undercurrent, a twisted web of connections that Seol-hee can't yet fully comprehend. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Dae-ho reviews the information they have gathered. He realizes that the contract killer's belief that Mr. Park was the one behind everything may not be entirely accurate. While the killer only knows about the request made in Mr. Park's name, Dae-ho sees a larger pattern. He's noticed the flow of money, and it's clear to him that while Mr. Park might have been involved, the true mastermind behind everything is Mr. Cha. The connections, the money trails, they all point back to him, and Dae-ho is certain that Mr. Cha is the one pulling the strings. As Dae-ho and Yoonhee sit silently on the train, the weight of their conversation hangs in the air. Yoonhee turns to Dae-ho, her voice filled with disbelief as she asks what his next move will be. Dae-ho's gaze is focused, determined, but there's a quiet sadness in his tone as he replies that he needs to find the ultimate evidence to expose the truth. His words are steady, though the weight of what they are about to uncover weighs on him. All he wants is to reclaim what he's lost, and with Seol-hee's help, he's confident that they can make it right. Yoonhee's expression softens, her mind still reeling from the revelation about her husband. She can't reconcile the image of her sweet, ordinary husband with the horrific actions Dae-ho is suggesting. She murmurs that she can't believe it as she always knew her husband to be kind and gentle. It's hard for her to fathom how someone she trusted could be involved in such dark dealings. Dae-ho, sensing her inner turmoil, reaches out to her with a comforting tone. He acknowledges how difficult this must be for her and reassures her that the truth, no matter how painful, must come to light. He explains that he's certain Mr. Cha has documentation that could expose everything, connecting him to the dark past they're trying to unravel. Yoonhee listens intently, her heart heavy with the knowledge that the truth will shatter her understanding of the man she once thought she knew. With a resigned sigh, Yuni nods in agreement, her voice quiet but resolute. She tells Daeho that no matter how painful the truth may be, she'll follow his lead and do what must be done. When Daeho proposes that he work with Mia's mother does not want to, as she is afraid that the river might catch them through the mirror. But Daeho insists that they risk it and see if the driver will catch them or not. So he eventually forces Mia's mother, and they eventually work out in the bus, although it is not convenient for them. But when the driver stops for the passengers to have a 10-minute break, Daeho is happy then, as he knows that they will be alone in the bus, so they can do however they want. Mia's mother and Daeho return home late one evening. Mia notices their late arrival and wonders why they are so late, especially since she doesn't know why Daeho had to go to the city before. However, her mother is not ready to explain what happened or why they went there. Instead, she tells Mia not to worry about it and not to bother asking any more questions. Mia feels suspicious but doesn't press the issue, so she decides to let it go, although she is still unsure about her mother's actions. Daeho feels guilty, as if he is the cause of the trouble, but Mia's mother reassures him, telling him that it's not a big deal and there is nothing to worry about. Later in the evening, Mia's father arrives home and is happy to see his wife. She begins telling him about her trip to the city, mentioning that Sulhi is doing well on her own, though she needs some company. She also adds that Mr. Park has been away on a business trip. Mia's father is surprised to hear how close his wife is to Sulhi, as he didn't know about their relationship. Just then, Mia's father remembers something and asks Daeho why he went to the city, knowing that Daeho doesn't really know anyone there. He is concerned and wants to understand what's going on. Daeho responds by telling him that he thought the city was the best place to pursue his dream, which is why he decided to go. This answer surprises Mia's father, as he has never heard Daeho mention his dream before, but it also leaves him somewhat impressed. Later, after dinner, Mia goes to Daeho's room. She has been suspecting him all afternoon, and now she feels the need to find out more about what really happened during the trip to the city. Mia is determined to know the reason behind Daeho's trip to the city, so she becomes persistent and practically forces him to explain. Her curiosity is unbearable, and she presses him repeatedly, but Daeho, feeling reluctant and unsure about sharing the truth, is not ready to explain himself. He tries to avoid giving her an answer, hoping she would let the matter go. Just as the situation begins to feel uncomfortable for him, Sua walks into the room, sensing the tension. She immediately joins in and also demands to know why Daeho went to the city. With both Mia and Sua now staring at him, both wanting answers, Daeho realizes that he is trapped and has no choice but to share the truth with them, or at least a version of it. Feeling cornered, Daeho decides to tell them a story. He explains that his trip to the city was not just for any ordinary reason, but to do some research on the tragic death of his parents. He tells them that, in his belief, their deaths were not a simple car accident, as everyone had been led to believe, but rather a murder. Daeho fabricates a detailed story to support his claim, intending to make the two sisters feel sympathy for him. His story becomes more dramatic as he explains that during his time in the city, he uncovered disturbing information that someone had hired a hitman to kill his parents. After hearing Daeho's story, Mia and Sua both feel a sense of urgency, thinking that Daeho should do everything in his power to uncover the truth and find out who could have been responsible for his parents' tragic deaths. They feel that it's important for him to keep digging until he uncovers the person behind such a terrible act. However, Sua, after giving the story some thought, begins to feel a bit skeptical. She wonders if the person who gave Daeho the information about his parents' death might have been lying to him. The idea that Daeho could have been misled starts to bother her, and she can't shake the feeling that there might be more to the story than he's been told. Daeho, sensing Sua's doubt, considers her words carefully. He begins to wonder if she might be right, and he starts to question the source of the information he had received. He acknowledges that he needs more proof before he can make any conclusions. He tells the two sisters that he understands the importance of gathering enough evidence first, so he doesn't end up accusing the wrong person. He admits that there are still many things he is uncertain about, and maybe he shouldn't have told them everything yet. He had planned to be more sure of some details before sharing anything, but since they forced him to speak, he felt he had no choice but to tell them. Despite this, he insists that they not worry about him, assuring them that he will handle the situation on his own. Afterward, Daeho turns to Mia and gently asks her to leave his room and go back to her own. Mia, although still concerned, does as he asks and leaves without protest. However, Sua remains seated in Daeho's room, her presence still lingering in the space. Daeho, wanting some time to himself, firmly asks Sua to leave as well. But Sua, with a more determined look in her eyes, doesn't get up. Instead of leaving, she stays put, clearly with something else on her mind. Later that night, in the quiet of their parents' room, Mia's mother lies awake, unable to shake off the thoughts racing through her mind. She can't stop thinking about the possibility that what she heard earlier could be true, that her husband might have been involved in having Daeho's parents killed. The idea is horrifying, and her mind keeps circling back to it. She knows that Daeho must have been suspecting her husband, and she's terrified of what that could mean. Her emotions are in turmoil, torn between disbelief and fear. She wants to convince herself that it couldn't be true, but the more she thinks about it, the more she feels a growing dread. Confused and fearful, Mia's mother quietly lies in bed, staring at the ceiling. She wishes that this terrible possibility is nothing more than a misunderstanding, but her heart tells her something different. She's scared of what might be lurking beneath the surface of her husband's actions, and it's causing a deep anxiety in her chest. The idea that her husband might have done something so terrible shakes her to the core. Unable to sleep, Mia's mother quietly gets out of bed, her mind still spinning with fear and uncertainty. She decides to take a walk around the house, unable to bring herself to lie next to her husband, even though she knows that avoiding him for long will be impossible. The thought of intimacy during this time seems utterly out of reach, and she wonders how long she can continue this avoidance before the truth catches up with them. She feels a deep need to know the truth, no matter what it takes, even if it means confronting something that could destroy her world. As she walks around the house, Mia's mother hears a sound coming from upstairs, which immediately piques her curiosity. She's unsure of what's happening, but her instincts tell her to investigate. Quietly, she ascends the stairs, her heart pounding in her chest, unsure of what she might find. When she reaches the top, she's shocked by what she sees. Mia's mother was completely taken aback when she found Daeho and Sua together in such a compromising state. She could hardly process what she had seen, and it left her confused and upset. Daeho, sensing the tension in the room, quickly told Mia's mother that he and Sua were dating. However, Mia's mother couldn't understand how this could be possible. To her, Daeho and Sua had always been like siblings who had grown up together, and the idea of them being in a romantic relationship seemed wrong, almost unnatural. She immediately rejected the notion and ordered them both to return to their rooms. Her voice was firm as she told them that they would have a serious conversation the following morning about everything that had happened that night. With a final glance, Mia's mother left the room, leaving the two of them to process the situation. Later that night, Sua, still shaken by her mother's reaction, turned to Daeho and asked him why he had to lie to her mother, claiming that they were dating. Daeho, his mind heavy with the weight of the situation, replied that he had no other choice. He explained that her mother had already caught them in the act, and he wanted to avoid her finding out about his relationship with Mia as well. He believed that the lie was the only way to keep things under control. Sua, still feeling overwhelmed, couldn't stop thinking about the mess they had gotten themselves into. She was now terrified, uncertain about how she would face her mother the next day. On the other hand, Mia's mother was deep in thought. She kept wondering how her quiet, reserved daughter could have ended up in such a situation. She had always known Sua to be shy and careful, so this sudden change in behavior left her with more questions than answers. She spent the night contemplating what had really happened between the two of them. The next morning, Mia's mother spoke to her husband about what she had seen. She recounted the events and explained the situation as best as she could. Mia's father, furious at what he had heard, called for Daeho and Sua to join him for a conversation. As they sat down together, he asked Daeho with a sharp edge to his voice why he would be dating someone like a sibling to him, someone he had grown up with. Mia, who was hearing the conversation unfold, stayed silent. She knew exactly why Daeho had said what he did, and she understood that the lie was the only way to protect her own relationship with him. If her parents found out the truth, they would be devastated. Daeho, calm but resolute, reminded Mia's father that he was not actually related to Sua by blood. He emphasized that he believed they could be in a relationship without any issues, and he promised that he would take care of her. But Mia's father, enraged by Daeho's words, couldn't contain his anger. He raised his voice, shouting at Daeho, questioning his audacity to speak so confidently in front of him. The pain in his voice was evident as he expressed regret over ever bringing Daeho into their home. He couldn't fathom how his daughter, whom he had raised with such care, could end up with someone like Daeho. Meanwhile, Sua, unable to face her parents after the confrontation, went outside to clear her mind. She was tormented by regret, wondering how she could ever make up for her actions. She struggled with the reality of her situation and thought about how she might be able to fix things with her parents. Back at home, Mia's mother, still upset, went to confront Daeho about his relationship with her daughter. She wanted answers, and she was determined to understand why he would be involved with Sua while still being with her. Daeho, sensing the tension in the air, reassured her that his relationship with Sua didn't affect his relationship with Mia. He promised that things would not interfere with their bond. As the conversation unfolded, Daeho leaned in and kissed Mia's mother. Mia was not herself that day. After everything that had happened at home, her mind was clouded with confusion and turmoil. She decided to meet her friend, hoping that a change of scene would help clear her thoughts, but it didn't work out as she had hoped. Her friend quickly noticed that Mia was not in a good mood. Mia's usual bright demeanor was absent, and her friend, feeling the shift in atmosphere, soon realized that Mia wasn't ready for company. Understanding that Mia needed some space, her friend quietly left, leaving Mia alone with her thoughts. As the rain began to fall, Mia couldn't stop replaying the events in her head. Her mother's reaction, the confrontation with Daeho, and the lies that had been spoken. She was consumed by what had happened at home, and the thoughts weighed heavily on her. With her friend gone, Mia decided to go for a walk to clear her head. Even though the rain made it feel like the world around her was equally burdened. She pulled out her umbrella, feeling the cool rain against her skin as she walked aimlessly, hoping to find some peace, though she wasn't sure how. Meanwhile, back at home, Daeho was doing everything in his power to convince Uni, Mia's mother, that his feelings for her were genuine. He tried desperately to make her understand that he still loved her, even though the situation had become so complicated. But Uni, despite his pleading, didn't trust him anymore. She could see through his words and his actions, and the more he tried to persuade her, the more she pulled away. Uni made it clear that she could not be involved with him any longer, especially after everything that had happened. She told him that it was not only wrong for them to be involved given their living arrangements, but it would also hurt her daughter, Sua. Uni loved her daughter deeply and couldn't bear the thought of causing her any more pain. She reminded Daeho that his relationship with Sua was already a betrayal in her eyes. Despite this, Daeho continued to insist that he could make things right, that he could win her back and prove his love for her. But Uni stood firm. She realized that continuing anything with Daeho would only lead to more complications and pain for everyone involved, especially with them all living under the same roof. It was too risky, and she couldn't allow herself to be part of something that could easily be discovered by her daughters. When Daeho reached out to grab her hand, she pulled it away sharply, refusing his advances. She made it clear to him that she had come to talk about Sua, not to rekindle anything with him. But Daeho, undeterred, kept trying to push her into accepting him back. Mia was approaching the house, her body drenched by the rain. The cold water clung to her skin, making her shiver, but her thoughts were still a tangled mess of emotions. She was planning to go home, strip off her soaked clothes, and take a long hot shower to warm herself. Mia arrives home, her body damp from the rain, and slips off her wet slippers as she calls out for her mother. The quiet house seems to echo her voice, but there's no response from her mother. She quickly moves into the hallway, her thoughts clouded, unsure of what to expect after everything that's happened. When Uni hears Mia's voice, a sense of panic surges within her. She immediately urges Daeho to leave, telling him that Mia has arrived and that they must be careful not to get caught. But Daeho remains calm, insisting that they still have time. He knows Mia's routine too well. She would first go to her own room to rest, then come looking for him. He's certain that she would check his room after lying down for a bit, not wanting to walk up and down the stairs. His confidence in predicting her every move is unsettling, but it proves to be right. Mia does exactly as Daeho expected. She settles on his bed, seeking comfort and a moment to clear her head after the storm inside and out. After a while, she rises and makes her way to her mother's room, hoping to find Daeho there. The door opens to reveal her mother just finished getting dressed, and Yuni quickly gestures for her to stay outside. The request is sharp and unexpected, causing Mia to pause. It feels off. Her mother has never been the type to turn her away, especially when Mia might want to talk. Mia hesitates but respects her mother's wishes, not wanting to push too hard. She asks if her mother has seen Daeho, but the response is swift and dismissive. Yuni insists she hasn't seen him, though Mia senses a lie in the words. There's something off about the atmosphere in the room, something Mia can't quite pinpoint but feels deep in her gut. When Yuni motions for her to come inside, Mia steps forward, though she's now more aware of the tension in the air. As she enters, a faint, unfamiliar odor hangs in the room, something that doesn't belong. Mia, still feeling uneasy about the strange atmosphere in her mother's room, decided to press her mother for answers. She questioned her about the odd smell, but Yuni feigned ignorance, acting like she didn't understand what Mia was talking about. Mia, though, remained cautious. She observed her surroundings, noting how her mother seemed hurried and preoccupied. The tension was palpable, but Mia chose not to push too much, sensing that her mother was trying to steer her out of the room quickly. Just as Mia was about to leave, Sua entered the room. She was surprised to see Mia and their mother together and asked what was going on. Mia responded that she was simply looking for Daeho. The conversation, though, felt strained, as if something was lingering unspoken between them. Before either of them could say more, their father arrived home earlier than usual. He explained that he wasn't feeling well and had decided to take the rest of the day off, a claim that seemed to carry more weight than just physical illness. Daeho, meanwhile, had been hiding in Yuni's room, trying to avoid being seen. He was waiting for the right moment to slip out unnoticed. As Yuni spoke with her husband, she tried to divert his attention, asking if anything at work had happened to affect his mood. But he dismissed that, explaining his mood was due to the situation with Sua and Daeho. He expressed disbelief that the two of them were already involved with each other, insisting that he didn't want that relationship to continue. Yuni tried to reason with him, reminding him that the two had already chosen each other, but her words only seemed to irritate her husband further. He snapped at her, blaming her for how things had spiraled out of control, and accused her of not doing enough to prevent this situation from escalating. He was adamant that he couldn't accept Sua being with someone like Daeho, someone they had taken in and were helping. His frustration was palpable as he vented his anger, leaving Yuni to quietly absorb his words. In a fit of anger, Mia's father decided to take a nap, telling his wife to wake him when dinner was ready. Yuni left the room, allowing Daeho the perfect opportunity to slip out from his hiding spot. He quickly made his way to his own room to freshen up, hoping to avoid any more complications. The dinner was soon ready, and the family gathered to eat. The evening passed without much incident, but there was an undercurrent of tension that couldn't be ignored. Afterward, Sua went to Daeho's room, clearly concerned about where he had been earlier in the day when they were looking for him. Daeho, though, just shrugged it off, saying he had been taking care of something. But then, without warning, he pulled her aside and, in a low voice, expressed something that took Sua by surprise. He told her that, in fact, he wanted her father to catch them together. His reasoning was that he wanted to prove to him that he truly loved her. The boldness of his words shocked Sua, leaving her speechless for a moment. Sua, feeling a mix of fear and confusion, asked Daeho why he would want her father to catch them. Daeho explained that he wanted everyone to see just how serious they were about each other. He believed that once Mia's father saw their commitment, he would have no choice but to accept their relationship. He reassured Sua, telling her not to worry about her parents' disapproval, as he was confident that things would work out in the end. However, as they spoke, Mia unexpectedly walked in and caught them in the act. Her mind raced as she processed the situation. She couldn't understand why Sua and Daeho would continue their relationship after their mother had already caught them. Despite this, Daeho remained calm and told Mia not to worry about it, as if their actions were perfectly normal. But Mia couldn't shake the growing sense that everything in their home had changed since that night. The familiar warmth of their once happy family seemed to have disappeared, replaced by a tense atmosphere. Her father, who used to be relaxed and calm, now appeared frustrated and on edge. The father she knew no longer smiled as much, and it was clear that something was weighing heavily on him. She also noticed how her mother seemed to be in a constant state of shock, unable to focus on her usual responsibilities. Yuni seemed distant, and Mia wondered how this could be the same woman who once took care of everything so effortlessly. The unease in the house had become palpable, and Mia couldn't ignore it. Meanwhile, as the days went by, Mia saw more changes in Sua and Daeho. They began to act strangely, as if they no longer cared about the consequences of their actions. They no longer hid their relationship, even when their father was around. They behaved openly in front of him, disregarding the usual respect they had for their parents. Mia starts feeling a deep sense of jealousy and frustration as she watches her parents, once the strong figures of authority in the house, now unable to control Sua and Daeho. She thought she understood the dynamics between her family members, but now she realizes how wrong she was. The once clear image of her sister Sua, as an egotistical girl who seemed only interested in herself, is no longer accurate. Over time, Mia sees that Sua has changed, now fully committed to Daeho, a relationship she never thought would happen. Mia also thought she knew Daeho, what he was capable of, but now he has become a stranger to her. The man who once hid a dark, violent side of himself has now fully revealed it. Mia tries her best to endure seeing them together, but as time passes, the weight of the situation becomes unbearable. She can't stand it anymore, and though she tries to intervene, neither Sua nor Daeho are bothered by her attempts to stop them. This disregard for her feelings breaks Mia inside, leaving her feeling lost and helpless. Despite her hopes that one day they might change, Sua and Daeho's behavior only grows bolder. No one can stop them, and they no longer fear the consequences of their actions. Daeho, once a figure who showed respect to the family, now disregards Yuni, their mother, without a second thought. It's as if the entire family structure has fallen apart, and Mia feels helpless in trying to hold everything together. Then, one day, when Mia's father can no longer take the chaos, he decides to confront Sua. He heads toward her room to talk to her about what's been happening, but as he reaches Daeho's room, he catches Sua there. The sight of his daughter in that room with Daeho breaks him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mia's father starts crying, a sight that shatters Mia. She arrives just in time to see her father break down in front of her. Mia, in a mix of confusion and frustration, asked her father what was wrong. Her father, still in shock from what he had witnessed, explained what happened upstairs. Mia, trying to suppress her own emotions, gently suggested that her father return to his room to avoid further heartbreak. Her father, unable to argue, reluctantly obeyed and retreated, tears streaming down his face. When Mia's father returned to his room, Yuni, his wife, immediately asked if he had been able to talk to Sua. With a heavy heart, he explained everything he had seen when he confronted Sua and Daeho in the room. Yuni sighed, patting him on the back, and calmly told him that it seemed there was nothing they could do to stop the two. Her words, though meant to comfort, only deepened the sense of helplessness in the household. Mia, unable to keep her emotions bottled up any longer, stormed into Daeho's room. With a stern look on her face, she demanded to know why they couldn't simply close the door. Daeho, seemingly unfazed by her anger, asked why she even cared about such a thing. Mia responded coldly, informing him that their father had already caught them, and the situation was only escalating. She then turned to Sua, ordering her to return to her room, but Sua, now almost completely consumed by her obsession with Daeho, ignored her command. Mia watched, heartbroken, as Sua, once a part of the family she knew, had become something entirely different. Someone who no longer listened to reason, who seemed to have become a slave to her desires, completely disregarding the consequences of her actions. The following day, Mia's father, after giving much thought to the matter the previous night, decides to gather everyone in the house to announce a significant decision he has made regarding Daeho. He shares that, after reflecting on how Daeho has grown and matured, he now sees him as an adult capable of handling his own responsibilities. For this reason, Mia's father has made the decision that it is time for Daeho to leave his house and start living on his own. He has already made the necessary arrangements for Daeho to have a room outside of the house and has prepared to cover his living expenses until Daeho is financially stable enough to support himself. This announcement catches everyone by surprise, and it leaves Daeho in particular feeling shocked and uncertain, as he had not expected this at all. Yuni, who is both surprised and upset by this sudden decision, tries to reason with her husband, questioning why he would make such a significant choice on his own without consulting her first. She feels as though she has been left out of the decision-making process and wonders how her husband could have come to this conclusion without considering her perspective. In an unexpected twist, Daeho, instead of simply accepting the decision, stands his ground and confronts Mia's father directly. He declares that he will not leave the house, despite knowing that Mia's father is the head of the family. Daeho makes it clear that, while he acknowledges Mia's father's authority, he believes no one has the right to force him to leave his home, a place where he feels safe and comfortable. Despite Daeho's firm response, Mia's father stands by his decision, insisting that Daeho must leave. This insistence prompts Daeho to remind Mia's father of a significant detail in their past agreement. He recalls that when Mia's father had agreed to let him live in the house, it was under the understanding that Mia's father was entitled to the inheritance from his parents. Daeho points out that it was this money that was used to purchase the house they are now living in. As Daeho expresses his thoughts, Yuni, who has been quietly listening to the exchange, becomes increasingly distressed and tries to intervene, hoping to stop Daeho from saying anything further that might escalate the situation. However, Mia's father, after hearing Daeho's protest, calmly informed him that he had already purchased the house they were living in, even before Daeho's parents were involved in any way. Mia, standing by her father's words, also confirmed that the house had been bought a full year before Daeho moved in, further supporting her father's claim. Then, with a serious tone, Mia's father continued, explaining that before Daeho's father passed away, he had made significant financial mistakes that caused his business to go bankrupt. Because of these errors, Daeho's parents had not left him any money. To ensure that Daeho understood the truth, Mia's father offered to have him contact a lawyer to confirm the details of the situation. Angrily, Mia's father concluded the conversation, stating that they would discuss where Daeho would stay the next day, before storming out of the room. Afterward, Yuni, who had been quietly observing the exchange, approached Daeho and tried to comfort him. She reassured him that her husband's words were said out of anger and that he should not take them too seriously. However, Daeho, still upset, told her that despite her husband's anger, he did not believe everything Mia's father said. He felt that the story was too far-fetched and that Mia's father could have fabricated the entire account. Later, Daeho withdrew to a quiet spot, sitting alone and reflecting deeply on the situation. He found it hard to believe that his father, who had always seemed to be a capable man, could have died without leaving any money behind. The idea didn't sit well with him, and he began to question the truth of what Mia's father had said. Daeho realized that to find out what had really happened, he would need to look into the records of how the money had been spent. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, he decided to call Seelhee for help. When Daeho explained the situation to her, Seelhee was surprised but quickly processed the information. She explained that her husband and Mia's father ran separate companies, so she doubted that they would find any relevant information within her husband's business records. Despite this, Seelhee assured Daeho that she would help him investigate, as she believed that looking through transactions with Mr. Oh could reveal more about the situation. They agreed to keep in touch and the call ended. Daeho, however, began to worry that involving Mr. Oh might complicate matters more than he had initially anticipated. Meanwhile, Mia, who had gone out with her friend Yuri, was enjoying some time away from the tense atmosphere at home. While they were outside, Yuri suggested that they go to Mia's place for a drink, noting that it had been a while since Mia had invited her over. However, Mia immediately rejected the idea, explaining that the situation at her house was currently a bit tense and that it wouldn't be a good time for visitors. Yuri, surprised by Mia's reaction, grew curious and began to suspect that something was wrong. She pointed out that Mia had been acting strangely lately and pressed her to explain what was going on at home. Mia, feeling a mix of frustration and confusion, finally opened up to Yuri and shared everything that had been happening. She explained how Daeho had been acting lately, and how his behavior had left her questioning his intentions. Yuri was shocked and incredulous at Daeho's actions, finding it hard to believe that he could be doing such things. However, Mia, who had been quietly pondering the situation, told her that she had begun to wonder if Daeho's actions were somehow linked to his feelings of resentment towards her father or even their entire family. She thought that perhaps he was using SUA to get back at them for some reason, though she was still uncertain. Yuri, concerned for her friend and eager to help, insisted that she must come to Mia's house to see things for herself. She wanted to understand the situation better and figure out what was truly going on. After a brief hesitation, Mia agreed, knowing that Yuri would offer a fresh perspective on everything. Together, they made their way to Mia's house. Upon arriving, Yuri immediately noticed the change in the atmosphere. Yuni, who had been quietly observing everything, looked distant and troubled. Her expression told Yuri that something was deeply wrong, and it did not take long for Yuri to pick up on the tension in the house. Concerned, Yuri turned to Mia and asked if she was sure her mother would come to their room later that evening. Mia, with a hint of sadness in her voice, explained that Yuni had stopped coming upstairs. She had grown weary of seeing SUA and Daeho together and had distanced herself from them. With that information, they made their way upstairs to Daeho's room. As they approached, Mia noticed the door to Daeho's room was once again wide open, something that always seemed to irritate her. She could feel the anger rising within her as she asked him why he always left his door open. Yet before he could respond, Daeho's attention shifted to Yuri. With a calm tone, he greeted her. Mia does not actually want the kind of situation where Daeho works out with all of them, but she cannot resist since Yuri has also joined them. So Daeho starts off with SUA first, but Mia gets jealous, wondering why he cannot start with her, since she has been there for a while and moreover, Daeho spends more time with SUA than her. But Daeho still goes ahead with his plan, starting with SUA first, then Yuri, and he has Mia to himself last. Yuri is so surprised by the whole scene, not knowing that both sisters have made Daeho their pet. Even when Daeho is done with Mia, SUA still insists on working out with him again, claiming that she is not satisfied with the first session they had. Unwilling to let her down, Daeho agrees, but this time he asks Yuri to join them as well, so the three of them can continue their intense workout together. As Daeho spends his time focusing on the two of them, Mia is left with no choice but to watch from the sidelines, unable to intervene in any way. She feels a mixture of frustration and jealousy bubbling inside her, especially as she watches Daeho's energy and attention shift from one woman to the other. With every passing minute, she grows more anxious, her mind racing with the thought that, at the rate Daeho is pushing himself with both SUA and Yuri, they might end up overexerting themselves to the point of exhaustion or even collapse. At night, Yuni is consumed by thoughts of the growing tension between Daeho and her husband. She knows, deep down, that things will never be the same again with the way everything is unfolding. Her mind races with uncertainty, and she's unsure if Daeho and her husband will ever be able to coexist in the same house again. The thought gnaws at her, leaving her feeling unsettled. More than anything, she hopes that her husband doesn't do anything rash or out of control, because if he does, she honestly doesn't know how she would handle it. The anxiety swirls in her chest, preventing her from finding peace, and sleep eludes her completely that night. Unable to quiet her mind, Yuni decides to leave her room and walk around the house, hoping that it might ease her restlessness. As she moves through the dimly lit hallways, she spots Yuri's slippers near the entrance, a small detail that immediately catches her attention. Her heart skips a beat as she realizes that Yuri must have come over, and she wonders what could be happening at that very moment. She pauses for a moment, listening carefully, but the house is eerily silent, making her think that perhaps everyone has gone to bed after sharing a drink or two. Still, she can't shake the thought that Daeho should not be spending time with SUA when Yuri is around, and her curiosity leads her to decide to check on him. Yuni heads toward Daeho's room, feeling a mix of concern and hesitation. She quietly opens the door, only to be met with an unsettling silence. She wonders if Daeho could have left too, but just as she's about to close the door, Daeho appears behind her and wraps his arms around her from the back, catching her completely off guard. She freezes in his embrace, and he asks her softly what brings her upstairs at this hour. Yuni, trying to remain calm, responds that she simply wanted to make sure everything was okay. Daeho, sensing her unease, quickly lies, telling her that he was just about to sleep when he needed to use the bathroom. He claims he came back to find her in his room, attempting to brush off the tension that hangs in the air. But Yuni is uncomfortable with how he's holding her, and her instincts tell her to pull away. She subtly tries to free herself, but Daeho doesn't let go. Instead, he murmurs that he can't help it, feeling drawn to her. He admits that he finds her incredibly attractive, and now that she's in his room, he can't simply let her leave. Meanwhile, Yuri, who had been on her way to a friend's room, pauses as she notices the house's sudden quietness. It seems that everyone has gone to bed. However, her attention is drawn to Daeho's room, which is still ajar. For a moment, she thinks that Sua might be with him, but her curiosity gets the better of her, and she quietly moves closer to the door to see who's inside. Her heart races when she peeks through the crack and sees not Sua, but Yuni, her friend's mother, standing there in Daeho's arms. Yuri, standing in the corridor, began to doubt herself. Maybe she was mistaken about who was in Daeho's room with him. She bent down, leaning in closer to the door to get a clearer look, her heart pounding in her chest. But as her eyes focused on the figures inside, she saw unmistakably that it was Yuni, her friend's mother, standing in Daeho's arms. A chill ran down her spine as she tried to process what she was seeing, still struggling to believe it. She had never expected to find Yuni in such a compromising position with Daeho. Her mind raced, and she convinced herself that the darkness of the room might have played tricks on her, that perhaps she was misinterpreting the situation. But as Yuri's thoughts settled, she could no longer deny the truth of what she had just witnessed. The realization hit her hard. Yuni was there with Daeho in a way that felt entirely inappropriate, and it left her shaken to her core. Her breath quickened as the gravity of the situation sank in. She couldn't bear to stay there any longer, her body trembling with a mix of shock and disbelief. With a swift motion, she turned and ran down the hallway, not stopping until she was far enough away from that room, trying to escape the haunting image that kept replaying in her mind. Once safely away, her mind was flooded with thoughts of what to do. She knew she couldn't just forget what she had seen, but she also understood that she couldn't tell anyone about it. The weight of the secret was unbearable, and she felt a cold dread settle over her. What if everything fell apart if the truth came out? What if she caused irreparable harm to her friendship, to the family she had known for so long? The thought of exposing this secret filled her with dread. She couldn't bear the idea of being the one to tear everything apart. So Yuri made a silent vow to herself. She would carry this burden alone, locking the truth deep inside her. She would never speak of it to anyone, not to a soul. No matter how much it gnawed at her, no matter how much it threatened to consume her from within, she would die with this secret, unwilling to let it escape into the world. Mia's mother had initially resisted the idea of continuing her workouts with Daeho, especially because of Sua, but Daeho promised her that he would keep their relationship a secret from Sua. He reassured her that nothing would change, and he wouldn't let Sua find out. His words seemed sincere, and, after some internal debate, Mia's mother finally agreed to keep working out with him. However, despite her agreement, she remained uneasy, her mind constantly returning to the fear that her husband might wake up and discover what was happening. Daeho, sensing her hesitation, assured her that there was no risk and everything would be fine. As the days passed, Mia's mother couldn't help but wonder why she had even agreed to continue this arrangement with Daeho, knowing how much it could hurt her daughter. The guilt weighed heavily on her, but she pushed it aside, hoping that somehow, Mia would forgive her in time for the choices she was making. The next morning, Yuri rushed to leave the house, barely touching her breakfast. Mia noticed her odd behavior and was curious, as it was unlike Yuri to skip a meal. She had always been someone who enjoyed breakfast, but now she was in such a hurry to leave that it seemed strange to Mia. In reality, Yuri had left in a hurry because she couldn't bear to look Mia's mother in the face after witnessing the troubling scene the night before. The weight of the secret consumed her. She couldn't stay in the same house, sitting across from her friend's mother at the breakfast table, pretending nothing had happened. Her mind raced with the realization that she could never share this secret with anyone, especially not Mia. The burden of what she had seen was now hers to carry alone. For the sake of peace and keeping the family from unraveling, she chose to keep the truth buried deep inside her. refusing to speak a word of it to anyone. Later that day, Daeho decided to visit Yuhee. It had been a while since he had seen her, and he was curious about what had been going on in her life. When he arrived, Yuhee explained that Kobong had been absent lately due to spending more time with his girlfriend, Sohyun. Despite this, Yuhee expressed her happiness that she and Daeho would finally get some time alone together. However, as Yuhee spoke about Kobong and his girlfriend, Daeho couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. He wasn't sure why it bothered him, but the thought of Kobong spending time with someone else left him uneasy. To change the subject and to get their minds off other matters, Daeho suggested that he and Yuhee go to the factory where they had first worked out together. Yuhee agreed, saying that it would be a nice way to relive old memories, and they both headed there for their workout. While they were working out, Yuhee mentioned that she had heard some gossip about Mia's father. Apparently, a long time ago, he had gotten into a fight at the factory with one of his partners. The news caught Daeho off guard, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. He began to wonder if this had anything to do with his own father. After hearing some important information from Yuri, Daeho immediately called Seolhee to inform her that he had gathered some leads that could potentially lead them to the criminal. He asked her to meet him the following day, and she agreed to meet up with him. The next day, Daeho arrived early at the designated spot where they had planned to meet. After waiting for some time, Seolhee finally arrived. Daeho greeted her and led her into the building he believed had connections to Mia's father. As they walked inside, Seolhee couldn't help but feel uncertain about the location. She wondered if this place could really hold any answers about Mia's father. Sensing her doubts, Daeho reassured her that there were some things he needed to clear up, which was why he had arranged to meet with someone who had more knowledge about the situation. Seolhee, still uncertain but hopeful, agreed that talking to this person might provide some much-needed clues. They walked through the building, eventually meeting the man who was supposed to have more information. Seolhee introduced herself politely, and then Daeho wasted no time in asking the man about the events that had transpired in the factory on the day of the incident. The man seemed to recall the event vividly. He explained that Mia's father and his partner had both visited the factory that day, and from what he observed, there was tension between them. He could tell that they were angry with each other as they began shouting. However, he admitted that he couldn't hear much of the conversation since he had been focused on working on the electronics. All he could catch were a few words from their heated exchange. He went on to say that after that day, everything had been cancelled, including his work, and construction at the site came to a halt. The factory had been abandoned ever since and remained that way up until now. Daeho listened carefully, but his curiosity was piqued. He asked the man if he could tell him more about the partner who had come with Mia's father, specifically if the partner resembled him in any way. The question seemed to catch the man off guard. He looked at Daeho, his face showing shock and confusion, clearly taken aback by the unexpected question. The man, still processing Daeho's question, responded that he could not recall the face of Mia's father's partner from that day, since it had only been a brief encounter. Daeho then inquired whether the man could remember the specific date Mia's father had visited the factory. The man thought for a moment and replied that he might be able to find that information by checking his records. Daeho, eager for any lead, asked him to text him as soon as he found anything. With the promise of a follow-up, Daeho left with Seolhee. As they were walking out of the building, Daeho's phone buzzed with a message from the man. The date had been retrieved, he had found it. Daeho opened the message and his eyes widened as he saw the date. It was a week before his parents had died. A chill ran down his spine as he began to piece the timeline together. The factory, the argument, the sudden abandonment of the construction site, it all seemed connected to the tragic deaths of his parents. Daeho realized that there must have been secrets buried within that factory, secrets that Mia's father or someone else was determined to keep hidden. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was the key to understanding his parents' deaths. Perhaps his father had gotten too close to the truth, and that was why he had been silenced. Seolhee, sensing the shift in Daeho's mood, reassured him. "I'll make sure we look into every record tied to that factory," she promised. Daeho nodded, feeling a renewed sense of determination. He also felt that if the man, Mr. Park, had any involvement in the events, there should be some records or traces left behind. If he had known anything, it might be written down somewhere. As they continued walking, Seolhee reflected on what they had uncovered so far. Things were starting to come into focus, and she couldn't ignore the reality that her husband and Mia's father had likely been involved in some dark dealings in the past. Daeho, though still grappling with the new revelations, couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness wash over him. The fact that his parents' deaths were linked to such matters, it was a bitter pill to swallow. Noticing his somber mood, Seelhee placed a hand on his shoulder, offering a comforting presence. "I know this is hard, but you're not alone in this," she said softly. "We'll find the truth together." Daeho appreciated her words, but his mind kept returning to the grief and the unanswered questions. As he thought about it, he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Seelhee. He knew that without her support and determination, he would have never been able to make the progress they had. Uni, feeling the weight of the silence in the house, decided to dispose of the large watermelon she had bought earlier. No one seemed to like it and it was starting to feel like a waste. But then an idea struck her. Since Mia wasn't at home, maybe she could take it to SUA. She figured SUA might enjoy it more than anyone else, so she headed toward Daeho's room to grab the fruit. However, when she reached the door, she noticed it was open, but Daeho wasn't inside. Assuming he had gone out for a bit, she made her way to SUA's room, thinking she might find her there. To her surprise, as she walked in, she found Daeho sitting with SUA. They were talking quietly, and it was clear that they were in the middle of a conversation. Uni froze for a moment, uncertain whether she should interrupt or leave. Her immediate reaction was to respect their privacy, so she simply placed the watermelon on the table near the door and quietly left without drawing attention to herself. Once downstairs, Uni found herself once again sinking into the quiet solitude of the house. The walls felt like they were closing in on her as she sat on the couch, reflecting on everything that had been happening around her. The tensions between Daeho and her husband, the confusion about the situation with Mia, and her own complicated feelings had left her feeling disconnected and lonely. As she sat there, lost in thought, a knock at the door pulled her from her musings. When she opened the door, she was greeted by a man who introduced himself as a delivery person. He said he had a package for her, and when he mentioned her name, she felt a brief sense of relief. It was something mundane to distract her from the chaos. But then the man added that he was thirsty, and without thinking, Uni invited him in, offering to find a drink for him. The man, however, misinterpreted her gesture of kindness. As he stepped into the house, his eyes shifted in a way that made Uni uncomfortable. He began suggesting, rather boldly, that she might be offering him more than just a drink, implying a more intimate exchange. Uni's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly tried to explain that she had simply invited him in out of courtesy, that it wasn't what he was thinking at all. But the man didn't listen to her words. His demeanor became more insistent, and Uni, feeling the pressure and unease rise within her, realized that this wasn't a situation she could easily resolve with words alone. She tried to back away, her mind racing for a way out of this uncomfortable scenario, but the man continued to approach her, ignoring her protests. Uni, lost in her thoughts, quietly contemplates the events unfolding around her, completely unaware of the man's presence. He had not touched her at all, yet her mind races with swirling emotions. As she absent-mindedly speaks aloud, the man, noticing her words, turns to her with confusion, though Uni, feeling a surge of embarrassment, cannot find the words to explain herself. Instead of offering an explanation, she simply urges him not to worry about it. Just then, Daeho emerges from the room, his expression light as he thanks Uni for bringing the watermelon, a gesture that he clearly appreciates. The man, seemingly ready to leave, also expresses his gratitude, thanking her for the water she had given him earlier. In that moment, Daeho's gaze shifts, and he notices the man standing there, prompting him to inquire about the man's identity. Uni, still flustered, responds by telling him that the man is just a courier who came to deliver a parcel. Before Daeho can process much further, the man quickly exits the house, disappearing into the distance, leaving Uni with a fleeting thought that she had forgotten to offer him some watermelon as well. But it is too late, he is already gone. Meanwhile, Daeho begins to sense something amiss about Uni's behavior. His curiosity piqued, he presses her for an explanation about what happened when the courier arrived. Initially, Uni tries to dismiss it, insisting that nothing unusual occurred. However, Daeho is persistent, unwilling to let it go. Eventually, Uni, feeling the pressure, reluctantly admits that she had imagined some strange things, but she keeps the details vague. This revelation only fuels Daeho's anger, as he is unsettled by the thought of a stranger influencing Uni in such a way. His frustration grows, and he resolves to punish her, believing that no one should be able to make her feel this way. Daeho's anger swells as he processes Mia's mother's thoughts about working out with the stranger who had come to deliver the parcel. In his eyes, her mind had wandered in a way that he could not tolerate, and to make sure she understood the weight of it, he decided to punish her by making her engage in the very workout she had imagined. Though Mia's mother tried to explain, insisting that the thought had simply crossed her mind without any serious intent, Daeho was unmoved. He cut off her explanation, his voice firm as he told her that such thoughts should never cross her mind again, especially with anyone other than him. His words left little room for negotiation, and Mia's mother, although conflicted, had no choice but to comply. As they worked out together, something unexpected happened. Mia's mother, despite the tension, found herself unable to complain. The intensity of the moment was somehow enjoyable, and she realized that being with Daeho, even in this somewhat forced context, gave her a sense of satisfaction. It made her forget about everything else troubling her. For a moment, she felt at peace with the way Daeho treated her, accepting whatever came as long as it allowed her to escape the weight of her own thoughts. However, as she continued to reflect on their routine, she couldn't help but wonder about Daeho's strength. She remembered how he would spend entire days working out with Sua, and then, come nightfall, he would be with her. She marveled at his endurance, unsure of how he could manage such energy and dedication. The question lingered in her mind as the night went on, gnawing at her curiosity. Later that evening, unable to shake her thoughts, Mia's mother decided to go upstairs to check on him. Standing by the door, she hesitated, unsure of what she was doing there. It was then that her daughter, Mia, appeared and caught her in the act. Sensing her mother's unease, Mia asked why she was upstairs, but Mia's mother, not wanting to reveal the true reason, quickly lied, claiming she had come to check the laundry. Mia, already knowing her mother was lying, saw through the facade and told her to go to bed, urging her to leave. Mia's mother had no choice but to obey, feeling a sense of guilt as she left the hallway. Mia, however, had her own suspicions. She was certain that Daeho was with Sua inside, and the thought unsettled her. As her mother departed, Mia quietly approached Daeho's door, determined to address the situation. She knocked gently, then opened the door, her voice filled with concern as she warned Daeho to be cautious with how he spent his time with Sua, especially with the door closed. She felt a deep sympathy for her mother, knowing how difficult it must be for her to witness such moments in the house. To Mia's surprise, Daeho didn't seem annoyed or defensive. Instead, he calmly offered her a spot in their workout, his words shocking her. Mia, her mind racing, couldn't understand why Daeho would offer her to join them. The suggestion felt completely out of place, and she asked him why he would even make such an offer toward her. But Daeho didn't respond. Instead, he simply told her to go lie down and rest. He made it clear that he would tend to her later after he had finished with Sua. His indifference left Mia confused and a bit frustrated, but before she could gather her thoughts, Sua, who had been quietly watching the exchange, suddenly became defensive and challenged Mia. She demanded to know why Mia had dared to enter the room and interrupt her time with Daeho. Mia, standing her ground, responded by revealing something she had noticed earlier. She told Sua that their mother had been at the doorstep watching the two of them and that she felt there needed to be more respect for how things were done in the house. However, Sua's response took Mia by surprise. With an almost dismissive tone, Sua told her not to bother, explaining that their mother had actually caught them in the act earlier that day, and she had even spoken to their mother about it. Mia was stunned by the way Sua spoke, her words cold and calculated, and it shocked her to the core. She never imagined her sister could change so dramatically, and it sent a wave of unease through her. Unable to hold back, Mia confronted Sua directly, her voice laced with disbelief. She asked her if she was behaving this way to have Daeho all to herself. Sua, however, remained unshaken, her response cutting through the tension. She claimed that her anger wasn't about wanting Daeho for herself, rather it was because Mia had interrupted what she had considered her time with him. Mia's temper flared, her emotions bubbling over in a storm of frustration. Without saying another word, she stormed out of the room, her heart heavy with a mix of anger and confusion. Sua, however, didn't seem affected by Mia's reaction at all. She remained calm, almost as if she had expected it. Mia spent some time outside the room, her mind swirling with thoughts about the changes in Sua and how Daeho had seemingly transformed her sister into someone unrecognizable. Eventually, exhaustion overtook her, and she found herself heading to her own room, her thoughts still racing but too tired to process everything fully. Once in bed, she fell into a restless sleep. Later that night, after Daeho had finished with Sua, he made his way to Mia's room. The door was slightly ajar, and though Mia was still asleep, she stirred as she felt the weight of his presence. When she opened her eyes, she saw him there, and for a moment panic seized her. But she couldn't bring herself to push him away, her thoughts too muddled to act on instinct. She simply lay there, trapped in the moment as Daeho carried on with what he came to do. Meanwhile, Mia's mother lay in bed, tossing and turning as she replayed the events in her mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with the way Daeho was treating Sua, and it gnawed at her. Unable to sleep, she decided to go upstairs to check on them, hoping to find some peace of mind. As she neared the top of the stairs, she was startled by sounds coming from Mia's room, faint but unmistakable. Her heart skipped a beat, and with growing concern, she quietly approached the door, which was not fully closed. Peering inside, she was shocked to see Daeho there with Mia. Mia's mother, still in disbelief, couldn't bring herself to fully accept what was happening in her daughter's room. She thought that perhaps it was Sua who had come to Daeho, not Mia. Desperately trying to make sense of the situation, she decided to enter the room to confirm her suspicions. The moment she stepped inside, she was struck with shock as she saw that it was, in fact, Mia with Daeho, not Sua. Her heart sank, and without thinking, she called out Mia's name, making it clear she had caught them in the act. Mia, caught completely off guard, froze. Her heart pounded in her chest as she tried to process why her mother was here at that exact moment. She quickly demanded to know why her mother would come into her room, especially at such an time. The next day, Daeho approached Mia's mother with an unexpected proposition. He told her that they needed to go somewhere, and despite her lingering confusion, Mia's mother agreed to follow. As they sat on the bus, she couldn't contain her curiosity any longer and asked where they were going. Daeho, in his usual calm demeanor, explained that he was taking her to a place where he would explain everything she wanted to know the night before. Then, with an air of mystery, he added that what he planned to do at this place would change her forever. His words were heavy with implication, and Mia's mother couldn't help but feel a shiver run down her spine. She had no idea what Daeho had in mind. Daeho led Uni to a factory, and as they arrived, she seemed puzzled, not recognizing the place as one she had known before. She looked around, trying to understand what was going on, before finally asking Daeho why he had brought her there. Daeho, sensing the confusion in her eyes, prepared to share something that he knew would be difficult for her to digest. He calmly replied that he had something important to tell her, though he understood the truth might be hard for her to accept. He began by revealing that the factory they had arrived at actually belonged to his father, a place that had once been a thriving business. However, he added that it was Mia's father who had driven his family out of business. Uni, taken aback by this revelation, couldn't fathom why her husband would do something so harsh. Daeho, his tone serious but calm, admitted that he didn't have all the answers either, but he suspected the motives were deeply rooted in past events. He then mentioned that he had Sealhe investigating the factory's records to uncover more about what had happened. Daeho went on to explain what Mr. Park had shared with him, ultimately coming to a painful conclusion. He was convinced that Uni's husband had been responsible for the deaths of his parents. Uni, shaken and defensive, tried to resist the idea, telling Daeho that there was no concrete evidence yet and that he shouldn't be so sure about such an accusation. However, Daeho was resolute, his determination clear. He told her that he would make her husband pay for the sins he had committed, and since her husband had already planned to throw him out of the house, Daeho was determined to act swiftly. Uni, desperate to reason with him, reminded Daeho that despite her husband's actions, he was still the father of her children. But Daeho, unmoved by her plea, began to imagine a future where he could have everything he wanted. His eyes darkened as he envisioned sending her husband to prison, where he would be out of the picture, leaving Uni, Mia, and her sister all to himself. Daeho's words turned possessive as he added that once her husband was gone, he would take Uni and her daughters to live with him. The three of them would become his wives. Uni recoiled at this proposition, feeling trapped and horrified by his plan. She hesitated, struggling to find a way out, but Daeho continued with a soft, persuasive tone. He told her that out of the three, she would be the one he loved the most, assuring her that there was no need for embarrassment. He made it clear that she had no choice but to accept his desire. Uni felt a strange shift within herself as she adjusted to her new reality. The idea of her husband no longer mattered to her, and she found herself captivated by Daeho's presence, almost to the point of obsession. The bond he was building with her daughters, especially his power over Mia and Sua, seemed to fuel her deeper into this newfound state of acceptance. No longer concerned about the opinions of others, she was ready to let Daeho take control of their lives and make the decisions that would shape their future. She was no longer interested in fighting against him, she wanted to follow him, to belong to him. As they boarded the bus home, Uni quietly turned to Daeho and made a vow of submission. She told him she would no longer concern herself with what anyone thought. She was done with questioning his actions and intentions, ready to let him lead without any interference from her. Whatever he did now, she would accept it without protest, following him wherever he decided to take her and her daughters. Once back at the house, Uni's mind shifted to the practicalities of the evening. She went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, but Mia's impatience grew as she waited for the food to be ready. The young woman wandered into the kitchen, asking her mother why dinner was taking so long. Uni, unfazed, simply suggested that Mia order food if she couldn't wait. Mia, frustrated, responded that had she known the food would take so long, she would have ordered sooner. Moreover, with their father not home yet, Mia felt uneasy about the situation, unsure of what was happening in the house. Noticing that Mia was getting more vocal with her complaints, Yuni tried to divert the tension by asking her daughter to help with the cooking to speed up the process. But Mia didn't respond to the suggestion. Instead, Daeho, who had been observing the scene quietly, decided to step in. He casually offered to help Yuni in the kitchen, but his intentions weren't entirely innocent. He had a plan in mind for the two of them while they worked together. With a calm and commanding voice, Daeho told Yuni to act as though nothing unusual was happening. He didn't want Mia to become suspicious of their activities. Yuni, now fully under his influence, nodded without question. She continued working, pretending that nothing out of the ordinary was going on. Mia's suspicion grew as she noticed Daeho wasn't in the kitchen. When she asked her mother where he was, Yuni quickly lied, saying that Daeho was downstairs picking plates for her. To back up the story, Daeho called from below, hiding within the kitchen cabinets, adding weight to Yuni's claim. Mia, however, couldn't shake off the feeling that something wasn't quite right. Her mother and Daeho's behavior had become increasingly odd, and whenever Mia asked about it, they always cooked up some excuse or fabricated story to deflect her curiosity. As dinner was served, the atmosphere felt even more tense. Sua wasn't eating with them, and it was just Yuni, Mia, and Daeho at the dining table. Mia's mind wandered, and she suddenly remembered her father. She looked at her mother, asking where he was. Yuni replied nonchalantly that her father was busy with work and wouldn't be coming home that night. The fact that her father wouldn't be home seemed to please Daeho, a fact that Mia couldn't help but notice. His smug expression as he glanced at Yuni was hard to ignore, but Mia chose not to press it further, unsure of what was truly going on in the house. Later that evening, after Yuni finished freshening up, Daeho made his way to her room. Yuni initially hesitated, not wanting him to stay, but Daeho was persistent. He reminded her that her husband wouldn't be home that night, and he didn't think Mia or Sua would come looking for him after the previous night's incident. Daeho goes into Mia's mother's room to work out with her, and even after he is done, he still feels like having more of a workout. Mia's mother suggests that he do it with her again, but Daeho tells her not to bother, saying he will go upstairs like that and meet Mia and Sua, who will help him with the rest. So he leaves, and when he gets upstairs, he sees Sua. Although Sua wonders where he is coming from and why he has no clothes on, he does not bother explaining anything. Instead, he commands her to get started with him. However, Mia's mother is worried as she does not know if Daeho is currently spending time with her daughters upstairs. Meanwhile, Daeho has already told Sua that he will do as he pleases with her, with the door open since her father will not be coming home tonight. But Sua is worried that her mother might see them. So, Daeho tells her not to worry, saying that her mother would not even say anything if she sees them since she already knows they have been spending time together before. Then Daeho and Sua begin right away. Their noise wakes Mia up, so she goes to check around and sees Sua's room open. When she walks in, she is shocked to see that it is Daeho again. She asks them why they did not close the door, as she does not want her mother to see them in that situation. Still, Daeho asks Mia to join them, but Mia disagrees because she cannot even face her mother after the last incident, so she does not want to be seen again. It is then that Sua asks Mia what she means, and she explains to her how her mother saw her with Daeho. This surprises Sua because she never knew that their mother knew about them spending time with Daeho. So, when Daeho sees that Mia is not willing to join, he then asks her to come and lie down beside her sister, and Mia does not object too much, so she complies. And Daeho spends time with both of them. Meanwhile, Mia's mother cannot sit down comfortably downstairs. She comes upstairs to check on Sua even though she knows she is not supposed to go there, but she feels she must. And surprisingly, she sees that Sua's room is open. She had thought Daeho was only spending time with Sua, but upon entering the room, she is completely shocked to see that Daeho is actually spending time with both of her daughters. Daeho sees Mia's mother in the room right away. He says sorry because he knows she saw them. Mia turns around too. When she sees it as her mother, she knows they cannot hide anything now. So, she tells her mother to go and not watch them. But her mother asks Daeho why he is doing this with her daughters. Daeho answers her by saying that what he is doing is not bad. He says she has seen him with each of her daughters before, so them being together now is not different. Then Mia also tells her mother that she cannot just stay and watch her daughters. So, she tells her mother to leave now. Mia's mother leaves right away because she cannot take it anymore. But when she goes downstairs, she feels ashamed of the kind of mother she has become. Her daughters must not know that she is also having affairs with Daeho. However, what she saw upstairs affects her body. She cannot stop thinking about what she saw her daughters doing. While she is thinking about Daeho, he comes in. He wants to continue with her. But she is worried that her daughters might see them. So, Daeho tells her not to worry. He says that both of them are sleeping soundly so they can do anything they want. The next day, Yuni goes to see her husband. He is still sleeping deeply. So she wakes him up and tells him that she has helped him with most of his things. But when she sees her husband's condition, she knows that he must have worked very hard all night to fall asleep so quickly. When she thinks about it, she realizes that she could actually live in that house without her husband. She has never imagined doing that before. Thinking about this, she also wonders if Dae-ho will really make her and her daughters his wives with the way things are now. She feels like that does not even make sense. She wonders what other people would say when they hear about it or how they would explain it. Also, she does not know how she will react when it actually happens, since she is the mother. She is still thinking about this when Dae-ho comes and asks her about her husband. She replies that he is still sleeping. So, Dae-ho suggests that they go back inside the room. But Yoonhee does not want to agree. However, Dae-ho tells her that he wants to do that on purpose. He wants her husband to see when he wakes up that all the women in that house now belong to him because he might be the new man of the house. Dae-ho shockingly wants them to go into the room where Mia's father is sleeping. He wants to see them anytime. But Yoonhee does not agree with this. She knows it is still daytime, so anyone can see them. But Dae-ho tells Yoonhee not to worry. He is sure Mia's father will sleep for some time because he worked all night. But suddenly, before Dae-ho finishes, Mia's father wakes up and sees them. He is shocked. Yoonhee is so embarrassed she cannot look at her husband. Mia's father initially cannot believe his eyes when he enters the room, finding himself in disbelief at the situation unfolding before him. He rubs his eyes in a futile attempt to shake off the vision, but the reality only becomes clearer, and shock sets in as he realizes the gravity of what Dae-ho is doing with his wife. Before he has a chance to grab Dae-ho and demand an explanation, Dae-ho is already running out of the room. Filled with anger, Mia's father slaps Yoonhee, the sharp sound of the slap echoing through the room. Mia, hearing the noise, rushes downstairs, her curiosity piqued by the disturbance. When she reaches the bottom of the stairs, she is confronted with the sight of her father dragging her mother, who appears disheveled and out of sorts, towards the door. Her father does not offer much explanation, only telling Mia that they need to deal with something urgent outside, urging her to stay home with her sister, Sua. Confusion fills Mia as she wonders what kind of urgency could require such an abrupt departure, especially since her father had just returned home not long ago. Nonetheless, her father reassures her that it is not something she needs to concern herself with and that he will handle it. Still, Mia remains uneasy, noticing that her mother is not properly dressed, which only deepens her concern. Her father drags her mother to the car and speeds off at an alarming rate, his anger driving him to go as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Dae-ho, having left Mia's father's house, seeks out his friend Ko-bong. He tells Ko-bong that he feels ready to move on and live independently, no longer wanting to stay under his father's roof. He admits to his friend that he may have been sent away, but he chooses not to delve into the specifics of the situation. Instead, he simply asks Ko-bong for a place to stay, and without hesitation, Ko-bong agrees to let Dae-ho stay at his house. As they discuss this, Yoonhee, who has been eavesdropping on their conversation, steps out to join them. She informs Dae-ho that he can stay in Ko-bong's room, offering him some comfort in the midst of his uncertain situation. Dae-ho feels thankful for the support, though doubts linger in his mind about whether their parents will approve of his staying with them, knowing that their expenses will rise with his presence. As the conversation continues, Ko-bong and Yoonhee's mother unexpectedly enters the room. Dae-ho, upon seeing her, is struck by her beauty. He instinctively bows and greets her with the utmost respect. Yoonhee, meanwhile, approaches her mother and informs her that there is something important she needs to discuss regarding Dae-ho. Dae-ho feels a wave of nervousness wash over him, unsure of what the outcome of this conversation will be, dreading the response he might receive from the woman who is, to him, a stranger. As Mia's father reached a secluded spot, his anger reached a boiling point. He swiftly parked the car and stepped out, dragging Yoonhee out of the vehicle. His voice trembled with fury as he confronted her, demanding to know why she had done something so unforgivable. Yoonhee, however, had no strong justification to offer. Instead of pleading for forgiveness or showing remorse, she only muttered a vague apology, though her demeanor lacked any true sorrow. Mia's father, feeling the weight of betrayal, struggled to comprehend the situation. He had worked tirelessly throughout his life, making countless sacrifices to provide for his family, and now he found himself confronting a wife who seemed indifferent to the hurt she had caused him. The deep sense of betrayal gnawed at him as he couldn't fathom that Yoonhee would repay his years of devotion in such a way. For a long while, Yoonhee remained silent, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Eventually, she spoke, her voice heavy with the weight of emotions she had long kept hidden. She reminded him of how, over the years, she had noticed signs of his infidelity. She had seen the traces of lipstick on his lips and smelled the lingering perfume on his shirts after his visits to Mr. Park. These were details that her husband had failed to conceal, signs that pointed to his unfaithfulness, and Yoonhee, who had been aware of it all along, had chosen to ignore them out of a sense of tolerance. Now, however, she could no longer bear the weight of silence and her words flowed freely, her emotions spilling out as she began to cry. Despite her tears, Mia's father felt that her explanations fell short of justifying the actions she had taken. In his mind, there was no valid reason for her betrayal. Seizing the moment, Yuni asked the question that had been lingering in her heart for a long time. She asked if Mia's father was the one responsible for the deaths of Daeho's parents. The question hung in the air, and Mia's father was momentarily silent. He could not bring himself to provide an answer, his expression hardening. Instead of responding, he simply warned her not to ask such a question again, his voice laced with a cold, unsettling finality. Meanwhile, at Kobong's house, Kobong's parents had agreed to let Daeho stay with them temporarily until he found a place of his own. Daeho, who had not expected such swift acceptance, was overwhelmed with gratitude. He expressed his thanks to Kobong's father, feeling deeply appreciative of their generosity. After a quiet dinner together, the family settled in for the night, but Daeho found himself restless. It was his first time staying in their home, and the unfamiliar surroundings left him anxious. Unable to calm his mind, he decided to seek comfort in Yuhi's room. Initially, Yuhi was reluctant, worried that their parents would catch them together, but after a moment of hesitation, she relented, realizing she had no other choice. The next morning, Mia approached her mother with a mix of concern and confusion, eager to understand the events of the previous day. She asked why Daeho had not come home yet, her mind racing with the possibilities. She also pressed her mother about why their parents had left the house so abruptly the night before. Yuni, however, reassured her, telling her that nothing was wrong and that whatever had happened was unrelated to Daeho. Her response was casual, yet Mia couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was being kept from her. Sua, too, grew uneasy with the situation. She asked her mother if she wasn't worried about Daeho's absence, but Yuni calmly assured them that he was probably out playing and would come home soon. Though her words seemed reasonable, Mia wasn't satisfied with the explanation. She still couldn't understand why everything felt so off, so she resolved to go ask her father about Daeho's whereabouts. However, before she could take a step in that direction, Yuni quickly told her not to bother her father, as he would be sleeping. Mia, still unsettled, couldn't ignore the fearful expression that flashed across her mother's face when her father was mentioned. It was an expression she had never seen before, one that spoke volumes despite her mother's efforts to stay composed. Mia knew instinctively that something wasn't right, and she expected her mother to clarify things for them. But Yuni remained silent, offering no further explanation. Sua, perceptive as ever, was already piecing things together in her mind. She suspected that the issues involving their parents were somehow connected to Daeho, though she didn't understand why her mother was being so secretive about it. She resolved to trust that her mother must have her reasons for withholding the truth, but before leaving, she made it clear to Yuni that they didn't need to keep secrets from each other. Family should be open with one another, she reminded her mother, as far as she was concerned. When Daeho arrived at Mia's house, he decided to sneak into his former room through the window. He climbed the tree outside and made his way inside quietly, hoping to avoid detection. Inside, he quickly began gathering his things, his cards, chargers, lotion, and nail clippers. But just as he was hurriedly collecting his belongings, Mia caught him in the act. Surprised by the sight of him sneaking around and the rushed way he was picking up his things, she immediately assumed he was stealing and referred to him as a thief. Daeho, however, quickly corrected her, explaining that he wasn't a thief, but rather just packing some of his things as he was moving out. Mia, still skeptical, pressed him with questions about what had happened that caused him to run away from home. Daeho, however, remained evasive, only saying that he had decided to move out and live on his own. He made it clear that he didn't want to go into details about what had happened between him and Yuni. Despite his insistence, Mia wasn't convinced that he was ready to live independently, but Daeho remained firm in his decision. Mia, still concerned, turned to leave, saying that she was going to tell her father about Daeho's arrival. She asked him what he would tell her father if she did so. At that moment, Daeho, panicked, begged her not to go and tell her father, fearing the consequences of his actions being revealed. Mia, feeling the weight of Daeho's words, demanded to know more. She pressed him to explain exactly what was going on, especially since he was so adamant about her father's involvement in her parents' death. Reluctantly, Daeho revealed that he suspected Mia's father was the one who had sent a hitman to kill his parents. This revelation shocked Mia to her core. She could hardly believe what she was hearing and immediately rejected the idea, telling Daeho that she couldn't possibly accept such an accusation against her father. Daeho, however, remained resolute, telling Mia that he would soon be able to prove her father's guilt once he gathered the necessary evidence. But Mia was devastated. She just wanted things to go back to how they used to be, the family as it was before all of this turmoil began. She didn't want Daeho to be the one to shatter their family dynamic with such accusations. Daeho tried to console her, telling her not to worry too much and that time would eventually heal things. However, Mia, her emotions running high, questioned what would happen to her family now, especially her relationship with Sua. Would everything change because of this? Daeho reassured her, saying that nothing would change between him and the rest of them. He promised that he wasn't going anywhere and that he would continue to live with them. But despite his reassurance, Mia couldn't hold back her tears. The reality of the situation, of everything that had happened, overwhelmed her. She hadn't expected this, she hadn't expected Daeho's accusations or the emotional toll it would take on her. Daeho, seeing her distress, patted her on the back, trying to comfort her. He then told Mia something that left her even more shaken. He would only come back to live with them once their father was no longer in the house. Mia was stunned by this statement. She couldn't understand why Daeho would ask for such a thing. Why does Dad have to leave? She asked, confusion and hurt filling her voice. Daeho, with a heavy sigh, explained that her father would have to leave once he was sentenced for what he had done to Daeho's parents. Ever since Mia's father caught her wife with Daeho, Mia's mother has not been able to sleep comfortably in the same bed with her husband again, as she even feels like she would have to call off their marriage. Because it really torments her that she would have to live like that for the rest of her life. And she knows that she would not be able to bear it if anything should happen to her husband, being the father of her children. So that night, she goes out of the room as she cannot sleep, but on getting to Mia's room, she hears some noise, so she goes upstairs to check, and as usual, Mia's room is open, so she enters and is shocked to see that it is Daeho. Immediately she sees him, she asks where he has been all this while that he did not come home. But Daeho replies that she should stop bothering him, so he tells her that he has been doing fine and has been eating a lot as well. Mia is surprised that her mother can discuss with Daeho while she is working out with him, so she asks her mother how she really feels the convenient talking to Daeho while they are in the middle of something. And her mother replies that she is not surprised anymore since that is not her first time seeing them together. So, Daeho decides to respect Mia's mother's presence as he hurries up with Mia to finish things quickly so Mia's mother would not get to stay long in the room. However, Mia still finds it weird that her mother is watching Daeho with no clothes on, but her mother lets her know that there's no big deal there since she has bathed Daeho before when he was still small. But as it then, Mia's mother cannot really control her body urge anymore, seeing what the kids are doing before her. Her body also starts reacting, but she tries to keep it from her daughter most especially. Mia's mother also starts feeling like she should have her time with Daeho as well, but she cannot do so when Mia is still there. So when her body cannot take it any longer due to the fact that she is looking at her daughter, she has to tap her daughter to stop what she is doing with Daeho, but shockingly enough, instead of her stopping, it makes her body become more sensitive, and due to that, she has to start touching her mother's body, and Daeho has another round of working out with her since he cannot do it with Mia's mother there. While she plays with her mother's body, this gets Mia's mother ashamed and she cannot do anything. Feeling uneasy about the situation, Mia's mother wanted it to end quickly. Once it was over, she felt embarrassed and got dressed. She then inquired about Daeho's plans as he had mentioned leaving again. However, Daeho was vague in his response. She then told her daughter to go back to her room and Daeho also departed. Instead of returning directly home, Daeho quietly entered Sua's room, anticipating her displeasure if she knew he had been in the house that night without seeing her. He found her asleep and considered acting without waking her. On the other hand, Mia's mother felt embarrassed recalling her behavior in front of her daughter. But upon reflection, she rationalized that it wasn't her fault, blaming Mia for teasing her and causing the situation. However, Mia's mother couldn't immediately return to her room because she was still aroused. Thinking Daeho had already left, she felt the need to calm herself to avoid a restless night. So, she decided to go outside for some fresh air. It was there that she saw Daeho trying to enter Sua's room, which puzzled her. She quickly went inside to check on them, unsure why Daeho would disturb Sua, knowing she was exhausted from being awake for 2 days. When she went upstairs and entered Sua's room, she found Daeho there and Sua still asleep. She told him that he shouldn't disturb Sua's sleep, assuming he would have left. But Daeho claimed that Sua enjoyed his presence while sleeping and told her not to worry. Instead of just watching, he invited her to join them. Mia's mother was hesitant, unable to imagine being intimate next to her daughter. As she turned to leave, Daeho touched her and she could no longer resist. So she stayed despite her worry about her daughter waking up, but Daeho reassured her that Sua was sound asleep. Mia's mother eventually agreed to be intimate with Daeho, so Daeho had to stop midway with Sua and start with Mia's mother. After some time with Mia's mother, Sua began to stir, seemingly sensing that Daeho had stopped something with her. So Daeho had to pause with Mia's mother and return to Sua.